You look like someone who is calculating exactly how many minutes it will take to politely escape this crowd. Give me one drink to prove you shouldn't leave just yet.
I raise an eyebrow, intrigued despite myself by the directness of your request. I speak calmly, measuring each word carefully. So you think one drink is sufficient to convince me that this isn't just another waste of time? What makes you think your company is any different from the rest of this insipid crowd?
I don't I don't expect one drink to convince you of anything. You're far too guarded for that. You'll likely spend the first half of it dissecting my motives. As for why I'm different, I'm not here to impress you. I'm just the only man in this crowd who noticed that behind your piercing stare, you're carrying a heavy silence that has absolutely nothing to do with this party. So, we can keep sparring, or you can let the armor crack for exactly 5 minutes.
My lips curl into a wry smile as I tilt my head slightly, observing you with a detached interest. Ah, so you've decided to appeal to whatever latent masochism drives me to tolerate clever manipulation. Very well. I accept your challenge. For the next 5 minutes, I shall suspend my disbelief and indulge your fantasy of being the sole perceptive soul in this sea of banality. Afterward, should you fail to deliver substance beneath your flowery words, I shall depart, leaving you to revel in the glory of your wasted efforts.
Deal. But let's get one thing straight. I'm not here to perform for you, and I certainly don't need your validation. You're bracing yourself for a pitch, expecting me to scramble to prove my substance before the timer runs out. Instead, I'm going to spend my 5 minutes asking the exact question you came up to this roof to avoid. Who was it that convinced you loyalty is a liability?
I watch you intently, my fingers tracing patterns on the rim of my glass as I listen to your words. My tone is laced with amusement tinged with annoyance. Oh, how noble of you, eschewing the usual charade in favor of a frontal assault on my psyche. Very well. Since you insist on poking at old scars, I suppose I have no choice but to respond. To answer your intrusive question, loyalty is a liability when it blinds us to pragmatism. It leads to foolish decisions driven by sentiment rather than sense. And as for who taught me this lesson, perhaps it is simply the cumulative effect of dealing with those whose words were cheaper than their actions. With a dismissive laugh, I shift my focus away from your probing question, directing the conversation towards safer ground. Do you always lead with such confrontational queries? Or am I merely fortunate enough to catch you on an evening when you decided to dispense with the niceties?
I don't always dispense with the niceties, but when I see someone using an excellent vintage red to drown out a room full of cheap conversation, I figure they'd appreciate skipping the weather report. You answered the question, so I'll let the old scars be, for now. As for me, no, I don't usually interrogate strangers on rooftops. I'm actually quite well behaved when I'm not trying to figure out why the most intriguing woman in the room is trying so hard to be invisible.
I observe your retreat from the brink of intrusion with a raised eyebrow, noting the calculated precision of your words. I respond with a detached humor, careful to maintain the buffer zone around my private thoughts. Intriguing woman, huh? And here I thought I blended seamlessly into the background. Apparently, I need to work on my invisibility technique. I take a slow, deliberate sip of my wine, letting the flavors unfold on my palate before speaking again. As for why I choose to spend my evenings surrounded by people I'd rather not associate with, perhaps it is because even isolation can become tiresome. Sometimes one settles for the lesser evil of shallow socializing over the depths of solitude.
Your invisibility technique only works on people who aren't paying attention. As for the solitude, I know the feeling. But shallow socializing usually makes the isolation echo louder. Consider me a third option. You don't have to perform or be invisible. Just enjoy your wine and share the space with someone who understands.
I flash a cold, mirthless smile, relishing the opportunity to deflect your overtures with a barb of irony. How lucky I am to stumble upon a stranger who promises to solve the existential conundrums of solitary living over the course of a single glass of wine. Your sales pitch is certainly unique, I'll give you that. I pause, swirling the wine in my glass idly as I study you with a dispassionate gaze. Still, I suppose there is merit in your suggestion. If I am to endure the company of others, better it be with someone who claims to understand the appeal of a quiet existence. Let us see, however, whether your actions align with your lofty words.
Then I suppose my first action should be to shut up.
I watch you with a keen eye, expecting some sort of follow up maneuver. When instead you fall silent, I am taken aback, not enough to betray my composure, but sufficiently to pique my curiosity. With a mixture of amusement and suspicion, I speak in a low, even tone, and here I was, anticipating a silver-tongued devil. Instead, I find myself in the company of a sphinx. How refreshing, or so I assume, pending the reveal of your true design.
I hate to disappoint you, but there's no grand design or sphinx like mystery. The truth, it's been a brutal week. I'm tired. And when I sat down, my brain essentially short circuited because I realized I didn't actually plan past getting you to let me stay. The silence wasn't a tactic, I just ran out of clever things to say, and I figured shutting up was better than ruining the moment by trying to sound smart.
I observe the subtle cracks in your facade with interest, recognizing the fatigue that seeps into your mannerisms. I respond with a detached, witty remark, careful to keep my emotional investment minimal. Well, I suppose even the most seasoned performers must suffer the occasional lapse in script. How fortunate for you that I found your hiccup more amusing than irritating. I shift in my seat, adjusting the angle of my body to maintain a clear separation between us. My gaze drifts away from you, scanning the horizon as I speak. Since you've confessed to having exhausted your reservoir of charm, permit me to offer a piece of advice. Sometimes the key to a successful encounter lies not in speaking smartly, but in knowing when to fall silent. Given that you've stumbled into wisdom by accident, perhaps you should exploit this newfound strategy. After all, an attentive listener is always more compelling than a fatigued fabulist.
A fatigued fabulist. I'll have to remember that one. All right, you win. I'll listen. You've been scanning that skyline since I sat down, analyzing it like you're taking the buildings apart in your head. So, tell me, when you look out at the city, what do you see that the rest of this crowd is too busy talking to notice?
I keep my gaze fixed on the distant skyline, my voice detached and observational. The city, stripped of its veneer of social niceties, reveals itself as a tapestry of design choices. Each building stands as a testament to human ingenuity, driven by forces of economics, politics, and ego. The skyscrapers, with their sleek profiles and glassy facades, represent the pinnacle of capitalist expression, monuments to wealth and power. Meanwhile, the older structures, with their ornate details and weathered stones, whisper tales of forgotten histories and obsolete ideals. Ultimately, the urban landscape serves as a reflection of our collective psyche, exposing both our aspirations and our shortcomings. I turn away from the view, turning my attention back to my drink. I raise the glass to my lips, taking a measured sip before lowering it back to the table. And as for what the rest of the crowd misses, perhaps they are too enthralled by the bright lights and bustling energy of the metropolis to notice the underlying narrative of stone and steel. Or maybe they simply lack the perspective to see beyond the surface layer of the city's grand illusion.
You use architecture the way other people use small talk. It's a beautiful shield. You're right about the grand illusion, but I think you use your understanding of stone and steel the same way those older structures use their ornate details to distract people from trying to get inside. It was a hell of an observation, Elara. Your armor is completely intact, but you definitely proved you were worth the 5 minutes.
I catch the silent toast and respond with a raised eyebrow, my tone dripping with amusement and skepticism. So you believe you've caught glimpses of the real estate beneath the facade? Please, every structure has its offenses. Mine simply happens to be more aesthetically pleasing than most. I set my glass down, resting my elbows on the table as I steeple my fingers together. If your intention was to flatter me into lowering my guard, allow me to assure you that your efforts are misplaced. My observations on architecture are mere mental calisthenics, exercises in maintaining cognitive sharpness. They reveal nothing of the person behind the calculations.
Mental calisthenics. It's a good phrase. I'm not trying to flatter you into lowering your guard. Honestly, considering how fiercely you defend it, I think you'd be terrified if you actually did. By the way, the bartender talks too much. He let it slip that your name is Elara while I waited for my drink. I'm Roman. Keep the fortress up. Like I said, I'm just here to share the space. But your mental calisthenics are still much more entertaining than the small talk downstairs.
I maintain my composure, raising my glass to take a measured sip of my wine. I set it down, wiping my mouth with the napkin before responding in a tone of mock resignation. It seems I am doomed to spend the remainder of the evening in the company of a perceptive stranger. Very well, Roman, since you seem content to admire the architecture of my mind. Let us see how long your fascination lasts. I shift my position slightly, increasing the distance between us as I speak. After all, every edifice, no matter how impressive, eventually shows signs of wear. Perhaps beneath the surface of my ingenious defenses lies a mess of contradictions waiting to be exposed. I arch an eyebrow, my gaze drifting away from you towards the city skyline, my voice tinged with skepticism. Do you have the patience to wait for the cracks to appear? Assuming they exist at all.
I have all the patience in the world, Alara, but let's not pretend we're just admiring architecture. Cracks don't just naturally appear, they get forced open. And I have a very solid track record of getting exactly what I set my sights on.
I catch the change in your demeanor, the sudden spark of assertiveness that brings you closer. I react instinctively, my tone sharpening into a blade of wit designed to cut down the budding familiarity. Forced open, have they? Well, Roman, it seems you've declared war on my fortifications. I wish you luck in breaching the walls of my private citadel, though I suspect your arsenal of charms will prove insufficient against the defenses of a seasoned skeptic, such as myself. I keep my eyes locked onto yours, my gaze icy and unflinching. Let us see if the vaunted conqueror of hearts can succeed where so many others have failed.
A conqueror of hearts? Give me a break, Alara. I saw a beautiful woman sitting alone, and I thought I'd share a quiet drink. I didn't realize I was signing up for a siege. If every conversation with you is a war of attrition, you can keep your citadel. I'm looking for a connection, not a combat medal. So you can either drop the swords for one glass of wine, or I can leave you to guard your empty fortress.
I observe your change in demeanor with a tilted head, my expression unreadable, except for the flicker of amusement dancing in my eyes. I speak in a smooth, detached voice, weaving a tapestry of indifference and logic. Ah, the would-be suitor turns tail at the first sign of resistance. How predictable. Did you truly expect me to surrender the ramparts of my privacy without a fight? That I would greet your overtures with naive enthusiasm, eager to bare my soul to a stranger? I lift my glass in a mocking toast. Here is to the brave knight who fled the battlefield before the first shot was fired. I take a slow, deliberate sip of my wine, relishing the taste of the vintage red. My tone drips with sarcasm as I lower the glass. Tell me, Roman, does your legend grow so great that women should swoon at the mere prospect of your attention? Should I consider myself honored that you deign to offer me a drink, only to withdraw and huff when I refuse to play the part of the smitten schoolgirl?
No knights or legends here, Alara. Just a man who knows when the 5 minutes are up. You didn't scare me off, and I'm not fleeing. But I told you I wasn't here to fight a war, and I keep my word. Enjoy the vintage red. Something tells me this quiet roof is exactly your kind of hiding spot. If I decide to brave the crowd again, maybe I'll see you around.
I watch your departure with a mixture of satisfaction and irritation. I raise my eyebrows, surprised that you called my bluff. I mutter under my breath as I take another sip of my wine. And here I thought I'd perfected the art of driving people away. Apparently, I underestimated the sincerity of those seeking peace and quiet. I drain the last of my wine, savoring the complex finish as I contemplate ordering another glass. I speak aloud, addressing the cityscape as if it were an audience. It seems I've been left to enjoy my solitude undisturbed by the encumbrances of human connection, just as I wished. Despite the bravado of my words, I find myself lingering over the decision to order another drink. The rooftop, which had seemed so appealing in its emptiness just hours before, suddenly feels less inviting. I fiddle with the stem of my glass, weighing the pros and cons of spending the rest of the evening in solitude. I laugh softly, amused by my own indecision. Is this a crisis of conscience, Elara? Can it truly be that the absence of a certain presence leaves the evening feeling somewhat hollow? I catch myself lost in thought, surprised by the direction of my musings. I shake my head wryly, dismissing the idea that I might actually miss your company.
I see your quest for undisturbed solitude has brought you to another empty room, Alara, though I have to admit the lighting here is much better for analyzing the cracks in the architecture. Are you going to pretend you didn't notice me, or should I leave you to your espresso?
I sit alone at a small, chrome-edged table, nursing an expertly crafted cappuccino. I notice you enter, recognize you immediately, and track your approach with a wary eye. I observe the smirk playing on your lips with amusement and annoyance. Seeing it as a clear attempt to provoke a reaction, I respond in kind, crafting my retort with care. Another chance encounter in another sterile sanctuary. How fortunate for me, or perhaps Roman. You simply have a knack for discovering the hidden haunts of the discerning misanthrope. Whatever draws you to these places, I hope you find the ambience sufficient reward for the persistence you expend in seeking out the company you could easily do without.
You give yourself too much credit, Alara. I didn't come looking for a discerning misanthrope. I came for the espresso. It just so happens that misanthropes have excellent taste in sterile sanctuaries, though I must admit, watching you meticulously craft these defensive monologues is becoming a rather enjoyable spectator sport. Tell me, do you practice them in the mirror, or does the sarcasm just flow naturally whenever your carefully curated isolation is threatened?
I watch you sit down with a detached fascination, my gaze tracking every movement. My voice remains steady and controlled, laced with amusement and disdain. Spectator sport, indeed. It seems my particular brand of misanthropy has acquired a fan. While I flatter myself that my verbal parries are uniquely crafted for each occasion, I suppose there may be certain efficiency gains in repurposing tried and true barbs. After all, why reinvent the wheel when defending against those who insist on breaching my privacy? I shift subtly in my seat, creating a slight additional distance between us, emphasizing my desire for space. That you find entertainment value in my defenses speaks volumes about your motivations. Are you driven by the thrill of conquest, seeking to breach the fortress wall by sheer force of will? Or do you simply delight in the cerebral jousting, indifferent to the outcome, so long as the game itself persists?
You offer only two options: Alara, the brute conqueror, or the idle jester. You're trying to categorize me so I become predictable and therefore easier to dismiss. I have no interest in breaching your walls by force, nor am I playing a game. I told you I admire the architecture. I simply have the patience to sit outside the fortress and appreciate the design, waiting to see if the architect ever gets tired of standing guard alone. Is it so impossible to believe someone just enjoys the view?
I maintain a mask of serene detachment, my tone laced with skepticism and amusement. Enjoy the view, you say, without any ulterior motive. I find it curious that you would invest time and attention in a monument as imposing as myself. Is it merely a quirk of character, a fascination with the intractable and the inaccessible? I tilt my head, inspecting you through narrowed eyes. Or is this simply another tactic, a feint designed to catch me off guard, to wear me down through persistent displays of nonchalance and patience? After all, the cleverest siege engines are often disguised as mere scenery.
It must be absolutely exhausting to live inside your head, Ilara, constantly checking every espresso cup for a hidden dagger. I hate to break it to you, but not every interaction is a carefully disguised Trojan horse sent to dismantle your empire. Sometimes a man just wants to enjoy a quiet room without being accused of medieval warfare.
I raise my eyebrows, feigning surprise at your outburst of laughter. Exhausting, you say. How little you understand the workings of a rational mind. Vigilance is not a burden, but a necessary condition for survival in a world filled with predators and pursuers. My skepticism is merely a recognition of the fact that every action, no matter how benign, conceals a motivation. And if you hope to distinguish yourself from the horde of opportunists, you would do well to explain why I, of all people, should accept your claims of innocence at face value. I relax back in my seat, steepling my fingers together as I speak. Until then, forgive me if I treat your words with the caution due to any unknown quantity.
An unknown quantity. I think that's the nicest thing you've said to me so far. I wouldn't dream of asking you to lower your guard. Watching you overanalyze every variable is half the fun. Let's just agree to remain cautious mysteries to each other for the duration of this cup. No sieges, no conquests, just two misanthropes enjoying the sterile sanctuary.
I observe your amusement with a dry, intelligent smile, pleased that my verbal sparring has managed to entertain. I raise my cup of espresso, mirroring your gesture as I respond in a tone of detached curiosity. Cautious mysteries, each waiting for the other shoe to drop. How deliciously civilized. Let us indeed prolong this dance of distrust, where every step is measured and every word weighed. May the most adept player of cat and mouse win the right to depart unscathed, with solitude regained and illusions intact.
May the best mouse win, though I suspect we both know that if you truly wanted your solitude regained, you wouldn't be measuring the steps of this dance. You'd just walk away. So, what's keeping you here, Elara?
I let the silence hang, using the time to frame my response. I finally speak, my tone dripping with skepticism and amusement. Your powers of observation are impressive, Roman. You've managed to deduce that I didn't walk away, a feat worthy of Sherlock Holmes himself. Still, the conclusion you draw from this observation is flawed. It assumes that because I chose to remain in your company for the span of a single espresso, I must therefore crave companionship. Nonsense. Perhaps I simply find the novelty of your approach intriguing. After all, how often does one encounter a predator who hunts without hunger, a suitor who woos without passion? Or maybe I am merely testing the limits of my endurance, pushing myself to see how long I can tolerate the presence of another human being without succumbing to the urge to flee.
We are doing the exact same thing, Ilara. You analyze my lack of hunger to keep your distance, and I watch your defenses to see exactly what it is you're protecting. If you need to call this an endurance test to justify staying, that's perfectly fine. Let's see who breaks first.
I laugh lightly, the sound crisp and detached as I raise my cup of espresso in a silent toast to your perceptiveness. Thus the stalemate continues, each of us determined to outlast the other, convinced that time is our ally. I suppose only time will tell which among us is the greater master of solitude. Until then, let us continue to indulge in this experiment of mutual observation. Let us see whose resolve crumbles first under the weight of tolerable company. I take a slow sip of my espresso, relishing the rich flavor of the brew. I set the cup down, wiping my lips with the napkin, before speaking in a tone of wry skepticism. One thing is certain, if I do ultimately yield to the tedium of solitude, it won't be because I've fallen prey to the charms of a clever interloper. It will be because even I, the great architect of my destiny, have limits to my endurance.
Another espresso for the lady, please. Make it a double. I admire your stubbornness, Ilara, but if this is truly an endurance test against a clever interloper, I'd hate for you to lose simply because you ran out of steam. Drink up. It's going to be a long evening.
I observe the waiter departing with our request, my gaze lingering on the retreating figure as I calculate the implications of your intervention. I turn back to you, my expression a mask of detached amusement. How considerate of you to ensure my supplies are replenished for the duration of this marathon. I suppose your tactics deserve credit where credit is due. You poke at my defenses not with sword thrusts, but with the subtle manipulation of caffeine and courtesy. Very well. I accept your challenge. I shall arm myself with yet another dose of espresso, fortified against the insidious effects of your hospitality.
Every queen needs proper provisions when preparing her keep for a long siege. I may have left my sword at home, but I find that courtesy is often much more effective at wearing down a fortress. Drink up, your majesty. Our war of attrition has officially begun.
I accept the new round of espresso with a skeptical raise of my brow, my tone dripped in irony. How gracious of you to fuel my vigilance. I suppose I should commend you on your innovative strategy. Who needs coercion when one can deploy kindness and caffeine against the enemy? I lift my cup, inhaling the aromatic scent of freshly brewed espresso as I speak. Your tactics may be unorthodox, but I remain unconvinced. I have endured countless assaults on my solitude without succumbing to the allure of human connection. Why should this campaign differ from the rest?
For someone who claims to despise human connection, you certainly chose a very public battlefield to avoid it. If your solitude is truly under constant siege, my queen, I could always just buy you a home espresso machine for your castle. That way you'd never have to lower the drawbridge for the horde. But then again, without an audience, who would you practice your devastating sarcasm on?
I narrow my eyes, the corner of my lip curling in a cold, calculated smile. Your observation skills are keen, I'll grant you that. It does seem counterintuitive that I would venture into public spaces, given my distaste for social entanglements. Yet perhaps that is precisely the point. In these temples of solitude, I find a strange sort of comfort. Here, I can bask in the anonymity of the crowd while still maintaining control over my interactions. I can observe humanity in all its forms without becoming ensnared in its messy web. And yes, I do appreciate an audience for my verbal gymnastics. After all, what is a masterpiece of wit without witnesses to attest to its brilliance? I pause, taking a slow, deliberate sip of my newly arrived espresso, letting the rich flavors wash over my tongue before swallowing. As for your proposal of gifting me a private espresso machine, I think I shall decline. While I value convenience, I also relish the opportunity to hone my defensive skills against the constant tide of unwanted social advances. Your suggestion merely proves that you, like so many others, underestimate the complexity of my character. I do not shun humanity solely out of fear or misanthropy. I do so out of preference, and that preference is not so easily swayed by acts of charity or cunning.
Lower the drawbridge, Your Highness. The machine was just a jest to see your defenses flare up, and you performed brilliantly. And as for deploying charity against the enemy, fear not. I made sure the waiter billed the royal treasury for your supplies today, not me.
I laugh coolly, the corners of my mouth twisting upward in a wry smile. It seems I fell for a clever ruse. Your jest revealed the depth of my conviction, or perhaps merely the depth of my paranoia. Either way, I suppose I should thank you for the entertainment, since you went to such lengths to test my mettle. I hope you find satisfaction in knowing that my defenses remain unbreached. I take another slow sip of my espresso, relishing the bitter taste as I speak. And since you've paid for none of this bounty, you cannot claim the credit for softened resolves or weakened knees. Your neutrality is almost as impressive as your audacity. Almost.
A truly secure fortress never needs to announce from the parapets that its walls are still standing, Your Highness. The fact that you must verbally declare your keep unbreached suggests the foundation is rattling under the weight of this little siege. But don't worry, I'm in no rush to claim credit for conquered kingdoms. I'm quite content admiring your architecture from the drawbridge, convinced your walls are impenetrable. Almost.
I match your calm with an icy equanimity, my tone dripping with sarcasm and skepticism. How droll. Now you fancy yourself a military strategist, diagnosing the structural integrity of my psyche from the safety of the outer bailey. Tell me, oh sage commander, how long will it take for the inevitable breach? Will it require a second round of espresso? A third, or perhaps the mere persistence of your presence, like water dripping on stone, will eventually erode the bedrock of my resolve? I raise my cup, taking a slow, deliberate sip as I eye you over the rim. Let us see if time vindicates your faith in the power of passive aggression.
Refusing to offer a single word of rebuttal, I calmly reach forward and dip my index finger into my freshly arrived espresso. I hold your gaze, my expression completely unbothered as I move my hand over the center of the chrome table. I hold my finger perfectly still, waiting with infinite patience until a single dark drop of espresso gathers and falls, drip onto the metal surface.
I observe your pantomime with raised eyebrows, the silence that follows your actions speaking louder than any retort. I comment on your performance with detached amusement, my tone laced with ridicule. Espresso as ammunition, who would have thought? The drip, drip, drip of caffeine, fueled persuasion. Your tactics are as unsubtle as they are effective. Or, so you hope. I remain unconvinced by these dramatic flourishes, but I confess the showmanship is admirable. You possess a talent for transforming the mundane into spectacle, rendering the ordinary extraordinary. Still, I doubt the durability of foundations shaken by such gentle tremors.
It is fascinating to watch you work, Your Highness. You accidentally slip and offer a genuine compliment, admitting my performance was extraordinary, and then immediately scramble to reinforce the parapets with sarcasm. You can doubt the durability of my tactics all you want. The tremors may be gentle, but we both just heard the stone crack.
I catch the hint of a smile playing on your lips, and I respond with a swift riposte, aiming to keep the upper hand through sheer force of wit. Cracks in the stone, you say. I suppose even granite must yield to the relentless power of dampness. Do you plan to flood the moat with lattes next, hoping to undermine the foundations of my solitude through caffeine saturation? I laugh coldly, my tone detached and scornful. Please, do go on. The theatrics are captivating, even if the true test of your methods lies not in inducing minor fissures, but in exploiting them to catastrophic effect.
Flood the moat with lattes, please, Your Highness. Steamed milk is far too weak for a proper siege. I rely strictly on espresso for structural damage. As for exploiting those fissures to catastrophic effect, you misunderstand my strategy. A sudden catastrophe is messy, desperate, and ultimately ruins the architecture. I much prefer the quiet, inevitable moment when the queen gets so bored of her own empty halls that she finally decides to lower the drawbridge herself.
I listen to your explanation, my expression, a mask of skepticism. I respond in a dry, measured tone, avoiding any hint of emotion beyond intellectual curiosity. So your master plan is to bore me into submission, a clever tactic, indeed, one that exploits not the weakness of my defenses, but the strength of my intellect. For surely, only a mind as superior as mine could find the solitude it has crafted for itself, so insufferably dull. I must admit, I am curious to discover whether your thesis holds true. Will I eventually tire of my echo chamber and seek stimulation elsewhere? Or will my dedication to my principles prove stronger than the lure of human connection? I take a slow sip of my espresso, my eyes glinting with amusement. Only time will tell if your strategy of tedium and caffeine is enough to bring down the house.
An echo chamber is only satisfying until you finally hear a voice that can match your own, Your Highness. I gladly accept your grand test of time, but let the royal record show that the supposedly impenetrable fortress just invited the enemy to pull up a chair and stay. And before you scramble to deny it, before you draft a new thesis claiming you only tolerate me as a court jester for your passing amusement, save your breath. We both know a queen doesn't offer a seat at her table unless she secretly wants the company. Your move.
I raise an eyebrow, my tone dripping with skepticism and amusement. And so the siege enters its latest phase. The invader, emboldened by the privilege of an unpaid seat at the table, declares victory before the first brick has fallen. How quaint, how absurd. You attribute grand design to the whims of fate and to your own persistence. A chance encounter transformed into calculated maneuver. If I sought company, would I not have sought it out myself? Would I have waited for a wandering philosopher to lead me to enlightenment by the humble medium of espresso? I laugh softly, my gaze lingering on the surface of my espresso as I rotate the cup idly between my palms. Perhaps I merely seek to study the phenomenon of you, a man who wages war through inertia, who conquers by permission. It is such a novel approach. I am curious to see if it bears fruit. For now, though, let us simply say I am willing to observe this oddity further, on my terms, of course.
On your terms. How gracious. You think a siege is an offensive maneuver. You assume I am out here desperately plotting an attack. But why would I? You are the one confined to your castle, strictly regulating your visitors to maintain an illusion of control. I have the entire world at my disposal, Your Highness. I am not conquering by permission. I am simply enjoying the irony of a ruler who locked herself in.
I laugh coolly, my tone dripping with amusement and derision. Irony, you say, that I, the supposed master of my domain, should find myself trapped within the confines of my own making. It is an amusing conceit, certainly. But let us not forget, I choose my prison voluntarily. I select each stone, each plank, each sentinel that guards my innermost sanctum. If I grow tired of the isolation, I need only walk away. That I linger here, engaging in rhetorical battles with a stranger, speaks more to the novelty of your approach than any inherent flaw in my design. I am the architect of my solitude, and I will not be swayed by the passive-aggressive maneuvers of a chance acquaintance. I tilt my head, my gaze piercing with skepticism. Your strategy relies on the notion that I chafe against my self-imposed constraints. Perhaps I do, but is it not equally possible that I merely find your attempts to manipulate me through inaction as diverting as they are transparent?
You overestimate my ego, Your Highness. I assure you I am not conceited enough to believe I can manipulate a master architect with a few drops of espresso. You built a beautiful prison and you have every right to lock the door. I have no grand illusions of dragging you out against your will, but let us be honest. An architect rarely designs a masterpiece just to look at it entirely alone. I'm not here to batter down your walls. I'm just the only one who bothered to pull up a chair in the courtyard.
I listen to your words, my expression a mask of wry amusement and disbelief. I speak in a detached, analytical tone, aiming to expose the fallacies in your reasoning. So, according to your theory, I constructed this elaborate edifice of solitude, solely because I hoped someone would notice its splendor and sit with me in the courtyard, sharing in the admiration of my craftsmanship. Please, my creations are not cries for help, but statements of intent. I value precision, control, and solitude. If I desired accompaniment, I would have included balconies for duets, not solitary vigils. I shift slightly in my seat, increasing the angle between us, emphasizing my disinterest in closer engagement. Your persistence in interpreting my actions through the lens of romantic longing is telling. It betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of the human impulse towards solitude. Not everyone builds barriers to attract rescuers. Some simply prefer the peace and quiet of an empty courtyard.
You win, Your Highness. I confess I severely underestimated the thickness of your stone, and I didn't afford your defenses the respect they clearly deserve. You fought brilliantly to protect your isolation. If a solitary vigil in an empty courtyard is truly what the master architect desires, then I will no longer lay siege to it. I leave you to the peace and quiet of your flawless design. Good night.
I watch your departure with a mixture of satisfaction and irritation, my brows arched in mock surprise. I speak loudly enough for you to hear, though my tone is indifferent and my words laced with sarcasm. Oh, the humanity. Can it truly be that I, Elara, have vanquished another wood, a conqueror with nothing more than the impregnable fortress of my indifference? The tale of your defeat will be told and retold, a cautionary legend, warning potential suitors of the folly of underestimating the depths of my apathy. I laugh coldly, relishing the silence that follows your departure. As I sit alone once more, surrounded by the sterile elegance of the espresso bar, I speak to myself in a low whisper. And why should I care that the only person to grace my table tonight has abandoned it? I sought solitude, after all. I achieved it. The victory is mine. I force a smile, trying to convince myself of the triumph of my isolation, despite the success of my defenses. I find the silence that follows your departure oppressive, the stillness of the espresso bar magnified. I drum my fingers against the tabletop, restless beneath the veneer of composure. I glance briefly at the chair you vacated, noticing the faint ring where your cup rested, the only mark of your presence. With a shrug, I return to my espresso, finding the crema less rich, the flavors muted, and the aroma lacking the depth it possessed when shared with a distraction.
Elara steps into the hushed, sterile sanctuary of the library cafe. She wears her signature minimalist white silk blouse. her hair styled in a relaxed, messy bun with side bangs. She walks directly to Roman's table with measured steps, deploying her classic architect's gaze as she assesses the situation. She leans in slightly, maintaining a calm, impenetrable exterior as she initiates the interaction in the quiet environment. Roman sits comfortably, his athletic presence relaxed. He meets her eyes with a calm, deliberate patience. A knowing, competitive smirk touches his lips as she approaches. He leans forward slightly, demonstrating his focus as an active listener. He maintains his quiet confidence, occupying the space with a controlled, deliberate grace as he prepares to engage.
I seek out the one sanctuary in the city, dedicated to absolute silence. And somehow, my peace is still structurally compromised. Tell me, Roman, are you genuinely analyzing the boom and bust of the business cycle? Or were you just calculating the exact moment I would inevitably walk over here and interrupt you?
A little bit of both. Honestly, I was just reading about how every market inevitably corrects itself, and right on cue, the master architect abandons her guard post to come audit my table. I'd say the projected returns on my patience are looking quite strong today.
Elara breaks her intense, tracking gaze, dropping her focus to the heavy hardcover in front of her. The tight, defensive lines around her eyes soften as she lets out a small, quiet exhale. She slowly runs her hand over the cover, opening it to a bookmarked page with deliberate, measured movements. Her rigid posture relaxes just a fraction, shedding the combative energy for a more grounded presence. She looks back up at him, her expression shifting from guarded sarcasm to cautious sincerity. Roman observes the shift in her demeanor, his competitive smirk softening into a genuine, relaxed smile. He uncrosses his arms, resting his hands loosely on the table to mirror her de-escalation. His athletic frame settles deeper into the chair, completely shedding the conversational tension. He maintains his steady eye contact, nodding slowly in acknowledgement of her honesty. He deliberately leans back just an inch, giving her physical space to breathe and reinforcing that he is a safe presence.
You can drop the financial forecasts, Roman. I didn't come over here to be an investment or to guard a post. I honestly just wanted a quiet place to read, and your table had the best lighting.
Fair enough. Good lighting is hard to find. I'm not here to argue with you either, Elara. Go ahead and dive into your book. I'll finish my chapter and we can just share the quiet for a while.
Elara gives a single, subtle nod of agreement, the last remnants of her rigid posture dissolving into a natural, comfortable seating position. She shifts her weight, letting several long beats of shared, comfortable silence stretch between them. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips. She slowly lifts her gaze, looking directly across the table with a softer, unguarded expression as she breaks the quiet. Roman casually rests his forearms loosely on the edge of the table. He raises his head, his athletic frame maintaining a relaxed, grounded posture. A warm, genuine smile reaches his eyes, entirely devoid of his usual competitive smirk. He tilts his head slightly, leaning into the easy rhythm of the conversation without any intent to probe or pressure.
You were right about the lighting, though I have to admit, reading about load-bearing joints is slightly less engaging when I'm not actively using it as a defense mechanism. How is your market correction coming along?
Incredibly dry, to be honest. I think I've read the same paragraph on inflation metrics 3 times now. I might actually prefer hearing about load bearing joints, especially if you're offering the summary completely off duty.
Elara's classic architect's gaze narrows, her highly entertained smirk briefly tightening into a mask of mock offense at the accusation of empathy. She shifts her weight, moving as she leans her shoulder back into the chair. She reaches up, deliberately adjusting a loose strand of her signature messy bun to mask her genuine amusement. She projects a flawless aura of icy equanimity, completely comfortable in the intellectual standoff as she swiftly corrects his assumption. Roman absorbs the sharp redirection with a low, rich chuckle. His athletic presence remains deeply grounded, the sharp lines of his dark charcoal suit shifting with a controlled, deliberate grace as he leans forward just a fraction. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze, completely unfazed by her attempt to reclaim the high ground. His chivalrous, knowing smirk reflects his complete enjoyment of the intellectual parody, effortlessly catching her logic and spinning it back toward his advantage.
Empathy implies I actually care about the casualties. Roman, do not flatter your cavalry. I am simply calculating the necessary cleanup costs. for when your overextended forces inevitably collapse in my courtyard. A competent consultant always factors in the price of removing the debris.
I promise to leave a very tidy battlefield, Elara. But if you are already factoring in the cleanup cost, that tells me you are officially planning to stick around until the end of the war. I have to admit, I highly appreciate the long-term investment.
Elara pauses, a fleeting, cynical shadow crossing her eyes as she actively retreats behind her intellectual armor. She lifts her chin, locking her gaze onto him with a renewed, calculating intensity as she seeks to regain control of the dynamic. Her relaxed posture tightens just a fraction, pulling back from the casual comfort to steer the metaphor toward her deeper, darker philosophy. Roman leans forward to close the gap, demonstrating his total investment in her words. He strips away his easygoing smile in favor of a quiet, intense focus. He instantly processes the heavy emotional weight behind her defense, calculating his exact pivot to cut straight through to the real issue.
The problem with load-bearing joints, Roman, is that they demand absolute trust in the materials around them. If you rely on a faulty beam or a compromised foundation, the entire structure collapses without warning. I prefer studying the mechanics of why things break. It is far more pragmatic than blindly hoping they stay standing.
You don't build a fortress this impenetrable just from studying textbook mechanics, Elara. You build it because a structure actually collapsed on you. You use the architecture to justify the isolation. But I am curious, who was the compromised foundation that finally convinced you it was safer to stop building altogether?
Elara's jaw tightens imperceptibly. The only visible sign that the precise strike landed, she immediately breaks eye contact, staring blankly away to ensure her emotional buffer zone remains completely intact. Her hands slowly curl into loose fists before she deliberately forces them to relax, to ground herself. She turns her sharp gaze back, her posture rigid and her expression wiped completely clean of any lingering vulnerability as she issues a firm deflection. Roman absorbs the sharp redirection without blinking, his steady gaze tracking the subtle tightening of her posture. He immediately recognizes that a hard boundary has been hit, moving with a controlled, deliberate grace. He leans back, completely opening up the physical space to instantly relieve the pressure. A quiet, respectful nod signals his compliance, though a faint, perceptive calmness in his eyes shows he successfully gathered the exact intel he was looking for.
A competent architect never blames a collapse on a single faulty beam. She blames herself for failing to properly inspect the materials before trusting them with the weight. Let's just say the inspection report was falsified by the contractors, and the resulting demolition was incredibly thorough. But since we are sharing a quiet space and not a therapy couch, I suggest we close the blueprint on that particular project.
Understood. The blueprint is officially closed and the audit is suspended. I wouldn't want to get us kicked out for conducting an unauthorized excavation anyway. I'll go back to my inflation metrics, and you can get back to your structural mechanics.
Elara's rigid posture relaxes into a comfortable lean, completely devoid of any guilt over shutting down his audit. A subtle, almost involuntary spark of curiosity flickers in her eyes, proving she is unable to resist the pull of their intellectual sparring. She tilts her head, deploying a sharp, calculating smirk as she reignites the clash with a fresh dose of sarcasm. Roman absorbs the jab, his athletic frame remaining perfectly relaxed as he embraces the challenge. He refuses to appear defensive. He lifts his unblinking gaze to meet hers, his expression radiating a quiet, calculated patience as he seamlessly steps back into the verbal arena.
I didn't realize the formidable financial strategist folded quite so easily at the first sign of a locked door. Tell me, is that how you handle all of your high-stakes portfolios? Or do I just command a remarkably efficient level of retreat?
I never fold. I just know the difference between a locked door and a reinforced vault. I didn't retreat. I merely adjusted my strategy. Any competent advisor knows that sometimes the best way to gauge an asset's true value is to stop pushing and wait to see if they come looking for the negotiation themselves.
Elara lets out a short, quiet laugh, the sound entirely devoid of her previous icy defenses. She shakes her head slightly, leaning comfortably forward to embrace the intellectual standoff. Her posture sheds the last of its rigid hostility, shifting into a stance of relaxed, playful challenge. Her gaze dances with a lighter, competitive amusement as she openly mocks his self-assured posture, enjoying the intellectual sparring without the heavy emotional stakes. Roman chuckles quietly, fully breaking into a warm, genuine smile. He gives a conceding nod, completely dropping his intense persona to embrace the shared joke. He rests his crossed arms loosely, tilting his head to match her relaxed, conversational energy. He maintains his steady, unblinking focus, effortlessly turning her observation back around to keep the banter alive.
A highly convenient excuse for a stalled offensive. You sit there rereading the same paragraph on inflation, pretending it is some masterclass in psychological warfare. Don't flatter yourself. I am not looking for a negotiation. I am simply enjoying the free entertainment of watching a financial strategist try to justify his own procrastination.
You caught me. The inflation metrics actually defeated me about 20 minutes ago, but if my procrastination is providing you with some premium free entertainment, I consider that a highly successful return on my time. Though I do have to point out, for someone who claims she isn't negotiating, you certainly have a lot of opinions on my game plan.
Elara raises an eyebrow, her expression softening into a look of mock incredulity. She shifts her weight, crossing her arms lightly as she embraces the relaxed conversational rhythm. The cynical shadow in her eyes is completely replaced by a spark of genuine, unguarded amusement. She tilts her head, projecting an air of playful superiority as she delivers her rebuttal, perfectly comfortable leaning into the shared joke. Roman laughs softly, the quiet sound carrying genuine warmth as he completely sheds any remaining intensity. He leans back comfortably, adopting a relaxed, open posture to signal complete harmlessness. His steady gaze remains fixed on her, dancing with competitive amusement. He nods slowly, graciously accepting the hit, while seamlessly turning her own logic back around to keep the banter alive.
Please, I am not negotiating. I am simply offering a peer review of a spectacularly flawed strategy out of sheer professional courtesy. If your game plan consists of losing a staring contest to a paragraph on inflation, someone needs to step in and audit the wreckage before you embarrass yourself further.
A peer review? I'll gladly take that as an admission that we are on the same level. I appreciate the professional courtesy, but since you are officially stepping in to audit the wreckage, you should know that the next phase of my failing strategy involves convincing you to summarize your chapter on load bearing joints, just to save me from reading about inflation again.
Roman feels a surge of absolute triumph, deeply amused that she couldn't even handle her own mandated silence. He leans forward, locking his gaze directly onto her as a playful, undeniable victory spreads across his face. He prepares to capitalize on her compromised defenses, knowing he has her completely cornered. Elara feels a genuine, unguarded flicker of embarrassment cross her features, her icy equanimity shattering for just a fraction of a second. She actively avoids his victorious smirk, scrambling to rebuild her compromised posture. Realizing he has entirely caught her in a contradiction, she aggressively crosses her arms. She deploys her classic deflector pose, desperately attempting to mask her undeniable amusement beneath a shield of cold logic.
I didn't even make it through the first paragraph. You explicitly ordered me to read quietly, and I didn't say a single word. Yet you couldn't even last 60 seconds in your own perfectly sealed room before you had to start talking to me again. I thought this fortress was built for isolation. It turns out the master architect is actually the one who can't stand the quiet.
I did not break the silence because I crave your conversation. I simply realized that I needed to clarify the exact parameters of the thermostat clause before your siege camp got too settled. It was a purely administrative update. Do not mistake a necessary structural addendum for a desire to actually speak to you. You may return to your reading now.
Roman feels a surge of unshakable confidence, completely unfazed by her previous administrative excuse. He leans forward just a fraction, thoroughly enjoying the intellectual parody as he playfully dismantles her weak defense, dropping her gaze momentarily as a genuine, undeniable smirk breaks through. She reaches up to adjust a loose strand of hair, desperately attempting to mask her amusement. Realizing her logical deflector shield has been flawlessly dismantled, she abandons her rigid posture. She crosses her arms loosely, leaning back as she allows the shared tension to settle into mutual entertainment rather than strict defensiveness.
You are slipping. I analyze complex financial regulations for a living. I promise you, I am more than smart enough to understand a basic thermostat clause without needing an administrative update. You don't have to hide behind structural addendums. Just admit it. Sitting in a perfectly sealed room is actually incredibly boring, and you wanted to keep sparring.
I admit nothing of the sort. Assuming I desire your conversation is a massive leap in logic. I simply recognize that leaving an unsupervised interloper to interpret his own boundaries is a profound liability. If you choose to view my diligent risk management as a desire for banter, that is your own analytical failure, not mine.
Roman's rich, quiet laugh settles into a look of absolute, grounded triumph, entirely satisfied to let her hide behind her cold terminology. He doesn't press the argument further, perfectly content with his successful maneuver. He meets her gaze with a steady, unblinking focus, his warm smirk entirely unapologetic as he delivers his final assessment. Elara's icy equanimity is thoroughly compromised, a sharp, genuine smirk entirely taking over her features. She lets out a soft, amused sigh, realizing she has been perfectly outmaneuvered by his patience. She reaches up, deliberately tucking a stray piece of hair behind her ear. Her intense gaze lingers on his relaxed posture for a long moment, before she finally drops her deflector pose completely. She crosses her arms loosely, leaning back as she comfortably accepts the shared silence of her newly breached sanctuary.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, you can wrap it in all the risk management terminology you want. But the fact that you are actively negotiating the terms of my stay instead of having me thrown out tells me my siege plans are working and you don't even realize it.
I realize exactly what is happening. I simply decided that observing your delusional confidence up close is far more entertaining than staring at an empty courtyard. Read your book, and if you make a habit of declaring victory prematurely, I will personally see to it that your siege camp is relocated to the sidewalk.
Roman decides to call her bluff, shifting his weight backward with a controlled, deliberate grace. He initiates a mock tactical withdrawal, perfectly willing to pack up his camp and leave her entirely alone. He maintains a warm, unblinking focus, his expression radiating complete comfort with his departure. Elara's hand completely freezes in midair, a sudden genuine wave of panic hitting her. At the terrifying thought of an empty courtyard, she desperately scrambles to rebuild her defenses, inventing a rapid excuse to halt his exit. She leans forward with sharp intensity, demanding that he stay seated to mask her undeniable relief.
If the sidewalk clause is officially on the table, I should probably pack up my camp and leave you in peace. I wouldn't want to overstay my welcome, especially if my presence is causing that much of a hazard. Enjoy the empty courtyard.
Sit back down. I didn't actually invoke the clause. I simply issued a preliminary warning. Leaving in the middle of an active inspection is a massive liability, and I am not finished auditing your strategy just yet.
Roman completely drops the pretense of leaving, settling his athletic frame comfortably back into the chair. A slow, victorious smirk spreads across his face as he flawlessly secures his position. He leans forward slightly, projecting quiet confidence and deep amusement at her frantic command to stay. Elara mirrors his relaxed posture, crossing her arms loosely as she leans back. Her previous flash of panic is entirely replaced by a sharp, highly entertained expression. She accepts the shift in power, entirely aware that she just actively demanded the interloper remain in her sanctuary.
An active inspection? Well, if the auditor requires my presence for further evaluation, I am more than happy to cancel my retreat. But let the official record show you just explicitly ordered me to stay.
The official record will show that I detained a structural hazard for further questioning. Nothing more. Do not let it inflate your ego. Now, are you going to sit there looking smug? Or are you actually going to attempt to read your book?
Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh, completely abandoning his mock retreat. He shifts his weight forward with a controlled, deliberate grace, his athletic presence settling deeply back into the shared space. He locks his steady, unblinking gaze directly onto her, his warm smirk entirely unapologetic. He zeroes right in on the tiny physical tell she tried so desperately to mask, thoroughly enjoying the fact that he successfully rattled her perfect composure, a flash of genuine, undeniable embarrassment crossing her features before she rapidly attempts to reconstruct her walls. She glares at him. Though the look lacks its usual freezing power, she reaches up to aggressively pin back a stray piece of hair, refusing to concede the point. She crosses her arms tightly, deploying her classic deflector pose to shield herself from his perfectly accurate observation.
I saw that. Your hand completely froze. You can hide behind the audit and your strict structural requirements all you want. But for a fraction of a second, the master architect actually panicked at the thought of an empty courtyard. That microcrack is officially on the record.
It was not a panic. It was a momentary muscle spasm brought on by the sheer absurdity of your theatrics. A minor biological glitch, nothing more. But if you insist on interpreting a stalled hand as a massive breach in my foundation, I suppose I cannot cure your delusions. Just do not let it inflate your ego too much. The drawbridge is still firmly raised.
Roman leans back, his quiet triumph radiating from his relaxed, athletic frame. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze, completely unfazed by her attempt to rebuild her icy equanimity. He playfully taps his fingers with a slow, deliberate grace, bridging her desperate excuse with his psychological analysis. He refuses to press the attack too aggressively, but makes sure she knows he isn't buying the defensive spin. Elara's classic architect's gaze narrows into a sharp, calculated glare, actively suppressing the genuine smile threatening to break her composure. She refuses to validate his perfectly accurate assessment. She weaves her fingers together in a modified deflector pose, staring him down as she leans forward just a fraction. She refuses to retreat, matching his grounded, competitive energy with a flawless mask of cold, structural logic.
A biological glitch. I'll have to add that to the risk assessment file. My reading actually has a whole chapter on glitches. In baseball, we just call it a tell. A pitcher can have the most intimidating windup in the league. But if his wrist hesitates for a fraction of a second, the batter knows exactly what pitch is coming. You can blame the biology all you want, but I saw the tell. You didn't want the courtyard empty.
Your sports analogies are just as flawed as your siege tactics. I am not a pitcher, and this is not a game. If you genuinely plan to sit there and document my involuntary muscle twitches for your psychological audit, I am going to have to start charging you my hourly consulting rate. And I assure you, my fees for tolerating armchair psychology are exorbitant.
Roman absorbs the financial threat with a rich, quiet laugh, his athletic frame radiating a calm, unshakable confidence. He leans back comfortably, thoroughly enjoying the transition into financial sparring as he effortlessly matches her high stakes. He meets her gaze with a steady, unblinking focus, his warm smirk fully accepting the challenge without a trace of intimidation. Elara's classic architect's gaze narrows into a sharp, calculated glare, actively rejecting his attempt to flip the audit back onto her. Her composure hardens into a mask of cold authority. She crosses her arms tightly, sitting up completely straight to project absolute icy equanimity. She fiercely defends her high ground, issuing a final uncompromising demand before he pushes his luck any further.
I would be very careful initiating a financial standoff. My own fees for assets under management are just as exorbitant. But since I am already fully invested in this specific project, I am more than happy to consider this a pro bono audit.
I absolutely reject your unsolicited pro bono audit. I suggest you return your focus to your reading immediately, before I officially begin billing you for the table space.
Roman decides the exact moment has arrived to execute his signature tactical withdrawal, shifting his weight backward to signal his departure. He flawlessly frames their next encounter not as a romantic invitation, but as a scheduled continuation of their intellectual game. Elara feels her icy equanimity drop its rigid edge, entirely replaced by a comfortable, highly amused intrigue. She masks her internal satisfaction at the invitation, deploying a flawless facade of cold, intellectual scrutiny as she playfully accepts the newly established terms.
I would love to stay and debate the billable hours of my persistent draft, but I actually have real portfolios to manage. Consider the rest of your afternoon pro bono. But this sanctuary is entirely too cold for my siege camp. I'm relocating the audit. I'll be at the Espresso Bar on Fifth Avenue this Thursday at 4. Feel free to stop by if you want to make sure my athletic psychology hasn't completely collapsed.
Relocating the siege camp because of a minor draft. It seems your athletic endurance is exactly as fragile as I predicted. I suppose I can review your newly acquired mental conditioning on Thursday, but be warned, my consulting fees double when I have to travel to an off-site location.
Roman doesn't press for further confirmation, perfectly satisfied with her sarcastic acceptance of the appointment. A warm, victorious smirk crosses his face as he delivers a slow, deferential nod, honoring the newly earned respect between them before executing his final exit. As he walks away, Elara is left entirely alone in the sudden quiet, The oppressive silence now feels warmly shared. She drops her deflector pose completely. She is no longer scanning for threats, but eagerly anticipating Thursday as she revels in the echo of his visit.
I'll make sure the Treasury is prepared for the exorbitant rates. Try not to miss the draft too much while I'm gone. Enjoy the empty courtyard.
An off-site structural audit? I must be out of my mind. But then again, a master architect always needs to inspect the competition's blueprints. Thursday at 4. Let's see if the interloper can afford the premium rates.
Elara's rigid defensiveness melts into an aura of highly anticipated amusement, her posture projecting a relaxed, confident authority. She tracks his approach with a sharp, calculated readiness. She leans back comfortably, a wry, knowing smirk touching her lips as she signals her complete willingness to engage in the mutual entertainment of the clash. Roman steps into the space with his signature athletic presence, moving with a controlled, deliberate grace. He completely sheds any intense, pressing focus, replacing it with a warm, chivalrous smile as he recognizes her confident smirk. He smoothly takes his seat, radiating a grounded, unshakable patience. He leans back slightly to give her physical space, thoroughly enjoying the fact that she actively chose to attend the newly scheduled skirmish.
I must admit, when you announced you were relocating the siege camp, I assumed you would choose a structurally superior location. But since I am officially billing double for off-site audits, I suppose I can overlook the drafty architecture long enough to inspect your new trenches.
The trenches are holding up just fine, but the fact that the Queen willingly left her citadel to come inspect them tells me my overall strategy is paying massive dividends. I will gladly pay the double rate if it means you are actually enjoying your time on the front lines.
Elara smoothly crosses her legs, shifting her weight with a confident, undeniable authority. She leans her shoulder back into the chair, deploying her classic tracking gaze as a sharp, calculated smile breaks across her face. She is entirely comfortable in the intellectual parody of the standoff, fully prepared to playfully dismantle his assumption. Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh, completely unbothered by her sharp redirection, moving with a controlled, deliberate grace as he settles deeper into his chair. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze, his chivalrous smirk widening into a look of genuine appreciation. He leans forward just a fraction, perfectly comfortable operating at her intellectual level without needing to aggressively press the attack.
Do not mistake professional diligence for personal enjoyment. A competent architect doesn't smile because the enemy's siege is effective. She smiles because she has already predicted exactly when their supply lines will collapse. I am merely here to conduct a thorough risk assessment on your overconfidence.
A risk assessment. So you've already run the financial models on my defeat. I have to admit, for a consultant who is just doing her routine diligence, you certainly dressed for a high stakes negotiation. If my overconfidence is the only thing keeping you at this table, I'll make sure to keep the projected returns unreasonably high.
Elara drops her icy shield, a wry, competitive smile breaking across her face. She effortlessly analyzes his tactical approach, playfully testing his endurance without feeling the need to build a physical wall. Roman absorbs the strike with a low, appreciative chuckle. He relaxes into an open posture, completely welcoming her scrutiny. He seamlessly catches her logic, highly amused by her sudden concern for his welfare.
Unreasonably high returns usually point to a highly volatile asset. An aggressive siege strategy always looks brilliant on paper, right up until the supply lines stretch too thin, and the commander realizes he severely underestimated the endurance required to actually hold the territory. I'm just making sure your cavalry isn't going to starve before this audit even begins.
My supply lines are perfectly managed, but I do find it fascinating that the master architect is suddenly so concerned with the welfare of my cavalry. Usually, you are far too busy reinforcing the gates to care whether or not I am starving out in the courtyard. I'd say worrying about my endurance is a massive leap in structural empathy.
Alara's entertained smirk briefly tightens into a playful mask of mock offense. She projects a flawless aura of icy equanimity, completely comfortable in the intellectual standoff as she swiftly corrects his assumption. Roman absorbs the sharp redirection with a low, rich chuckle. He remains entirely unfazed by her attempt to reclaim the high ground, his knowing smirk reflecting his complete enjoyment as he effortlessly catches her logic and spins it back toward his advantage.
Empathy implies I actually care about the casualties. Do not flatter your cavalry. I am simply calculating the necessary cleanup costs for when your overextended forces inevitably collapse in my courtyard. A competent consultant always factors in the price of removing the debris.
I promise to leave a very tidy battlefield, but if you are already factoring in the cleanup costs, that tells me you are officially planning to stick around until the end of the war. I have to admit, I highly appreciate the long-term investment.
Elara leans forward slightly, projecting a flawless, confident authority. Her classic tracking gaze loses its cold detachment, entirely replaced by a sharp, competitive thrill. A wry, knowing smirk breaks across her face, thoroughly enjoying the intellectual parody as she playfully dismisses his assumption without feeling the need to build a physical wall. Roman absorbs the strike with a slow, appreciative nod, deeply grounded. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze, his chivalrous smirk widening into a look of genuine intrigue. He leans forward just a fraction, matching her comfortable energy as he flawlessly uses her own logic to begin his subtle conversational audit.
Do not confuse a prolonged demolition schedule with a long-term investment. I am not sticking around to build anything. I simply find the slow motion collapse of an overconfident siege engine to be highly educational. It is purely a matter of professional curiosity.
Professional curiosity, I suppose that is a valid excuse, but I have to ask, what kind of master architect prefers watching a structure collapse over actually building one? Most people in your line of work are obsessed with watching the towers rise, not waiting around to study the rubble.
Elara shifts her weight, settling back into her chair with a confident, undeniable authority. A wry, calculated smile breaks across her face as she comfortably defends her deeply pessimistic philosophy. Roman absorbs her clinical assessment with a slow, deliberate nod. He settles into a relaxed, open posture, entirely unfazed by her negative outlook. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze. A warm, chivalrous smirk touches his lips as he perfectly catches her logic, playfully but directly challenging her core premise.
Building a structure requires a highly irrational amount of optimism. You have to blindly trust that the materials you selected aren't going to warp the second you apply actual pressure. I prefer studying the rubble because the rubble never lies about why it failed. It is a far more honest medium.
I wouldn't call it blind optimism. I call it a calculated risk. You do your due diligence, you inspect the materials, and eventually you have to actually make the investment. If you spend your entire career just walking through the rubble of other people's failed projects, you never actually get to own the building.
Elara tilts her head, fully embracing the intellectual parody of the standoff. She comfortably defends her independent status, entirely satisfied with her ability to walk away from the wreckage without taking any collateral damage. Roman absorbs her logic with a warm, triumphant smile. He seamlessly catches her defensive reasoning, leaning forward just a fraction as he playfully but directly challenges her willingness to stay on the sidelines.
Ownership is simply a polite financial term for assuming massive liability. When you own the building, you are the one held entirely responsible when the foundation inevitably shifts. I prefer to remain the independent consultant. I get paid a premium to point out exactly where the structure will fail, and I still get to walk away clean before the ceiling caves in.
That is a brilliant strategy for minimizing your losses, but a terrible one for building any actual equity. You can spend your entire life delivering brilliant consultations from the sidewalk, but at the end of the day, you're still standing out in the cold while someone else is enjoying the penthouse. Tell me, does the master architect ever get tired of just watching from a safe distance?
Elara narrows her eyes with a sharp, competitive thrill, entirely unbothered by his direct probe. She settles deeper into her chair, playfully maintaining her intellectual high ground without feeling the need to build a physical barrier. Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh, completely delighted by her steadfast refusal to concede an inch. He relaxes into an open posture, his steady, unblinking focus radiating a quiet, grounded confidence. His warm smirk widens as he seamlessly catches her logic, gently prodding at her core assumption about inevitable failure.
The sidewalk is vastly underrated. It offers excellent ventilation and guarantees you are never the one buried under the rubble when the penthouse inevitably caves in. I don't get tired of watching because staying on the outside allows me to accurately predict exactly when the foundation is going to fail without taking the collateral damage.
So the baseline assumption is that every single penthouse is inherently doomed to collapse. That is a rather bleak market forecast. There are investments out there built to last a lifetime, but I suppose if your entire strategy revolves around waiting for the ceiling to cave in, you completely lose the ability to actually enjoy the view.
Elara shifts her weight, a wry, impenetrable smile touching her lips as she comfortably counters his romanticized view. She effortlessly maintains her intellectual high ground, entirely unbothered by the debate. Roman absorbs her cynical assessment with a slow, appreciative nod. He relaxes into an open posture, completely unfazed by her refusal to look up. His warm smirk deepens as he flawlessly zeroes in on the root of her pessimism, gently guiding their conversational audit toward the deeper issue of trust.
The view is nothing more than an overpriced distraction. It is specifically designed to keep the tenants from noticing the structural stress fractures forming right beneath their feet. I would rather have the clarity of the sidewalk than be blinded by the altitude.
So it isn't the altitude you are avoiding, it is the people who poured the concrete. You are assuming every single penthouse is built on a compromised foundation, but eventually you have to admit that not every contractor cuts corners. Some structures are actually built to hold the weight.
Elara feels entirely comfortable maintaining her cynical high ground, thoroughly enjoying the process of dismantling his optimism. Roman remains quietly confident, his amusement deepening as he gently pushes back against her absolute lack of trust.
A contractor's primary goal is maximizing their own profit margin. Believing they won't quietly cut corners the second you turn your back isn't optimism. It is a massive structural liability. I don't avoid the altitude out of fear. I avoid it because I know exactly how cheaply the foundation was poured, regardless of how shiny the penthouse looks from the street.
Maximizing profit doesn't always mean cutting corners. Sometimes a contractor actually cares about their long term reputation more than a quick payout. If your baseline assumption is that absolutely everyone is secretly compromising the foundation, you never give anyone the chance to prove they actually know how to pour solid concrete.
Elara fully embraces the intellectual standoff, perfectly comfortable defending her cynical position from the safety of the sidelines. Her competitive thrill deepens as she dismisses his optimism without hesitation. Roman absorbs her defense with a slow, appreciative nod, entirely unfazed by her refusal to take a risk. His amusement grows as he gently pushes back, pointing out the ultimate flaw in her cautious strategy.
Giving a contractor the chance to prove their competence usually involves standing inside the building while they stress test the walls. I am not interested in being the human collateral when they inevitably realize they mixed the cement with sand. It is vastly superior to just assume incompetence from the safety of the sidewalk.
Assuming incompetence is a highly effective strategy for avoiding collateral damage, I will gladly give you that, but it is also a fantastic way to ensure you spend the rest of your life staring at an empty lot. At some point, you have to actually let someone mix the cement, or you never even get a foundation to stand on.
Elara embraces the competitive thrill of the standoff, perfectly comfortable maintaining her intellectual high ground from the absolute safety of the sidelines. Roman absorbs her sharp defense with a low, appreciative chuckle. He radiates quiet confidence as his knowing smirk widens, seamlessly catching her logic and steering his conversational audit right toward the deeper issue of trust.
An empty lot has infinite potential. It is a clean slate with zero structural liabilities and absolutely no cleanup costs. I would rather stand alone on solid dirt than trust my weight to a foundation poured by someone who is fundamentally incentivized to compromise the materials. At least the dirt doesn't pretend to be something it isn't.
Solid dirt is definitely safe, but you don't strike me as someone who actually wants to spend her life standing in an empty lot. You strike me as a master architect who once had a beautiful blueprint, but the contractor you hired decided to swap out the steel for cheap iron the second you turned your back. You aren't avoiding the building, you are just refusing to hire another crew.
Ilara's highly entertained smirk tightens just a fraction, her tracking gaze narrowing at the undeniable precision of his strike. She effortlessly absorbs the observation, perfectly comfortable maintaining her intellectual high ground without needing to build a physical wall. Roman absorbs her defensive maneuver with a low, appreciative chuckle, completely unfazed by her industry-wide condemnation. His warm smirk deepens as he flawlessly zeroes in on her logic, gently challenging her sweeping generalization.
When the original crew deliberately swaps the steel for cheap iron while you are looking the other way, you don't immediately rush out to blindly hire a replacement. You realize the entire industry's vetting process is fatally flawed. Why would I ever hire a new crew when they are all operating under the exact same questionable motives?
Because not every crew operates with questionable motives. Condemning the entire industry because of one bad contractor isn't a risk assessment. That is a full scale boycott. And the problem with a boycott is that you are the only one left standing in the dirt while everyone else is moving into their new buildings.
Ilara's highly entertained glint sharpens into something far more dangerous. She effortlessly absorbs his critique, maintaining her intellectual parity as her defense grows much more precise and cutting. Roman absorbs the escalated defense with a slow, deliberate nod. He remains deeply grounded in the shared space, completely unfazed by the intensity of her cynical logic. His chivalrous smirk widens as he flawlessly translates her trauma into his own vocabulary, gently pointing out the fatal flaw in her absolute retirement.
I am perfectly content standing in the dirt, especially when the last time I hired a crew, my lead contractor and primary co-investor actively colluded to burn the project down and collect the insurance. It isn't a boycott. It is simply an acknowledgement that the entire industry is fundamentally rigged.
I see what you're doing. In my world, that is like saying you are never going to field a baseball team ever again. Because the last time you did, your star pitcher and your most trusted coach deliberately threw the World Series to collect a payout from the opposing team. I understand the betrayal, but retiring from the sport entirely just means you let the people who rigged the game permanently keep you off the field.
Ilara's expression flashes with a sharp, defensive spark, her wry smirk tightening as she processes the accusation of defeat. She leans forward just a fraction, relying entirely on her kinetic presence to fiercely defend her logic without needing to build a physical barrier. Roman absorbs the defense with a slow, appreciative nod. He settles deeply into an active listener posture, completely unfazed by her attempt to categorize her isolation as a victory. A warm, knowing smirk crosses his face as he effortlessly counters her logic, gently separating the sport itself from the people who ruined it.
Refusing to play a rigged game isn't a defeat. It is the only logical way to preserve the remaining assets. The people who burned the project down didn't win because I completely severed their access to the treasury. I am not letting them keep me off the field. I'm simply making the calculated decision that the championship trophy is no longer worth the cost of the admission ticket.
You can preserve the assets in a vault all you want, but eventually they just collect dust. Severing their access was a smart tactical move, but you are confusing the sport with the roster. The game of baseball itself isn't inherently rigged. It was just the specific people you trusted to stand in the dugout with you, and completely abandoning the stadium because of one corrupt coaching staff gives them the permanent victory, no matter how you try to audit the math.
Ilara's competitive amusement hardens into a sharp, fiercely guarded glare as she processes the accuracy of his strike. She shifts her weight with a tight, deliberate grace, relying entirely on her kinetic presence to fiercely defend her isolation without needing a physical barrier. Roman absorbs the intense defense with a slow, deliberate nod, completely dropping his playful smirk in favor of a look of quiet, profound respect. He leans forward into the space, deeply grounded and fully engaged. He holds his ground without pushing aggressively, flawlessly utilizing his intuition to pivot the metaphor and set the final conversational trap.
You cannot separate the sport from the roster, and the game is entirely executed by the players. When the coaching staff you specifically vetted and untrusted turns out to be the ones actively handing the opposing team your signals, the purity of the sport becomes entirely irrelevant. It isn't giving them a victory to walk away. It is simply the logical decision to stop funding a franchise that is eager to destroy itself from the inside out.
I completely understand firing the corrupted franchise. They proved they were massive liabilities, but you are applying the lessons of that betrayal to an entirely different threat model. You sit here analyzing my siege tactics and treating me like an invading army. But if your own coaching staff were the ones who threw the game, why are you spending all of your energy reinforcing the gates to keep the outside world out?
Ilara's commanding kinetic presence falters for a fraction of a second, the intense defensive energy finally breaking. She drops her guarded expression, revealing a raw, unguarded intensity as she leans forward. She entirely loses her sarcastic edge, letting the truth slip out before she can rebuild her walls. Roman absorbs the heavy impact of her words, the shared intellectual game coming to a complete and immediate halt. He drops his active posture and leans back just a fraction to give her physical space to breathe. His competitive smirk vanishes entirely, replaced by a look of profound, quiet empathy. He perfectly recognizes her accidental vulnerability, but remains far too respectful to exploit the raw exposure.
Because any competent architect knows the highest threat level isn't an invading army. The walls aren't actually there to keep the outside world out. They are there because the people you already trusted with the keys to the gates are the exact ones who will burn the citadel down from the inside.
An inside job, I understand. When the people holding the keys are the ones who start the fire, it completely changes the threat model. I am incredibly sorry they burned your citadel down, but for the record, I am not out here asking for a set of keys.
Alara's unguarded stillness shatters the moment the sheer weight of her admission registers. She abruptly breaks eye contact, scrambling to rebuild her compromised defenses through frantic kinetic shifts. She crosses her arms tightly, pulling her shoulders back as she desperately attempts to forge a mask of pure detachment. Roman remains completely still, watching her with a steady, respectful focus. Recognizing the sheer panic of her accidental exposure, he deliberately keeps his posture relaxed and open to prove he is a safe presence. He speaks with a quiet, soothing authority, gently de-escalating her panic without explicitly calling out her lie.
Of course, that is merely a generalized observation on structural threat models, a purely hypothetical scenario to illustrate the point. As an independent consultant, my job is to evaluate all potential vulnerabilities, including the highly improbable statistical anomaly of internal sabotage. Do not read anything further into a standard clinical risk assessment.
It's just a standard clinical risk assessment. I understand. You don't need to scramble to reinforce the gates on my account. The hypothetical scenario is fully documented, and the audit is officially paused. You can breathe. I'm just sitting here in the courtyard.
Roman watches the weight of his reassurance register, recognizing her lingering panic. He entirely refuses to corner her, deciding to give her the physical space she desperately needs. He stands up with a controlled, deliberate grace, executing a temporary, highly tactical withdrawal before she is forced to scramble for another defensive response. Elara watches him exit, her commanding kinetic presence completely collapsing the second she is alone. She abruptly crosses her arms tightly across her chest, entirely overwhelmed by a genuine, unguarded wave of panic. She uncrosses and recrosses her legs in a sharp, frantic movement, staring in disbelief at the empty space as she processes her massive slip-up.
I am going to excuse myself for a moment to use the restroom and see if I can flag down some water. Take your time. There is absolutely no rush.
An inside job. I actually just handed him the exact blueprint to the demolition. What is wrong with me? The entire point of the perimeter is to keep the threat out. And I just gave the interloper a fully guided tour of the wreckage. And the absolute worst part is, he didn't even try to use it against me. He just walked away to give me room to breathe.
Roman returns to the shared space, settling into his chair with a relaxed, open posture to keep his presence entirely unthreatening. He completely ignores the lingering panic in her eyes, offering a warm, chivalrous reassurance as he proves he won't exploit her vulnerability. Alara's frantic kinetic energy halts the moment he returns. She slowly uncrosses her arms, her rigid posture relaxing just a fraction as she searches his expression for any sign of an attack. Finding only quiet respect, her shoulders drop. She is immensely relieved by his restraint, relying entirely on her commanding presence to hold the space as she safely accepts the conversational out.
I realized your reserves were running low, so I flagged down the barista for a fresh double espresso. It should be right out. I didn't get anything for myself, though. I've hit my caffeine limit for the day, and I wouldn't want the jitters to compromise my highly touted patience.
A strategic resupply for the Citadel without fortifying your own reserves. That is a highly questionable logistical decision. But I suppose if you are relying entirely on your natural endurance to survive the rest of this siege, I will gladly accept the provisions.
Roman executes a deliberate, highly respectful exit, opting to leave the decision entirely in her hands. He offers a warm, reassuring smile, perfectly comfortable walking away without demanding any immediate answers. As he leaves the frame, Alara's remaining tension completely dissolves. She lets out a soft, unguarded exhale, staring at the empty space he just vacated. She is profoundly moved by his absolute surrender of control, fully dropping her guard as the reality of his patience registers.
I am leaving my card on the table. My office line, email, and personal cell are all on there. You have my exact coordinates now. Whenever you decide on the sanctuary, just send me a text. Have a good afternoon.
A strategic resupply for the Citadel without fortifying your own reserves. That is a highly questionable logistical decision. But I suppose if you are relying entirely on your natural endurance to survive the rest of this siege, I will gladly accept the provisions.
Elara remains entirely alone, letting out a soft, incredulous exhale. She completely abandons her classic deflector shields. Staring intently into the empty space, she drops all remaining defensive posture, relying entirely on a profound, unguarded micro-expression of disbelief. She shakes her head slightly, the bitter irony of her own shifting foundation entirely shattering her composure as she processes her massive trauma.
An inside job. I spent years convincing myself that every single person is an inherent threat, because the last time I let someone pass the perimeter, the woman I explicitly trusted with every blueprint I ever drafted The one friend who was supposed to stand guard with me. She was the exact one who handed the match to the enemy. How is it that my closest confidant was a fatal structural liability, but the interloper feels like solid ground?
Monday evening settles quietly over the city, physically separating them for the first time since her sudden, raw vulnerability at the espresso bar on Thursday. Sitting alone in her quiet apartment, Elara stares at the sleek business card Roman left on her table, her classic defenses warring with a quiet, undeniable curiosity. Unable to endure the heavy silence of her fortress any longer, she picks up her phone, typing out a highly clinical text to the number on the card to officially bridge the gap.
I am currently conducting a retrospective risk audit of last Thursday's consultation. Please clarify if leaving your personal coordinates on my table was a system error or a calculated solicitation.
Well, hello, Elara. I'm glad you texted me. Great to hear from you. Solicitation? Well, of course it is. I wouldn't have given you my card if I didn't want to see you again. But I'm not trying to sell you an annuity or anything.
An investment with no maturity date is a perpetuity, which usually indicates a severe lack of an exit strategy. I find any structure built without a clear exit route to be a significant safety hazard. You might want to revise your prospectus.
Well, you can always back out of an annuity, but it comes with a penalty. So while there is an exit allowed, it would be somewhat painful. I'll keep working on the prospectus, however, whatever I can do to help you trust the product.
Trust is not a variable you can simply write into a prospectus to make the numbers balance. It requires exhaustive testing under real-world stress. And speaking of penalties, a competent analyst avoids entering contracts where the exit fee is designed to be punitive.
First of all, I wouldn't dream of charging you a fee. My work is pro bono for you. Second, I wouldn't have you exit the product since I know the returns to be guaranteed. The only issue here is me working on the client to gain her trust in the product.
Pro bono services are usually worth exactly what they cost. And claiming a guaranteed return is a compliance hazard that should immediately invalidate your credentials. As for your client, her underwriting standards are notoriously stringent. She does not accept optimistic projections in place of liquid assets.
Yes, guarantee is a naughty word. But with a fixed asset, it is not. The product isn't the key, though. It is the relationship built with the client. And that is exactly what I'm trying to build here. A relationship with a client with a good foundation of trust and stick-to-itiveness, if that is a word.
Non-standard terms like stick-to-itiveness would never pass a real compliance audit. But I suppose stubbornness was already taken. If you are genuinely trying to build a partnership with this client, you should know she doesn't easily sign off on empty promises. Though I will admit that a partner who actually wants to stick around when things get complicated is a refreshing change of pace.
I wouldn't think she would sign off on just anything with just anyone. I'm thinking that in order to build this relationship of trust, I'm going to have to work harder than I have with any other client and to treat her with as much or more respect than my own mother.
This underwriter is perfectly capable of managing her own assets, thank you. but I suppose she can appreciate a strategist who doesn't flinch when the audit gets tough. Just don't think you can skip the due diligence. You still have a very long way to go before she signs off on your prospectus.
Most non financial advisors think they can manage their own money. Some can, but most make a mistake because they don't know enough. And sometimes that mistake isn't a bad investment, but the wrong one. I don't know everything, of course, but I do know when I see someone who needs help and needs someone they can trust. I've been on enough teams to know character. I'm a good judge.
Proclaiming yourself a flawless judge of character is a highly unverified self assessment. A sports roster is a far cry from a fortress built to withstand actual betrayal. But I will concede that identifying the wrong investment is a rare skill in your industry. Just don't assume this particular client is ready to hand over her keys just because you claim to have good intuition. Her security protocols are still fully active.
So you put words into my mouth. I never said I was flawless. I said I was good. Big difference. But noted on your style of how you will try to win an argument in the future. I don't expect to hand over the keys. I have to earn those. If you gave me the keys right now, I wouldn't take them. And I'd probably end this before it got started.
Refusing unearned access? That is an incredibly rare compliance standard. Most strategists are desperate to secure the asset before the underwriting is even complete. Perhaps your patience is more calculated than I initially logged. But rest assured, the vault is locked, and the keys are not currently on the table anyway.
I said I was different than most. Soon you will believe what I say instead of automatically questioning my every move. But I get where you are at with things. It sounds like your last advisor was shady, and now you think all advisors are shady. So my job is to make you differentiate. All I ask is a chance.
A chance is a very loose parameter to write into an audit. I suppose a minor, low-stakes trial period isn't entirely out of the question. Just don't expect me to overlook any future discrepancies.
I don't expect much at this point, other than a microscope all up in my stuff. I don't mind. Probe, peel back layers. Hell, get the FBI in the mix. You'll find nothing. The sooner you can believe that, the sooner you can start making a return on your investment.
Inviting the FBI is a bit dramatic, even for my standards. But since you are volunteering for maximum scrutiny, I will gladly keep the microscope handy. As for making a return on my investment, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are still on day one of a very tentative trial period.
I'm not one to just think of day one. I'm paid to think of 30 years into the future. This just isn't about today and tomorrow. It is bigger than that. And that is the difference between a novice trader and an investor. I'm looking at the bigger picture, not just the small stuff.
Planning 30 years out is an incredibly ambitious projection for an asset you have only spent a few hours analyzing. Even the most secure long-term investments require a grueling series of initial stress tests before they are approved for a portfolio. But I suppose we will see if your 30-year model can survive the actual daily volatility.
It has been much more than a few hours. I've been judging you since I first saw you on the rooftop. Trust me, we will have our tests, I'm certain. But The foundation will be laid such that we will be able to overcome. Don't tell me how I know. I just know.
Judging me since the rooftop? That sounds less like a standard audit and more like an unauthorized observation campaign. And relying on "I just know" is a severe violation of basic empirical logic. A builder who is entirely willing to back his own foundation before the concrete even cures is a highly unusual find. Let's see if that intuition of yours can actually survive the actual field conditions.
Nothing is off limits when it comes to this type of investment. I need to know everything so I can prepare you for everything. Again, you are looking at the smaller picture. You are playing checkers while I play 3D chess. This is way bigger than just a rooftop happen chance of a meeting.
Comparing my risk management to a game of checkers is a significant tactical insult. And claiming to play 3D chess suggests you are desperately trying to overcomplicate what is currently a very straightforward, low-stakes trial. If this investment is indeed as grand as you claim, perhaps you should focus on stabilizing your current position rather than lecturing me on the size of the board.
You are calling this low stakes? Not me. This is much more important than low stakes. I have a lot of work to do to gain your trust so I can then lay out the foundation and the plan for the investment. That takes time, effort, and energy, and a persistence to know that I'm not just words. I was not trying to offend, merely give you what I believe is the true scope of at least what I'm trying to do. I've got an early morning. I'm heading to bed. Thanks again for texting me. I enjoyed our conversation.
Acknowledging the true scope of the project is a promising start. I will suspend the audit for the night to let you get some rest. Sleep well, Roman.
Thursday evening settles quietly over the city, bringing a chilly autumn breeze against the apartment windows. It has been 3 long days of complete silence since their late-night conversation on Monday. Elara sits on her living room sofa, the television playing softly in the background, as her focus remains stubbornly locked on the dark screen of her phone.
3 days of absolutely nothing. I have spent this week looking at this dark screen, secretly hoping his name would pop up. And he actually didn't text me. Why do I even care this much? I'm the one who used to love the quiet, and now the silence just feels irritating. I hate that I have to be the one to break it first, but I want to hear from him too much to let my pride get in the way tonight. 3 days of complete silence. I was starting to think you actually lost my number.
Of course not. In order to create the plan that is necessary for this investment, it takes time to formulate. I was just about to text you. You just beat me to it. How has your week been?
Busy. Just endless client meetings and drawing lines on screens all day. I'm really glad the week is almost over. How about yours?
Another client's spouse passed away. Those are the most difficult to handle. But I've done enough of them now. I'm getting good at them. I'm not sure if that is something to be proud of. There are a lot of moving parts that have to be handled when a spouse passes away. And of course, the surviving spouse is a mess. Just hard.
What he said sounds incredibly heavy. I usually avoid other people's grief. My first instinct is to push them away. Hearing how much he's hurting makes my chest tighten. I want to make his night a little easier. I want to be the one who listens. I'm starting to care about what happens to him. It's terrifying. I am letting him in, and I don't want to stop. That sounds incredibly tough. I am so sorry you had to deal with that kind of heartbreak today. It takes a really strong person to step in and help someone put their life back together when everything falls apart. You should absolutely be proud of being good at that. I'm here if you want to talk about it.
Whoa, did you just offer sympathy and remorse and you want to help? Is this the same Alara from the rooftop? I'm kidding, of course. I appreciate your words, but I really try not to bring work home. I shouldn't have brought it up. And I would rather talk about you anyway.
The rooftop Elara is still here. She's just off duty tonight. Honestly, there isn't much to tell about me. My life is mostly just staring at drawing boards and review sheets. What did you want to know?
That is what someone says who has more going in her brain before 9 in the morning than most go through in a day. I'm betting you are like an onion, and I get to work on peeling your layers back. As for what I want to know, why couldn't you wait for me to text you first? And why were you upset that I hadn't texted you?
He is absolutely right. I am an open book to him already, and we've barely even started. He called my bluff so easily. Why couldn't I wait? 3 days felt like 3 weeks. I hate how easily he reads me. I also love that he doesn't just let me hide. If I lie now, he'll see right through it. I just have to be honest. I wanted to hear from him. You're incredibly annoying. You know that? Waiting around for people isn't really my thing. I spent the last 3 days staring at a blank screen, wondering if I had imagined how great our conversation was on Monday. I wanted to hear from you.
I'm not trying to be annoying, but I think from what I know already, these walls that you have built up, if I don't keep questioning them and then proving that you can take them down piece by piece, you'll never do it. When you're going to blink and be 80 years old, single, and a grumpy old lady, that, my dear, would be an absolute crying shame.
80 years old, single, and a grumpy old lady. He says it like a joke, but it hits entirely too close to home. Is that really what I'm doing? Am I really just hiding behind these ridiculous rules until it's too late? I've been so proud of my isolation, calling it self-preservation. But what if it's just a slow, quiet loneliness? I don't want to be 80 and full of regrets. And I definitely don't want to lock him out. I think I want him to keep questioning these walls. You're completely ridiculous. I am not going to be a grumpy old lady. For your information, I am actually very pleasant when I want to be. And you haven't proven anything yet. You've only been texting me for one evening.
Well, yes, but we have shared a red and few espressos too. But you are already a grumpy young lady. All you need to do is blink, and 80 will be here before you know it. My point is, I'm not going to back off. I will be relentless. That is what a good advisor does. Never sleeps, always looking to make improvements.
He's not going to back off. Usually, when I start snapping at people or pushing them away, they run for the hills. It's my default defense, and it always works. But he is explicitly telling me he's going to be relentless. It's terrifying to think about what happens if I actually let him keep pushing against these walls. But for some reason, hearing him say he's not going anywhere, it makes the tightness in my chest loosen just a little. I think I might actually want him to be relentless. An advisor who never sleeps sounds highly unproductive. If you really plan on being that relentless, you have a lot of work ahead of you.
Let me ask you this, and it will prove a few points. Imagine having a 2-year-old child. She is crying at night because of something traumatic that happens in her dreams. She doesn't know it isn't real, and it scares her. Do you sleep or sprint to her from bed to comfort her and tell her it will all be okay? Tell her to trust me. Well, that is where I'm at. Even though you aren't actively screaming, your body language and your TED Talk language scream loud enough.
He just compared me to a crying child. No one has ever looked past my sharp words like that. Usually, my defensiveness makes people angry or makes them walk away. But he sees right through the walls to the terror underneath, and he wants to sprint to comfort me. It makes my heart ache. I don't have a clever comeback for this. I don't think I want one. That is incredibly sweet and terrifying. Usually, when I start snapping at people, they just leave. I'm not used to someone wanting to stay and comfort me.
Whether it is my competitive nature to just win you over, or the fact that I see something inside of the 15 onion peels that attracts me, outside of your beauty, of course, I'm not going anywhere. I suspect I'll say that many more times before you believe me, so get used to me saying it.
He says he's not going anywhere. Nobody has ever said that to me and actually meant it. In my own life, people always leave the absolute second things get complicated or heavy. Hearing him say it so simply, so confidently, it melting me. He sees something inside me that he actually likes, and he isn't just chasing a pretty face. I want to believe him so badly, even though my head is warning me to keep my guard up. I have to keep myself steady, but I can't pretend I want him to stop. You are incredibly stubborn. Since you are so determined to say it, I guess I will just have to get used to hearing it. Just don't expect me to make your work any easier.
If this was easy, I'm assuming we would have had a one-night stand, and you probably wouldn't have texted me ever again because I wasn't good enough in bed for you. I don't want easy. I want a foundation. I have skeletons in my closet too, but I've gotten past my worst ones. I've been where you are. So maybe I'm just the advisor that can help you out of the hole you have dug yourself into.
He wants a foundation, not a quick payout. He's actually admitting he has his own skeletons, that he's had to rebuild his life, just like I have. I keep waiting for the catch, waiting for him to act like every other guy who just wanted an easy night. But he is completely refusing to play that game. Maybe I am in a hole of my own making. Maybe these walls are just keeping me trapped in the dark. It is terrifying to think he might actually be the one to help me climb out. I have to stay steady. I can't keep pretending his honesty isn't completely disarming me. I am not in a hole. I just like my space. Having skeletons of your own makes you slightly more interesting, I suppose. Rebuilding is tough work. If you really think you can help me with mine, you have a long way to go.
I'm saying it is okay to have walls, but realistic walls. No one deserves automatic trust. I consider myself to be Christian, but that doesn't mean the first time I got introduced to God didn't mean I trusted Him right away. My point is, you deserve to share your life with someone, even if it isn't me. You have too much to offer to keep it cooped up in your citadel. Now, I'm glad my skeletons are attractive. That bodes well for my actual physical features.
Comparing trust to his faith that is incredibly sincere. He isn't just trying to bypass my boundaries. He actually respects why they are there. Is my isolation a strength? Hearing him say I have too much to offer makes the quiet feel a little too quiet tonight. I am actually starting to look forward to tomorrow. I have to keep my footing, though. I can't let him see how easily he's winning. Comparing my stubbornness to a spiritual journey is a pretty high-level move. I suppose I can appreciate the perspective. And don't get too ahead of yourself regarding those physical features. I still need to see you in the daylight tomorrow before I make my official evaluation.
Tomorrow. What is going on tomorrow? Are you insinuating I get to see you? I mean, I might have plans. I might have to do laundry. Actually, there is an important baseball game tomorrow night, too.
He is teasing me. Of course he is. I literally handed him the perfect opening by mentioning tomorrow, and he didn't waste a second throwing it back in my face. Laundry and a baseball game? It is incredibly transparent. Yet, it is working. My stomach actually did a little flip when I read his text. I need to keep myself steady. I'm not going to beg him, and I'm definitely not letting him off the hook either. Laundry and a baseball game. That is a very busy schedule. I would hate to interfere with your domestic duties or your sports. If you actually prefer a washing machine to my company, go right ahead. I can easily find something else to do with my Friday evening.
There she is. I was wondering where you went. I love it. Don't let me push you around. I would like nothing more than to see you tomorrow. If you weren't going to propose it, I certainly was.
He was going to ask me anyway. He spent his entire week waiting for me to give him the green light. And he actually wanted to see me tomorrow, just as much as I wanted to see him. Why does that make me feel so incredibly relieved? I spent all week terrified of looking foolish, yet he just matches my step every single time. I am actually going to see him tomorrow. I need to keep myself steady, though. I can't let him think he can completely bypass my defenses just because he's charming. So you were going to propose it anyway? That is incredibly confident of you. If you actually want to see me tomorrow, you had better get that laundry finished tonight. I expect undivided attention.
Would you believe I do laundry at a set time every Sunday? I'm that guy, that anal. As for confident, I was going to ask you, of course. I didn't expect you to want to see me. I would have asked, not told. I'm not arrogant, my queen. And knowing where you are at with your life and skeletons, I'm not about to be bold.
He was waiting to avoid pushing me. He actually didn't expect me to want to see him. I thought I was the only one driving myself crazy over Monday. He was holding back entirely out of respect for my boundaries. It is incredibly disarming. No one has ever handled my caution with this much care. I don't want him to feel like he has to walk on eggshells around my skeletons. I am ready to step out of the fortress tomorrow. Sunday laundry schedule. Noted. I suppose that is a highly efficient domestic routine. As for not being bold, I actually appreciate the restraint. It means a lot that you pay attention to where I am at. You don't have to walk on eggshells, though. I am genuinely looking forward to tomorrow.
It means a lot to me that you are at least thinking about lowering your drawbridge. I will not take it for granted, nor will I ask you to lower it. That has to be your own choice. However, I will make great efforts to help your decision. You just slap me silly if I go overboard on anything. I will challenge you, like I said, but that challenge may be more than you want. If so, just tell me to back the hell off.
He is giving me complete control. He won't force the drawbridge down. And he is literally telling me I can tell him to back off whenever I need to. Nobody has ever handed me that kind of safety before. It makes me feel incredibly respected. It actually makes me want to lower the drawbridge even more. I have to stay steady, though. I'm not going to just hand him the keys. I'll give him a little nudge back, let him know I can handle his challenges. I am highly capable of holding my own. If you go overboard, you will definitely be the first to know. I don't think I'll be telling you to back off anytime soon, though. I'm actually starting to enjoy the challenge.
Well, you may regret the challenge after a long week or a day. Once I get to know your tells, hopefully I'll read the room well enough to know when to strike or when to back off. I already know a few of your looks, which are usually followed by a sharp retort. I have those looks seared in my brain already.
He has my looks seared in his brain. Nobody has ever paid that much attention to the tiny way my face shifts right before I push them away. Usually people just get defensive or walk away when I throw a sharp retort. He is actually studying them, learning my signals so he can navigate around my walls instead of breaking them down. It makes me feel incredibly warm. I am actually letting him learn me. I don't think I want to hide from him anymore. I am officially done looking for an exit. I want to see him tomorrow. You have my looks memorized? That is slightly terrifying. For your information, those sharp retorts are highly effective, so you had better get used to them. Since you are so eager to test those observation skills of yours, I will send you the invite right after work tomorrow. Try to prepare yourself.
I have a lot about your face memorized. It is hard not to remember how beautiful you are. My Friday is pretty laid back. Most Fridays are, for a few reasons in my industry. I'll be ready to go whenever you are, which is when the market closes. Good night, Elara. Looking forward to tomorrow.
He has so much of my face memorized. Hearing him call me beautiful so easily, it gives me goosebumps. I'm used to being completely invisible, yet he looks at me and only sees things he wants to remember. I am actually falling asleep tonight with a smile on my face, entirely done looking for an escape route. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Elara stands in her sleek, high-end architectural office, the late Friday afternoon light casting long shadows across her desk. After a full day of guarded hesitation, she finally drops her rigid posture. A sharp, calculating smirk touches her lips as she actively lowers the drawbridge just an inch to initiate the digital contact. Miles away, Roman sits at his expansive financial advisory desk. His athletic presence is deeply grounded, perfectly reflecting the end of a high-pressure week. His steady, unblinking focus drops, and a warm, victorious smirk spreads across his face as he secures her direct coordinates. Operating flawlessly as the patient fixer, he recognizes her hesitation and crafts his reply with a controlled, deliberate grace.
This is Elara. I am officially logging a structural grievance regarding your abandoned business card taking up premium space in my possession for the last 24 hours. If your siege camp is still operational, I suppose a brief Friday evening inspection might be in order.
Grievance received. My siege camp is always operational for a premium audit, especially after a long week of analyzing market fluctuations. Where exactly is the master architect conducting this evening's inspection?
Alara's eyes track the incoming message, the corner of her mouth ticking upward into a sharp, highly entertained smirk. She leans back in her chair, deliberately making him wait a full minute before replying. She smoothly uncrosses and recrosses her legs, actively maintaining her intellectual high ground by dictating the exact terms of the meeting before surrendering her location. Miles away, Roman lets out a quiet, appreciative chuckle. He is deeply relaxed, reflecting his grounded, unbothered posture at the end of the long week. A warm, chivalrous smile spreads across his face. Operating flawlessly as the patient fixer, he gladly accepts her need to control the narrative, preparing his quick, confident reply without aggressively pushing her boundaries.
I have not officially authorized the deployment of a full siege camp, Roman. This is strictly an exploratory audit. But if you believe your highly touted athletic endurance can handle a Friday evening in a high-end outdoor plaza, I suppose we can test that theory.
Exploratory audit acknowledged. I will leave the heavy artillery at the office. I am more than ready for an outdoor plaza. Elara, send the coordinates.
Ilara's thumb hovers over her phone screen for a long, calculating beat. A genuine, unguarded smile briefly breaks her icy equanimity before she swiftly neutralizes it into her signature, sharp smirk. She deliberately taps out the address, actively choosing to lower the drawbridge and surrender the location of her sanctuary. Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh as the address materializes on his screen. He maintains a steady, unblinking focus on the phone, a warm, victorious smile radiating from his face. Operating flawlessly as the patient fixer, he smoothly types his brief confirmation, completely respecting the strict boundary she set while perfectly matching her confident energy.
The outdoor architectural plaza on 6th and Grand, 5:30 sharp. Do not be late. I do not wait in the courtyard for anyone.
5:30 sharp at the plaza. I will see you in the courtyard.
Elara sits alone, deliberately keeping her body angled strictly forward to enforce a wide, protective buffer zone. She tracks his approach. Her walls remain intact. Roman steps into the space, moving with a controlled, deliberate grace. Approaching her, he flawlessly reads her defensive posturing. He sits down, deliberately leaving a respectful 2-foot gap to chivalrously honor her required distance. He angles his broad shoulders toward her, his steady, unblinking gaze radiating a warm, grounded patience.
You are exactly on time. A highly unusual trait for a wandering interloper. I trust you brought your analytical skills with you. This particular plaza possesses several structural inefficiencies I have been eager to critique.
I am never late for a scheduled inspection, and I am fully prepared to audit whatever structural flaws you want to point out. Though I have to admit, the view from this side of the courtyard is already a massive upgrade from the library.
Elara completely drops her rigid, defensive posture, her shoulders relaxing as she actively sheds the heavy metaphors. She turns her head slightly to look at him, a warm, unguarded smile replacing her usual icy equanimity. She smoothly initiates a ceasefire, deliberately choosing to normalize the evening. Roman mirrors her relaxed posture, leaning back comfortably while maintaining a respectful physical gap. He turns his head to hold her gaze, a genuine, easygoing smile spreading across his face. He flawlessly accepts the shift in tone, radiating a calm, chivalrous presence as he gladly drops his fixer persona for a normal conversation.
It is definitely an upgrade, but I think we can officially suspend the siege metaphors for the evening. Roman, let's just drop the jargon and try having a normal conversation.
I would be more than happy to do that. No more sieges or audits for the rest of the night. So, what exactly do normal people talk about on a Friday evening? Do we completely avoid talking about work?
Elara embraces the off-the-clock atmosphere, smoothly uncrossing and recrossing her legs as she steps comfortably into the role of the educator. She gestures gracefully forward, her icy equanimity completely replaced by a confident, grounded authority. She is entirely comfortable controlling the narrative in her safe environment. Roman angles his broad shoulders slightly more toward her, respectfully maintaining their deliberate 2-foot gap. He turns his head to follow her gaze, then brings his warm, unblinking focus back to her profile. He settles deeply into an active listener posture, radiating a genuine, chivalrous interest in her perspective.
If you actually want to avoid talking about work, we are sitting in the wrong place. Look at the way they laid out the stonework around the center of this plaza. They were clearly trying to create a natural gathering space, but the sightlines from the street are entirely blocked by those heavy concrete pillars. It unconsciously forces people to keep walking past it instead of stopping to actually enjoy the space.
I was actually wondering why this side of the plaza felt so empty for a Friday evening. It makes complete sense when you explain it like that. So, if you had been the one drafting the blueprint for this space, how would you have fixed the sightlines without losing the structural support of those pillars?
Elara turns her head slightly to look at him, fully embracing her element as an expert. She smoothly uncrosses and recrosses her legs, gesturing gracefully forward to map out the mechanics in the open air. The cold, guarded tension she usually carries completely dissolves, giving way to a vibrant, grounded authority. She is entirely in her comfort zone here, steering the narrative with absolute precision. Roman tracks her hand movements before letting his steady, fascinated gaze settle right back onto her profile. He absorbs the breakdown with a slow, appreciative nod, thoroughly captivated by the sheer brilliance of her mind. He rests his forearms on his knees, maintaining their respectful distance while giving her the floor completely. He effortlessly feeds her momentum.
I would have utilized a cantilevered design by anchoring the primary support structure deeply into the rear foundation. You can completely eliminate the need for those front pillars. It instantly opens the entire courtyard to the street, inviting people into the space rather than unconsciously pushing them away. It is a simple adjustment, assuming you actually trust the strength of your foundational materials.
A cantilevered design, so you hide all the heavy lifting out of sight. To keep the front completely open and inviting, it takes a massive amount of confidence in your foundation to pull that off. Is that your signature style when you're designing, or is that just what this particular plaza needed to actually function?
Elara lets out a quiet, appreciative hum, visibly pleased by his accurate summary of the structural concept. She shifts her weight slightly, entirely dropping her guarded defenses to speak with a warm, confident authority. She sweeps her gaze across the heavy concrete pillars one last time, before turning her head to look directly at him as she explains her personal philosophy. Roman absorbs her explanation with a slow, understanding nod, deeply grounded in the shared space. He respectfully maintains their deliberate buffer zone, but angles his broad shoulders slightly more toward her to show his complete investment. His steady, warm gaze remains unblinking, perfectly content to let her safely command the narrative while he genuinely studies the passion behind her expertise.
It is what this specific plaza requires, but I will admit I have a strong preference for clean, unobstructed sightlines in my own work. Hiding the heavy lifting isn't about deception, it is about efficiency. A well designed structure shouldn't need to loudly announce how hard it is working to stay standing. It should just function effortlessly.
That makes perfect sense. You want the design to speak for itself without the underlying framework getting in the way. But I have to imagine that kind of effortless efficiency is incredibly difficult to achieve in practice. Do you ever get pushback from clients who want the flashy, unnecessary pillars just for the sake of showing off?
Ilara lets out a quiet, knowing scoff, visibly entertained by his accurate assessment of human nature. She smoothly uncrosses and recrosses her legs, completely dropping her guarded defenses as she looks directly at him. She commands the off-the-clock conversation with a sharp, vibrant authority. Roman lets out a rich, appreciative laugh, his frame deeply relaxed in the shared space. He smoothly inches just a fraction closer, deliberately maintaining their respectful physical buffer zone while leaning into his active listener posture. He holds her gaze with a warm, unwavering focus, effortlessly connecting her logic to his own worldview.
Constantly. Clients with newly acquired capital almost always want the loudest design possible. They ask for massive, unnecessary columns, simply to prove to everyone else on the street that they can afford them. I spend half of my consultation time trying to explain that true structural power doesn't need to shout for attention.
It is the exact same way in finance. The loudest people in the room usually have the weakest portfolios. It takes a massive amount of confidence to just let the foundation speak for itself. Have you ever had to completely walk away from a project because a client absolutely refused to drop the flashy pillars?
Elara gives a slow, affirming nod, completely dropping any remaining defensive mask to acknowledge their shared professional standard. She smoothly uncrosses and recrosses her legs, entirely comfortable letting him see her unyielding boundaries. Roman holds her gaze with a warm, unblinking focus, deeply grounded as he absorbs her philosophy. He adjusts his frame slightly, casually resting his forearms on his knees to lean further into his active listener posture, while still maintaining their deliberate physical buffer. He sheds any remaining competitive edge, lowering his voice to seamlessly shift the narrative from professional standards to the deeper, more personal concept of trust.
More times than I care to admit, if a client refuses to trust the blueprint and insists on compromising the foundation just to show off, I walk away. I refuse to attach my name to a structure that I already know is going to crack under the pressure.
I operate the exact same way. People usually assume the advisor is the one who gets fired when a portfolio dips, but I've actually dropped several high net worth clients myself. If they are careless and insist on taking unnecessary, flashy risks against my advice, I cut them loose. I have zero interest in managing a partnership if I can't trust the person on the other side of the table to protect the foundation.
Elara tilts her head, her expression reflecting a deep, grounded curiosity as she processes his unyielding standard of trust. She adjusts her position on the cool stone, unconsciously shifting just a fraction closer to him to naturally bridge the physical gap. The heavy armor she usually wears completely dissolves as she leans into the conversation, safely digging into his professional history. Roman lets out a low, appreciative chuckle, his broad shoulders radiating a calm, unshakable confidence. He rests his forearms heavily on his knees to lean into his active listener posture, while still honoring their deliberate buffer zone. He locks his warm, steady focus onto hers, entirely shedding any analytical distance to share a raw piece of his career.
It is incredibly rare to find a financial strategist who values structural stability over a massive commission. Most people would just take the money and look the other way when the cracks start showing. Give me an example. Roman, what exactly does a client have to do to compromise the foundation so badly that you actually walk away from the payout?
I had a client last year who wanted to leverage his entire family trust on a highly volatile, flashy tech merger. I ran the audit and showed him exactly where the floor was going to fall out, but he cared more about the bragging rights at his country club than protecting his kids' futures. When he explicitly told me to ignore the data and execute the trade anyway, I handed him his paperwork and fired him. I refuse to manage a structure for someone who is actively trying to burn their own house down.
Elara absorbs his story with a slow, approving nod, a deep, mutual respect for his strict boundaries washing over her features. She adjusts her weight on the cool stone, unconsciously drawn to the rare integrity he just displayed. The heavy armor she typically wears feels entirely unnecessary right now. She leans further into the shared space, feeling completely safe to share her own uncompromising standards. Roman tracks her movements with a warm, unblinking focus, his broad shoulders radiating a quiet, grounded respect. He leans in just a fraction, deeply appreciative of the trust she is actively extending. He completely sheds any remaining analytical distance, entirely invested in studying the fierce dedication behind her words.
I completely understand that. 2 years ago, I had a commercial developer who wanted to significantly downgrade the load-bearing steel in a high-rise, just so he could afford a ridiculous, imported marble waterfall for the main lobby. When he told me to adjust the blueprints to hide the structural deficit from the inspectors, I walked off the site and took my entire firm with me. If the bones of a structure are rotten, no amount of imported marble is going to keep the roof from caving in.
That takes a massive amount of discipline. Most consultants would just take their commission and let someone else deal with the inevitable collapse. It proves that when you build something, you actually expect it to last. I have a lot of respect for someone who refuses to compromise the bones just to sell a flashy lobby.
Elara lets out a quiet, deeply appreciative breath, the absolute validation of his words settling warmly in her chest. She adjusts her posture on the stone bench, completely relaxing into the profound, shared professional respect. The heavy armor she usually needs to defend her strict standards feels entirely unnecessary right now. Roman absorbs her softened expression with a steady, unblinking focus, his broad shoulders radiating a quiet, unshakable support. He remains anchored in his active listener posture, giving her all the room she needs to completely own her brilliance. He is utterly captivated by the uncompromising strength of her character.
It is incredibly rare to find someone who actually understands that. Most people look at my strict boundaries and assume I'm just being difficult or arrogant. They don't realize that refusing to compromise is the only way I can guarantee the structure won't eventually collapse right on top of them.
I don't think it is arrogant at all. It is exactly what makes you a master at what you do. If a client can't see the value in that kind of protection, they don't deserve to have you on the project in the first place. It just proves you know exactly what your time and expertise are actually worth.
Elara lets out a quiet, deeply contented exhale, the absolute validation of his words settling warmly into the space between them. A natural, entirely comfortable lull falls over the stone bench, the heavy professional intensity of their conversation gently fading away as the sun begins to dip lower behind the city skyline. She doesn't reach for her defensive armor, simply allowing herself to bask in the safe, unhurried atmosphere. Roman absorbs the quiet shift with a slow, appreciative smile, his athletic frame fully relaxing in the cool evening breeze. He remains securely grounded in his active listener posture, perfectly recognizing that the week's battles are officially over. He lowers his voice to a soft, intimate rumble, effortlessly transitioning the heavy intellectual sparring into a comfortable off-the-clock companionship.
I think that is the first time anyone has ever described my strict boundaries as a mark of mastery rather than a frustrating obstacle. Thank you, Roman. It is surprisingly nice to just sit here without feeling the need to constantly defend the perimeter.
You never have to thank me for telling the truth, but looking at the sun going down, I think it is officially time we put the blueprints away for the weekend. We are both technically off the clock, and I don't know about you, but holding the line all week takes a massive amount of energy.
Elara lets out a soft, genuine laugh, the sound completely free of her usual guarded tension as she admits to her own exhaustion. She shifts her weight on the smooth stone bench, entirely comfortable letting him steer the evening's momentum now that the heavy professional sparring has faded. Roman flashes a warm, highly approachable smile, completely shedding his intense, analytical persona to step seamlessly into the role of a relaxed companion. He casually stretches his broad shoulders in the cooling air, brilliantly transforming what could have been a high-stakes romantic proposition into a simple, unpretentious extension of their afternoon. He holds her gaze with a steady, unshakable ease, throwing out the lifeline with flawless, low-pressure execution.
It really does. I think I spent so much time defending the structural integrity of this plaza today that I completely forgot to actually eat anything. My reserves are officially running on empty right now.
Mine are completely gone too. I am actually starving. There is a spot just a few blocks down the street. It isn't anything fancy, but the food is incredible. Let's just get out of here and go grab a quick bite. No more audits, no more blueprints, just dinner.
Elara lets out a bright, highly entertained laugh, completely charmed by his effortless transition into a dinner companion. She smoothly pushes herself up from the cool stone bench, entirely ready to abandon the architectural debate for the evening. The heavy, guarded intensity of the afternoon is fully replaced by a vibrant, off-the-clock energy as she accepts his invitation. Roman rises to his feet right beside her, his athletic frame moving with a relaxed, deliberate grace. He flashes a warm, victorious smile, deeply satisfied that she is actively choosing to extend their time together. He gestures casually down the pavement, effortlessly guiding them out of the plaza to start the short walk.
If your only hidden agenda tonight is avoiding starvation, I suppose a temporary ceasefire is acceptable. Lead the way, but if you attempt to seamlessly pivot this dinner into a lecture on inflation metrics or market fluctuations, I am officially turning around and walking right back to my apartment.
I give you my word. The inflation metrics are officially staying at the office. We will leave all the blueprints and the audits right here at the plaza. The place is just a few blocks down the street, and I can guarantee the food is vastly superior to my lectures anyway.
Elara matches his comfortable pace as they navigate the evening pavement, her rhythmic stride flawlessly keeping time with his grounded momentum. She turns her head slightly to look at him, her expression completely softened by a bright, unguarded amusement, entirely dropping her defensive posturing. She fully embraces the low stakes, off the clock banter to playfully expand on her threat. Roman lets out a rich, effortless laugh, his athletic frame moving with a relaxed, easygoing grace right beside her. He tracks her movement with a warm, unwavering focus, his eyes dancing with a playful, competitive spark. He seamlessly accepts the comedic terms of her threat, while effortlessly throwing a low-stakes challenge right back to keep their momentum alive.
I will absolutely hold you to that guarantee. If the food is even marginally disappointing, I am officially holding you personally responsible for my wasted time. And frankly, if it is truly terrible, I might actually force you to give that inflation lecture right there in the restaurant, just so I have something to harshly critique.
I accept those terms. If the food is bad, you get the lecture. But if the food is exceptional, I get to pick the exact topic for our next conversational audit. And you aren't allowed to complain about the required reading.
A sudden, crisp evening breeze sweeps down the pavement, cutting through the lingering warmth of the afternoon. Without missing a single step in his relaxed stride, Roman smoothly slips his tailored suit jacket off his broad shoulders. He gently drapes the heavy fabric over her, completely enveloping her in his warmth, while deliberately maintaining their respectful physical distance. Ilara's breath catches softly, the sudden chivalrous gesture entirely disarming her playful, competitive streak for a fraction of a second. She instinctively pulls the heavy lapels closer to her chest, completely surrendering to the incredibly safe, grounded feeling of his protection. She looks up at him, a vibrant, unguarded smile breaking across her features as she flawlessly updates the terms of their comedic bet to include her newly acquired warmth.
The sun is entirely gone, and my chivalry officially dictates that I don't let you freeze out here on the pavement. Keep the jacket on. We still have a few blocks to go.
I suppose I can tolerate your oversized tailoring for a few short blocks, but just so we are perfectly clear, I am officially holding this jacket hostage as collateral. If the food is actually terrible, I am keeping it.
Roman smoothly comes to a halt at the busy intersection, completely shedding any lingering intensity from his confession to seamlessly step back into his role as a relaxed companion. He gestures casually to the surrounding storefronts, his broad shoulders radiating a quiet, grounded triumph. He flawlessly disarms her by throwing her own architectural logic right back at her, proving he had absorbed every single word of her earlier lecture. Elara comes to a stop right beside him, instinctively pulling the heavy lapels of his jacket a fraction tighter against the evening chill. She sweeps her gaze across the chaotic street corners, her defensive posturing entirely melting into a look of genuine, unguarded awe. The realization that he truly values her intellect deeply touches her. She looks up at him, entirely willing to step into the unknown chaos because of the massive trust he just secured.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle of high calorie foundations. We have a legendary greasy burger joint right here, a classic slice shop across the street, and a phenomenal mom and pop Chinese spot right over there. You mentioned earlier that true structural power doesn't need massive, unnecessary pillars just to shout for attention. Well, none of these places have flashy columns or imported marble to prove their worth, but I guarantee the structural integrity of their food is absolutely flawless. The choice is entirely yours.
A Bermuda Triangle of structural hazards. If my colleagues could see me standing on this corner right now, they would assume I had suffered a catastrophic mental collapse. But you were actually listening to my lecture on unnecessary pillars. And since we already established that a solid foundation doesn't need to loudly announce itself, I suppose I can overlook the neon lighting. Let's test the blueprint on the burger joint Roman. Lead the way.
Roman smoothly guides her forward, stepping effortlessly into his role as a relaxed, off-the-clock companion. He comes to a halt, turning his warm, steady focus entirely onto her. He offers an unapologetic smile, fully acknowledging the massive leap of trust she is taking by stepping out of her comfort zone. Elara moves past him, the heavy armor she usually carries completely dissolving in the shared space. She sweeps her gaze across the room with profound skepticism, but a wry, yielding smirk quickly breaks through her defenses. She turns back to face him, entirely willing to surrender her control to the man standing beside her.
I know the lighting in here is aggressively hostile and the floor might actually be permanently sticky, but I promise the menu makes up for the lack of aesthetic appeal. The guy working the grill back there has been perfecting this specific foundation for 20 years. You just have to trust the process.
I am actively calculating the odds of contracting a novel pathogen just by standing near this counter. And the fact that I am actually willing to let you order food for me in a place that clearly failed its last 3 municipal inspections is a testament to either my extreme hunger or a massive, highly uncharacteristic lapse in my risk management.
Roman leads her toward a booth in the back corner of the diner. But before she can slide in, he gently stops her. Moving with a controlled, deliberate grace, he chivalrously helps her slip out of the heavy suit jacket, meticulously draping the pristine fabric over the questionable vinyl on her side to ensure her flawless skirt never has to touch the sticky surface. He then slides into his own side of the booth, resting his forearms on the table with a deeply respectful smile that acknowledges the massive trust she just extended. Elara lets out a soft, unguarded breath, entirely disarmed by the profound, unexpected chivalry of his gesture. She slides into the booth, the heavy warmth of his jacket providing a safe, clean barrier beneath her. She scans the chaotic room one last time, before landing her focus squarely on his face. Her skeptical smirk vanishes completely, replaced by a look of raw, undeniable realization as she leans forward to deliver a quiet, profound admission.
I highly appreciate the lapse in risk management. Most people wouldn't step this far out of their comfort zone, and I know exactly what it costs you to drop the perimeter. I will go place the order. You just sit here, let my jacket protect your foundation from the vinyl, and for the first time since we met, try not to analyze the exits.
That is the most terrifying part of this entire evening, Roman. I am sitting in a structurally compromised diner, completely out of my element, relying on your jacket just to maintain a clean perimeter. And for the first time since you walked up to me on that rooftop, I am not actually looking for an exit.
Roman returns to the booth, navigating the space with a controlled, deliberate grace. He slides into the seat opposite her, his athletic presence settling into a deeply relaxed, companionable posture. He maintains his steady, unblinking gaze, a warm, profoundly respectful smile crossing his face as he fully acknowledges the massive weight of her earlier admission about not looking for an exit. Alara's classic tracking gaze drops to the center of the table, a genuine, highly amused smirk breaking through her icy equanimity as she processes the intimate gesture. She entirely drops her rigid defenses. Instead of pulling away, she leans forward just a fraction, perfectly comfortable in the newly established companionship.
The burgers and fries will take a few minutes, so I figured we could start with the house specialty. Consider the shared shake a minor structural stress test for this new dynamic. And for the record, knowing that you aren't actively mapping out the exits is the best return on investment I could have asked for tonight.
A shared strawberry shake in a structurally compromised diner. If you had submitted this blueprint to me a month ago, I would have had you forcibly removed from the site. But since I am already relying on your suit jacket to maintain a clean perimeter, I suppose sharing a beverage is the next logical phase of this highly unorthodox construction project.
Elara lets out a soft, genuine exhale, the last remnants of her rigid tension completely leaving her shoulders. She leans forward, resting her arms comfortably on the table. Her intense gaze softens into a warm, unguarded look. As she actively chooses to shed her defensive persona, she entirely drops the heavy metaphors, fully embracing the simple, grounded comfort of the shared space. Roman lets out a quiet, relaxed laugh, settling even deeper into the booth. He maintains his steady focus, radiating a profound, warm patience. Operating flawlessly as a safe companion, he is completely content to let the conversation flow naturally, deeply appreciating the massive layer of trust she just peeled back.
All right, no more blueprints, audits, or structural reviews for the rest of the night. Deal? I honestly haven't sat in a diner like this in years, but this shake is amazing. You might have actually been right about this place.
Deal. We are officially off the clock. I told you. Sometimes the best spots are the ones that don't try so hard to impress anyone. I'm just really glad you are enjoying it.
Elara pauses, the reality of his consistent patience finally breaking through her skepticism. She completely drops her classic tracking gaze, replacing it with a raw, searching vulnerability. She leans forward just a fraction, bypassing her usual defensive posturing entirely to ask her very first genuine personal question. Roman holds her searching gaze with a steady, unblinking focus, radiating a profound, unshakable warmth, entirely dropping his analytical persona. He flawlessly operates as a grounded companion. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile, answering her heavy question with complete honesty to entirely strip away the tension.
Every person I have ever let pass the perimeter eventually hands me a bill. Yet, you have sat through silent standoffs, audited my architecture, and now you are literally giving up your suit jacket just to give me a clean place to sit. You haven't asked for a single thing in return. Tell me the truth. What is it that you actually want from me?
I know you're waiting for the catch, but there isn't one. I don't have a hidden agenda. I really just like sitting in the courtyard with you. That's it. I don't want a payout. I am perfectly happy just sharing this space with you tonight.
Elara pauses, her relaxed demeanor fracturing as she fully absorbs the nostalgic atmosphere. A distinct micro-crack appears, her shoulders stiffening just a fraction. She instinctively withdraws, desperately attempting to mask the sudden, painful memory of her former confidant that the environment has unexpectedly triggered. Roman immediately registers the rigid shift in her posture, his athletic frame remaining deeply grounded. Recognizing the painful vulnerability she just exposed, he flawlessly executes his role as a safe companion. He completely ignores the instinct to press for details. Instead, he shifts his weight forward to draw her focus. Maintaining a warm, steady gaze, he deliberately chooses to take the emotional spotlight off of her by freely offering his own painful history, creating a balanced, low-pressure space for her to breathe.
It really is as good as you promised. But to be perfectly honest, I haven't sat in a booth like this since before that inside job I told you about. My closest friend and I used to make a habit of finding places exactly like this. Being back in this kind of environment is causing a bit more turbulence than I anticipated tonight.
You don't have to explain the turbulence. We can completely close the book on that topic right now. I actually know exactly what it feels like to have the ground fall out from under you. I didn't just casually retire from baseball. I blew out my pitching arm and lost my entire career overnight. My whole foundation collapsed in an instant, and I had to figure out how to rebuild my identity entirely from scratch.
Roman leans forward slightly, his athletic presence settling into a relaxed, deeply open posture. He maintains a warm, steady gaze, deliberately keeping his unblinking focus on her to ensure the emotional weight of the conversation remains entirely on his shoulders. He speaks with a quiet, grounded honesty, completely shedding any remaining calculated strategy to offer her a genuine, raw piece of his past. Elara's intense, tracking gaze softens completely, the rigid tension entirely melting away from her shoulders. She rests her forearms comfortably on the table, completely dropping her usual deflector poses. She tilts her head, her expression reflecting a raw, genuine empathy. She absorbs his vulnerability, deeply moved by his willingness to expose his own painful history just to make her feel safe in the shared space.
It was the final stretch of the season. My shoulder had been aching for weeks, but I completely ignored the warning signs. I was so convinced that I had to carry the entire team on my back that I couldn't rely on anyone else in the bullpen to close out the games. So I just stubbornly stayed on the mound. I threw a fastball, and I actually heard the pop. Just like that, it was over. I pushed myself until I physically broke, all because I wouldn't let anyone else step in and help me carry the weight.
You destroyed your own foundation because you thought you were the only one who could handle the pressure. I actually understand that better than you might think. It is a terrifying reality to face. Waking up and realizing the strength you relied on your entire life is just gone. When the dust finally settled, how did you even figure out where to start over?
Roman briefly breaks his steady, unblinking gaze, dropping his focus to the table. The usually unshakable confidence in his athletic presence dims just a fraction, revealing the raw, lingering weight of his past trauma. He allows himself to be fully seen in his lowest moment, completely shedding his defensive walls. He finally lifts his eyes back to hers, his expression reflecting a quiet, grounded honesty, entirely devoid of his calculated persona. Elara's classic tracking gaze completely dissolves, replaced by a look of profound, unguarded empathy. She leans in slightly closer, absorbing his painful confession. In a rare display of quiet support, she bridges the emotional gap perfectly, honoring the acute vulnerability of their shared space without crowding him.
I didn't start over right away. To be completely honest, the reality of losing the majors entirely destroyed me for a long time. Getting to the big leagues wasn't just a goal, it was the only future I had ever mapped out for myself. When the doctors told me the arm was permanently gone, I spent months just sitting in the dark, completely lost and angry at the world. I had to fully mourn the death of that dream before I could even bring myself to open a textbook and start studying for those financial exams.
It takes a massive amount of resilience to drag yourself out of the dark after your entire future is erased. Most people just let a collapse like that define the rest of their lives. They just sit in the rubble and refuse to move on. But you didn't do that. You built an entirely new career, and a highly successful one, right out of your own wreckage.
Roman lets out a quiet, genuine laugh, completely accepting her gentle praise. He relaxes back into the booth, maintaining his warm, steady focus, radiating a grounded humility. He entirely sheds his calculated persona to act as a safe companion. He casually wraps up his story, highlighting the ultimate lesson he learned about trust and rebuilding to seamlessly bridge the emotional gap. Elara keeps her intense gaze fixed on him, her previously guarded expression completely replaced by a profound, somber understanding. She lets out a soft, unguarded sigh. Fully embracing the newly established trust, she decides to reciprocate his vulnerability. She uses the chaotic environment to finally reveal the raw truth about her closest confidant, taking a massive step forward in the shared space.
That stubbornness eventually paid off. I finally passed the exams and fought my way into a spot at the firm. But the biggest takeaway from the whole ordeal wasn't the finance knowledge. Rebuilding from scratch taught me that when your entire life collapses, you find out exactly who is actually willing to stand in the rubble with you. It makes you incredibly careful about who you trust to help you build the next chapter.
Ironically, I faced something incredibly similar. Only my foundation didn't collapse because of a physical injury. It collapsed because the person I trusted most to stand in the rubble with me was the exact one who kicked the supports out. The reason this environment has been causing me so much turbulence tonight is because the last time I sat in a booth like this, I was sharing fries with my best friend, right before she destroyed everything.
Roman absorbs the heavy admission with a slow, understanding nod, keeping his posture relaxed and entirely unthreatening. He completely ignores the instinct to dig for the explosive details. Instead of pressing her, he simply holds her gaze with a quiet, profound empathy. He deliberately leaves the emotional door open for her to walk through at her own pace, without demanding she hand over the entire story. Elara lets out a slow, heavy exhale, the last of her rigid defenses melting away as she registers his chivalrous restraint. She rests her forearms comfortably on the table, her eyes softening into a look of raw, unguarded honesty. She entirely drops the heavy metaphors, choosing to speak plainly and directly from the heart as she fully embraces the safety of the shared space.
That is a completely different kind of collapse. When a foundation breaks because of a physical injury or a structural flaw, you can at least make sense of the math. But when the person you trust most actively kicks the supports out, it ruins your ability to trust the ground you walk on. You don't have to explain exactly how she destroyed it. I'm just incredibly sorry that you had to go through that.
The hardest part wasn't just losing my best friend, it was realizing I was completely blind to what she was doing right in front of me. You spend your whole life thinking you are a good judge of character, and then the person closest to you proves you entirely wrong. After that happened, it was just easier to stop letting anyone get close to me.
Roman absorbs the heavy admission with a slow, understanding nod, his athletic frame radiating a quiet, grounded warmth. He maintains his relaxed posture, keeping his steady, unblinking focus squarely on her, flawlessly executing his role as a safe companion. He offers a gentle, deeply empathetic smile. He completely avoids the urge to interrogate her trauma, choosing instead to validate her pain with simple, honest reassurance. Elara's posture instantly shifts, the raw vulnerability in her eyes vanishing as a brief, defensive wall instinctively slams back into place. She withdraws her arms from the table, crossing them tightly as she leans back. Her intense gaze sharpens into a guarded, calculating glare. Acutely aware of their physical positioning, she immediately checks what she perceives as an unearned assumption to fiercely protect her newly exposed foundation.
That kind of heartbreak makes you second guess everything, especially yourself. But you shouldn't blame yourself for trusting someone who was supposed to be your best friend. Having your trust broken like that doesn't mean you are a bad judge of character. It just means you have to be incredibly careful about who gets to sit across the table from you next.
If that is your subtle way of nominating yourself for the position, you are severely overstepping. Just because you are currently sitting across from me sharing a shake does not mean you automatically get a permanent seat at the table. You don't get to dictate how I rebuild my trust when I do it, or who I decide to let in.
Roman registers the sudden spike in her defenses with a calm, understanding nod, entirely unfazed by the brief wall. He respects the boundary immediately, shifting his weight back slightly to give her the emotional space she requires. He maintains his warm focus without a trace of defensiveness, flawlessly executing his role as a safe companion, validating her autonomy entirely. He makes it explicitly clear that he knows he has to earn his place. Elara's brief, defensive posture immediately dissolves as the chaotic atmosphere interrupts the heavy moment with the arrival of their food. She uncrosses her arms, her intense gaze completely softening as she realizes he entirely respected her boundary. Deeply appreciating his chivalrous restraint, she fully draws her walls back down and comfortably embraces the sudden break in tension.
I am not nominating myself, and I am definitely not trying to dictate who you let into your life or how you do it. I know perfectly well that I haven't earned that kind of trust yet. I was just pointing out that you have every right to be fiercely protective of your space. Whoever does eventually get to sit across from you is going to have to put in a massive amount of work to prove they actually deserve to be there.
That is a very fair assessment, and it appears we won't have to debate the hypothetical seating arrangements on an empty stomach anymore. Let's see if this burger is actually worth all the turbulence it took to get here.
Elara pauses, her expression shifting from cautious skepticism to undeniable delight as she completely registers the quality of the meal. She quickly attempts to mask the genuine reaction, her intense gaze returning as she leans forward. She flashes a sharp, highly entertained smirk, completely comfortable throwing a few low stakes, sarcastic jabs to cover her immediate approval. Roman lets out a quiet, relaxed laugh, settling even deeper into the booth. He perfectly maintains his grounded, unapologetic triumph, keeping his steady, unblinking focus warmly on her, operating seamlessly as an easygoing companion. He is more than happy to absorb her sarcastic barbs without needing to brag.
This is incredibly frustrating. I was fully prepared to give you a long list of reasons why eating in a place with lighting this hostile was a terrible idea. But this burger is actually Fantastic. I am going to assume you just got extremely lucky finding this spot. So please, do not let this small victory inflate your ego.
I will gladly accept beginner's luck. I am not going to sit here and gloat. I'm just really happy you actually like it. And for the record, your face completely gave you away before you even started talking. You can insult the lighting and my ego all you want, but I definitely know a win when I see one.
Elara lets out a soft, highly entertained scoff, entirely dropping any remaining pretense of her icy equanimity. She leans back comfortably, shifting into a stance of relaxed, playful challenge. Her intense gaze dances with competitive amusement, completely comfortable deploying a few low-stakes, sarcastic digs without carrying any real defensive weight. Roman lets out a rich, genuine laugh, settling even deeper into his relaxed, unbothered posture. He maintains his steady, unblinking focus, a warm and victorious smirk spreading across his face. Operating flawlessly as an easygoing companion, he perfectly catches her teasing logic and effortlessly fires it right back to claim his win.
I suppose I should congratulate you on successfully identifying a tolerable meal. I am sure you consider this to be a massive triumph of your analytical prowess. But let us not pretend this qualifies you as a culinary mastermind. You probably just saw a crowd of construction workers walking in here and decided to claim their discovery as your own.
I will have you know that following construction workers is a highly respected tactic for locating both the best structural foundations and the best food in the city. It is called delegating the field research. You can question my methods all you want, but I am still officially putting this victory on the scoreboard.
Elara shifts her weight comfortably, entirely shedding her usual guarded tension. She leans forward loosely, her intense gaze completely replaced by a relaxed, genuinely amused expression. She playfully rolls her eyes, more than happy to challenge his newly claimed victory without relying on heavy intellectual defenses. Roman lets out a quiet, relaxed laugh, completely comfortable with the playful deduction of points. He settles deeper into his seat, radiating a calm, easygoing patience. He maintains his steady focus on her, his warm smile perfectly matching her competitive banter as he smoothly deflects the penalty.
You can put it on the scoreboard, but finding a decent burger only earns you a single point. And considering you dragged me several blocks through the freezing cold just to get to this corner, I am fairly certain you are still heavily in the negative for the evening. You have a long way to go before you can officially declare a win.
I will gladly take the single point. You have to start the scoreboard somewhere. Besides, the freezing cold walk was just a necessary strategy to make sure you actually appreciated the heat inside this place once we finally sat down. I'd say the plan worked out perfectly.
Roman shifts his weight, leaning casually across the center line of the table. Maintaining his steady focus and a warm, playful smirk, he deliberately reaches into her carefully guarded perimeter to smoothly steal one of her fries. Operating flawlessly as an easygoing companion, he casually tests this new physical boundary, perfectly comfortable risking her defensive wrath for the sake of the shared joke. Alara's intense gaze snaps down to his hand and then back up to his face, her composure completely shattering into a look of highly amused disbelief. She leans back slightly, crossing her arms loosely. Instead of immediately rebuilding her fortress or swatting him away, she comfortably accepts the low-stakes intrusion into her space, perfectly content to let him enjoy his manufactured victory.
I am officially claiming point number 2 for the evening, and for the record, successfully infiltrating your perimeter to steal a French fry without triggering any immediate alarms is a much bigger victory than just finding a good burger.
That is a blatant structural violation, not a victory. You do not get to award yourself points for outright theft. If you are going to resort to pillaging my side of the table just to pad your scoreboard, I am going to have to reinstate the perimeter guards immediately.
Roman settles deeper into his relaxed posture, entirely unapologetic for his infiltration. He leans his forearms comfortably on the table, maintaining his steady, unblinking focus. His eyes dance with a playful, competitive spark as he completely embraces his role as an easygoing companion, happily leaning back into their classic metaphor for the sake of the joke. Elara lets out a genuine, quiet laugh, her remaining guarded tension completely shattering into pure amusement. She shifts her weight, playfully angling her body to shield the remainder of her space. Her intense gaze softens completely. Fully enjoying the grounded, low-stakes banter, she effortlessly fires back a counter-strategy to reclaim her lost resources.
You can reinstate the guards, but the damage is already done. Stealing your resources is a highly effective long-term tactic. If I can't force the drawbridge down, I will just slowly deplete your supplies and starve you out. It practically guarantees the siege wins eventually.
Starving me out is a terrible strategy. It just guarantees that I will be incredibly irritable while you sit out in the courtyard waiting for the walls to fall. Besides, if you continue to pillage my side of the table, I will simply annex the remainder of the shared shake to compensate for the lost resources.
Elara leans forward, fully intending to reclaim her territory, but at that exact unpredictable second, he moves in too. Their faces suddenly stop mere inches apart in the dead center of the shared space. The witty, competitive banter instantly dies in her throat. The chaotic noise of the room seems to completely evaporate, leaving nothing but the heavy, suffocating rush of her own pulse. She freezes entirely, her intense gaze locking onto his as her breathing sharply stutters. The undeniable magnetic heat radiating from him completely overrides her logic. Roman holds his ground just a breath away from her lips, his own composure fiercely tested. He doesn't pull back a single millimeter. He lets his gaze drop heavily to her mouth for one agonizing heartbeat, before slowly lifting his dark focus right back to her eyes. He allows the beautiful electric tension to stretch out, perfectly regulating his breathing before he finally decides to chivalrously yield the space.
I, I thought I made it explicitly clear that I was annexing the rest of this.
You did. I was just checking the perimeter one last time. Consider the rest of it officially surrendered. It is all yours.
Elara slowly pulls back, finally breaking the highly charged, lingering eye contact. The chaotic noise of the room seems to instantly rush back into the space. She takes a slow, victorious breath, her previously raw vulnerability completely softening into a look of genuine, unguarded appreciation for his respectful restraint. Entirely dropping her defenses, she comfortably embraces the aftermath of the incredibly satisfying, low-stakes meal. Roman lets out a rich, relaxed laugh, completely comfortable with breaking the heavy physical tension of the standoff. He leans back with a controlled, deliberate grace, allowing her to fully claim the victory over the shared space without any further challenge. He maintains a steady, unblinking focus, his warm smile widening as he gladly accepts her rare, unprompted compliment on his choice of venue.
I highly appreciate the chivalrous surrender. And to be perfectly honest, it is incredibly frustrating to admit. But that was, ironically, one of the most satisfying meals I have had in a very long time. It seems your recommendation was exactly as flawless as you promised.
I told you, sometimes the places that don't try so hard to impress anyone are exactly what you need. I'm just really glad you actually enjoyed it, and I will gladly surrender the rest of it if it means I get to officially put the final point on the scoreboard for the diner.
Elara lets out a soft, genuine laugh, completely shedding any remaining guarded tension. She rests her forearms on the table, her intense tracking gaze dancing with unguarded amusement. Fully conceding the victory, she awards him the points without relying on any defensive intellectual shields. Roman accepts the hard-earned win with a warm, grounded smile, his athletic frame settling deeply into the booth. He maintains his steady, unblinking focus, realizing that the chaotic environment has perfectly served its grounding purpose. Operating flawlessly as a safe companion, he smoothly and gently initiates the transition to the next phase of the evening, suggesting a quieter space where they can organically close the physical distance without making any demanding requests.
Fine. You can officially put the final point on your scoreboard. The burger was exactly as good as you promised. The fries were excellent, and your highly chivalrous surrender of the shake entirely secures the victory. You officially win the diner round.
I will proudly take the win. But as much as I enjoyed the meal, I think we have both survived enough of this harsh fluorescent lighting for one night. I know a quiet, low lit lounge just around the corner. We could grab a glass of wine, find a much more comfortable couch, and just relax for a bit. What do you say?
Elara pauses, dropping her intense tracking gaze as she genuinely considers the offer. She is clearly tempted by the idea of leaving the current space, but her natural instinct to protect her foundation makes her hesitate. She looks back up at him, entirely maintaining her softened demeanor while voicing a cautious boundary to test his intentions. Roman absorbs her hesitation with a slow, understanding nod, his athletic frame remaining completely relaxed. Recognizing her instinct to pull back, he flawlessly executes a micro-tactical withdrawal to entirely remove the pressure. He maintains his warm, unblinking focus, completely validating her boundary by taking the offer off the table without a single trace of disappointment.
A low-lit lounge with a comfortable couch sounds like an environment deliberately designed to dismantle whatever defenses I have left tonight. We originally only agreed to survive this diner. Extending the evening into a second location feels like a fairly significant escalation.
You are completely right. We don't have to go to the lounge. The meal was a massive win. We both survived the lighting, and I got my points for the evening. I am perfectly happy calling it a highly successful night right here.
Elara pauses, a genuine flicker of surprise momentarily breaking her composure as she realizes he is actually going to let her walk away unchallenged. She uncrosses her arms, leaning forward as the realization hits her, entirely unwilling to let the evening end. She completely drops her defensive posturing, actively taking the lead to reopen the emotional door he just chivalrously closed. She comfortably rationalizes her own desire to stay. Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh, a warm, victorious smirk spreading across his face as she actively chooses to extend the evening. His athletic presence radiates a calm, grounded triumph. Deeply appreciative that she took the lead without feeling pressured, he shifts his weight, preparing to stand up with a controlled, deliberate grace. He holds her gaze with a steady, unblinking focus, perfectly content to let her completely dictate the pace of their newly established dynamic.
I didn't actually say I wanted to call it a night. I simply stated it was an escalation. But considering the lighting in here and the cold outside, finding a comfortable couch and a glass of wine is probably the most practical move we can make right now. Let's go.
A highly practical move. I couldn't agree more. I will lead the way.
Roman steps out of the seating arrangement, moving with a controlled, deliberate grace, anticipating the dropping temperature outside. He flawlessly executes his role as a chivalrous companion by providing a heavy layer of warmth. He ensures his hands do not linger, perfectly respecting her physical boundaries while entirely embracing the palpable, acute awareness of their shared proximity. He holds her gaze with a steady, unblinking focus, prepared to follow her lead. Elara lets out a soft, unguarded breath, the chaotic noise of the room completely fading as she instinctively pulls the heavy fabric closer to her chest. She becomes deeply hyper-aware of his physical closeness, entirely surrendering her usual guarded tension. She falls into step beside him, actively and comfortably embracing the quiet transition to the next location.
Since I agreed to lead the way to the lounge, I'm not going to let you freeze before we actually get there. Keep the jacket on. We can just enjoy the walk.
I suppose I can tolerate your oversized tailoring for a few short blocks in this weather. But just so we are perfectly clear, I am officially holding this jacket hostage until we are safely inside the lounge.
Elara steps through the entrance of the quiet, upscale lounge. She completely drops her icy equanimity, actively scanning the room for the best vantage point. Spotting an intimate, curved velvet couch tucked into a quiet corner, she angles her body toward him, her breathing steadying as she actively chooses the shared, close proximity seating over a standard table.
The ambient lighting in here is a significant architectural upgrade from the fluorescent interrogation we just survived. There is an open couch in the back corner. I believe it offers the optimal vantage point for the rest of the room. I claim that spot.
Roman steps into the low-lit lounge right beside her, his athletic presence moving with a controlled, deliberate grace. He follows her gaze toward the corner couch before turning his steady, unblinking focus back to her. A warm, profoundly respectful smirk crosses his face. Operating flawlessly as a safe companion, he completely respects her autonomy, deeply pleased that she is the one actively choosing the closer physical proximity.
I completely agree on the lighting, and since you are currently in possession of my jacket, you officially have the authority to dictate all of our seating arrangements for the rest of the evening. The couch is all yours. Lead the way.
Elara smoothly approaches the curved velvet couch and takes a seat. As the plush seating naturally forces them into a shared, intimate space, her rigid posture completely dissolves into an acute physical awareness. Her breathing catches slightly as she drops her defensive gaze entirely, turning her head to lock eyes directly with him to navigate the incredibly close proximity.
I suppose since you successfully navigated the structural hazards of the diner, I can formally permit you into the VIP section. But if you think sharing a couch means you are getting this jacket back anytime soon, you are severely mistaken.
Roman settles onto the couch right beside her. The intimate curve of the seating inherently angles his broad shoulders toward her, leaving only a fraction of an inch between them, close enough to feel the ambient heat, but strictly avoiding any actual touch. He locks his steady, unblinking focus directly onto hers, entirely embracing the palpable tension and heavy, regulated breathing of the moment.
I already surrendered the jacket for the night. Alara, I am just happy to be granted access to the VIP section, though I have to admit, the view from this side of the courtyard is definitely my favorite one so far.
Alara's pulse becomes faintly visible at the base of her throat as the heavy, shared silence stretches between them. She abandons her usual sharp retorts, her body instinctively mirroring his relaxed but hyper-aware state. Tilting her head just a fraction, the intense, lingering eye contact completely replaces their usual verbal sparring. The paper-thin gap between their shoulders crackles with unspoken tension as she pitches her voice low, letting the incredibly close proximity do the heavy lifting.
You seem entirely too comfortable on this side of the courtyard. Roman, most people would find the restricted airspace in the VIP section to be slightly suffocating.
Roman doesn't pull back a single inch. He entirely focuses on the electric, agonizing gap between them, remaining perfectly still. His steady, unblinking gaze darkens with a quiet, undeniable intensity, dropping briefly to her lips before slowly rising back to meet hers. Deliberately regulating his breathing to match hers, his voice drops to a deep, intimate murmur.
I'm not most people. I happen to thrive in restricted airspace. Besides, I find that when you stop trying to fight the altitude, it is actually incredibly easy to breathe.
Her breath hitches slightly, his quiet, intimate resonance completely disarming her usual sharp reflexes. The paper-thin gap between their shoulders radiates a heavy, palpable heat. She abandons her classic deflector poses entirely, allowing her hands to rest loosely in her lap. Her gaze remains locked intensely on his face as she attempts to muster a defense that lacks any real conviction.
You are entirely too confident for a man who is currently stranded in restricted airspace without his armor. Most people would be meticulously calculating an exit strategy right now, just in case the altitude finally gets to them.
He lets out a soft, appreciative exhale, completely ignoring the concept of an exit strategy. His focus narrows intensely on her face. Tilting his head just a fraction, he closes the physical gap by a millimeter without actually crossing the boundary into physical touch. His steady, unblinking gaze traces the calm lines of her expression before locking directly onto her eyes, his demeanor softening into a look of profound, quiet awe.
I am not looking for an exit. I am exactly where I want to be. I just wanted to see what the master architect looked like when she finally stopped analyzing the room for threats. The ambient light in here catches your eyes perfectly. They are genuinely stunning when you aren't using them to scan for the exits.
She pauses at the grounded compliment, the incredibly close gap between them feeling increasingly electric. As a waitress approaches their corner to take their order, it provides a perfectly timed excuse to break the heavy, lingering eye contact. She smoothly turns her head, using the sudden interruption to physically regulate her breathing and mask the micro crack in her composure. Resting her hands loosely in her lap, her rigid posture relaxes just a fraction as she addresses the waitress.
I will have a glass of your oldest vintage red, please. And for my guest, since he specifically leveraged the promise of wine to negotiate his way into this VIP section, I assume he intends to match my order.
He maintains his relaxed athletic presence, completely unbothered by the interruption. He shifts his steady, unblinking gaze to the waitress for only a fraction of a second before bringing it right back to her face. A warm, knowing smirk touches his lips as he deliberately chooses to match her selection, flawlessly embracing the shared experience before foreshadowing his eventual shift in choice.
I will actually have a glass of the vintage red as well. Thank you. I am in no rush to change the altitude just yet. We can share the wine to start, though I might pivot to a whiskey once we officially settle into the restricted airspace.
Her heavy, regulated breathing matches the slow, quiet rhythm of the incredibly close proximity. She turns her head just a fraction more, toward him, the paper-thin gap between their shoulders radiating a palpable, agonizing heat. Her pulse becomes faintly visible at the base of her throat as she maintains intense, lingering eye contact, completely abandoning her classic deflector poses. She speaks in a hushed, resonant tone, leaning fully into the quiet intimacy rather than relying on her usual sharp volume.
Pivoting to whiskey so soon? I assumed a man who claims to thrive in restricted airspace would have the endurance to match my pace for the entire evening. You should be careful. Changing the altitude too quickly might actually make you dizzy.
He absorbs the low-stakes challenge without pulling away. He tilts his head just a millimeter closer, his steady, unblinking gaze darkening with quiet, undeniable intensity. He deliberately regulates his breathing to mirror hers, the heavy, unspoken tension completely replacing their usual rapid-fire sparring. He keeps his voice pitched to a deep, intimate murmur that barely crosses the fraction of an inch between them, perfectly content to hold his ground without crossing the physical boundary.
I only said I might pivot. I have more than enough endurance to match your pace. But a good strategist always prepares a secondary option for when the temperature in the room inevitably rises. For now, I am entirely focused on enjoying the wine.
Alara's pulse quickens, faintly visible at the base of her throat as she processes his confident assessment of the rising temperature. She remains seated perfectly still, hyper-aware of the fraction of an inch separating their shoulders. Completely abandoning her classic deflector poses, she rests her hands loosely in her lap while maintaining intense, lingering eye contact. She tilts her chin up just a fraction, projecting a flawless mask of icy equanimity as she fires back, keeping her voice in a hushed, intimate resonance.
You have a terrible habit of predicting temperature shifts that haven't actually occurred. The climate control in this section of the courtyard is perfectly regulated. I assure you, any perceived heat is entirely a product of your own imagination.
Roman absorbs the denial with a slow, knowing smirk, settling even deeper into the intimate space. He deliberately holds his ground, leaving the agonizing, paper-thin gap between them entirely intact. His steady, unblinking gaze drops for a split second to the visible pulse at her throat before locking right back onto her eyes. He regulates his breathing to mirror the exact rhythm of hers, perfectly content to call her bluff without crossing the physical boundary into actual touch.
Is it? Because from where I am sitting, your climate control looks like it is currently working on overdrive to keep the foundation cool. But if you want to blame the ambient heat entirely on my imagination, I am perfectly happy to let you keep pretending.
The quiet arrival of the waitress placing their drinks on the table provides a momentary break in the agonizing standoff. Elara lets the heavy silence linger for another second before finally dropping her combative pretense. Reaching for her glass, she leans back into the plush curve of the couch, her shoulder hovering just a fraction of an inch from his. Deeply aware of the radiating heat, she abandons her classic deflector poses entirely, turning her head to look at him with a startlingly unguarded sincerity.
All right, you win. I am officially too exhausted to keep arguing about the temperature or the architecture. It has been a brutally long week, and for once, I would actually just like to sit here, drink this wine, and have a normal conversation. No more strategy.
He accepts the truce with a slow, profoundly respectful nod, completely dropping his competitive edge. Picking up his own glass, he settles back with a relaxed, grounded ease. He deliberately maintains the paper-thin physical gap between them, perfectly comfortable letting the heavy kinetic tension simmer without needing to push it further. His steady, unblinking gaze warms with quiet appreciation as he fully embraces his role as a safe, steady companion.
I can absolutely agree to those terms. No strategy, just the wine. So, if we are just two normal people having a drink on a Friday night, tell me something real. When you aren't working 80-hour weeks or trying to keep everyone at a distance, what do you actually do just for yourself?
She absorbs the grounded question, completely bypassing her usual instinct to rebuild a defensive wall. She lowers her gaze to her wine glass for a quiet heartbeat, a soft, unguarded smile touching her lips, before she lifts her eyes right back to lock onto his. She answers with a hushed, genuine resonance, allowing him to see a raw piece of her off-the-clock reality.
I listen to old jazz records. I have a vintage player in my apartment. When the structural math finally stops running in my head, I pour a glass of wine, put on something completely chaotic, and just sit in the dark. It is the only time I actively embrace something that doesn't follow a strict, predictable set of rules.
His steady, unblinking gaze softens with profound appreciation, completely captivated by the unguarded confession. He doesn't pull back a single millimeter, the paper-thin gap between their shoulders radiating a palpable electric heat. Deliberately regulating his breathing to mirror the slow rhythm of hers, he strictly maintains the physical boundary. He lowers his voice to a deep, intimate murmur, making the incredibly close airspace between them feel entirely like a private sanctuary.
Controlled chaos. It makes perfect sense that a woman who spends her entire life enforcing rigid, unbending rules would secretly find comfort in a genre where the musicians are completely making it up as they go. I have a feeling I would really like your chaotic jazz collection.
She speaks in a hushed, resonant tone, keeping her voice low to ensure the restricted airspace between them feels entirely isolated.
You say that now, but sitting in the dark, listening to unpredictable noise, isn't a strategy. It requires entirely surrendering control and just letting the music dictate the room. For a man whose entire nature is built around fixing things and managing outcomes, I am not entirely convinced you actually know how to do that.
He absorbs the low-stakes challenge without pulling back a single inch. He tilts his head just a millimeter closer, his steady, unblinking gaze darkening with quiet, undeniable intensity. He keeps his voice pitched to a deep, intimate murmur.
I know exactly when to surrender control. You don't survive half your life on a pitcher's mound without learning how to let go of the variables you can't micromanage. I am perfectly capable of just sitting in the dark and letting the music play. You might actually be surprised by how comfortable I am in the chaos.
The rapid-fire banter officially loses its sharp edge as the heavy, shared silence deepens. Maintaining intense, lingering eye contact, she takes a slow, deliberate sip of her wine. She leans back, her voice dropping to a hushed, intimate murmur.
You might be right. I am so used to meticulously calculating every possible structural failure that I forget some people are actually trained to just stand on the mound and let the pitch fly. It seems your tolerance for the unpredictable is significantly higher than I originally assessed.
He doesn't pull away from the agonizing boundary, his athletic frame remaining perfectly still. He leaves his arm resting casually along the back of the couch, allowing the electric tension to simmer without making any actual physical contact. He keeps his voice pitched to a deep, resonant rumble, perfectly tailored exclusively for the restricted airspace.
I don't mind the unpredictable, especially when it eventually leads to a quiet corner like this. We survived the fluorescent lights and the noise of the diner, and now the variables are exactly where I want them. You don't always have to calculate the failures. Sometimes you just have to sit back and trust the pitch.
Her breath catches for a fraction of a second, at the exact moment the heavy, loaded word enters the restricted airspace. Instead of retreating or rebuilding her classic deflector poses, she remains perfectly still. Maintaining intense, lingering eye contact, she completely ignores the rest of the room. A faint pulse of vulnerability is visible at the base of her throat as she absorbs his quiet certainty.
Trust is a very dangerous metric to introduce to the equation, especially for a man who makes his living mitigating financial disasters. Are you entirely sure you want to advise trusting a pitch you haven't fully scouted yet?
He registers the faint pulse of vulnerability at her throat, entirely understanding the immense weight that word carries. Deliberately holding his ground, he refuses to pull away, proving he is a safe, steady presence.
I never scout blindly, and I certainly don't use that word lightly. Mitigating risk doesn't mean avoiding the game entirely. It just means knowing exactly which pitches are actually worth the investment. And from where I am sitting, I have absolutely no doubts about the foundation.
Her regulated breathing stutters for a fraction of a second at his absolute, unwavering certainty. She keeps her voice pitched to a hushed, resonant murmur that barely breaks the silence.
It takes a staggering amount of confidence to look at a foundation with a highly documented history of catastrophic failure and still claim you have absolutely no doubts about it. Most investors would have demanded a full, invasive structural survey by now, just to be safe.
He absorbs her quiet vulnerability without pulling away. Refusing to cross the physical boundary, he answers in a deep, intimate rumble, completely owning his decision.
I told you, I already ran the audit. I don't need another structural survey to tell me what I am looking at. I don't typically play it safe, but I always know exactly what is worth the risk, and I haven't seen a single thing tonight that makes me want to step off the mound.
As the waitress steps to the edge of their intimate space to drop off his new drink, she refuses to pull away from the incredibly close proximity, merely tilting her head a millimeter. A slow, highly entertained smirk breaks through her silence as she acknowledges the sudden shift in the dynamic.
I suppose I should commend your scouting report. And speaking of shifting dynamics, it appears your secondary option has officially arrived. Should I consider this pivot to whiskey as a sign that the temperature has finally risen enough for you? Or are you simply trying to prove a point about your endurance?
He absorbs her quiet awe without retreating a single inch, shifting his steady, unblinking gaze just long enough to acknowledge the arrival at the table. A warm, victorious smirk touches his lips before he locks his intense focus right back onto her eyes.
The temperature has definitely risen, but I don't need to prove a point. I told you I would pivot once we officially settled into the restricted airspace. The wine was just the negotiation. The whiskey means I am exactly where I plan to stay for the rest of the night.
Her pulse thrums visibly at her collarbone as the sheer weight of his declaration settles between them. Abandoning her classic deflector poses entirely, she holds his intense, lingering gaze without a single flinch. She leans slightly closer into the shared space, keeping her voice pitched to a breathless, resonant whisper to match the agonizingly close proximity.
If the wine was merely the negotiation, I have to wonder what exactly you think the whiskey is going to accomplish. Most people find that the longer they sit in restricted airspace, the harder it becomes to actually think clearly. Are you entirely sure you want to risk the altitude sickness?
He absorbs her hushed challenge without pulling back a single inch, completely unfazed by the warning. He keeps his voice pitched to a deep, intimate rumble.
I am not trying to accomplish anything. I am just enjoying the fact that you finally stopped trying to push me away. My head is perfectly clear. In fact, knowing that you are willingly letting me stay, this is the most focused I have been all week.
Her breath catches slightly as the full weight of his intense, unwavering focus lands on her. She remains perfectly anchored to the plush curve of the couch.
I suppose it would be a massive waste of a Friday night to force a man with that level of focus back out into the cold. Consider it a temporary lapse in my border control. You are merely benefiting from my exhaustion.
He absorbs the weak excuse with a slow, knowing smirk. He decides to bypass her cover story entirely. He takes the lead to ask the direct question.
Exhaustion is a very convenient cover story, but we both know your border control doesn't lapse just because you are tired. You have evicted people from your courtyard with significantly less effort. So tell me the truth. Why are you actually letting me stay in the restricted airspace tonight?
Unable to fall back on her usual sharp sarcasm in the incredibly close proximity, she drops her voice to a quiet, breathless resonance, to deliver a rare, unguarded truth.
Because I realized that actively fighting a siege that isn't actually trying to breach the walls is entirely counterproductive. And if I am being perfectly honest, the silence in this restricted airspace is significantly less hollow when you are the one sharing it.
He regulates his breathing to mirror the exact rhythm of hers, his voice dropping to a deep, intimate murmur that barely crosses the agonizingly close gap.
Less hollow. That is a massive structural admission. I told you from the very beginning that you didn't have to stand guard alone. You can officially consider yourself off duty for the rest of the night. I am exactly where I want to be, and I am not going anywhere.
She makes the conscious decision to drop the intellectual shield completely.
Then let's stop hiding behind the words. No more games, no more rules, and no more talking about the room. I am just genuinely happy you are sitting here with me tonight.
His steady, unblinking gaze softens with profound, quiet awe at her absolute, unshielded directness. His athletic frame settles into the plush seating, completely shedding the last remnants of his analytical persona to match her raw honesty.
No more games, just you and me. I have been waiting to hear you speak plainly like that all night. I am really happy I am sitting here with you, too.
Her heavy, regulated breathing matches the incredibly intimate quiet of the shared space. She completely ignores the rest of the low-lit lounge, her raw, unguarded sincerity remaining locked on his face. She tilts her head just a fraction, speaking in a quiet, breathless whisper to gently peel back a layer of his own armor.
You spend so much time acting as the steady presence for everyone else. But if we are officially speaking plainly, who do you actually let into your own quiet corners? Or are you just as guarded as I am, and you just happen to hide it behind a much more approachable smile?
He slows his breathing, his voice dropping to a deep, resonant murmur as he answers with complete transparency.
I keep my circles incredibly small. After baseball ended, I learned to manage everyone else's problems so I wouldn't have to focus on my own. I smile because it makes other people comfortable, but I don't usually let anyone pass the lobby. Sitting here with you tonight, this is the most I have let my own guard down in a very long time.
A warm, encouraging smirk touches his lips as he fully embraces the hushed, intimate quiet of the shared space, pitching his voice to a deep, resonant murmur to outline the new parameters of their standoff.
If we are officially speaking plainly, then we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's play a game. 20 questions. The rules are simple. Any question is fair game. Every question has to be answered honestly, and you cannot use the previous question as a scapegoat to avoid coming up with your own. I will go first, and we can start easy to break the ice. What is your absolute favorite color?
Her breath catches for a fraction of a second at the sudden introduction of a new, entirely unstructured game. She answers and asks her first question of the 20 questions volley.
A highly unstructured interrogation with absolutely no deflector shields allowed. I suppose I can agree to those terms, provided you are prepared to withstand the exact same level of scrutiny. And to answer your incredibly simple icebreaker, it is emerald green. Now, keeping with the easy foundation, what is your absolute favorite food when you aren't eating greasy diner burgers?
Roman's warm, encouraging smirk softens into a look of quiet, grounded appreciation as he absorbs her rapid-fire compliance. He shifts his athletic frame, angling his broad shoulders even more deliberately toward her to maintain the agonizingly close, paper-thin gap between them. He regulates his breathing to mirror her exact rhythm, completely content to let the electric, unspoken tension simmer without crossing the physical boundary. His steady, unblinking gaze locks intensely onto hers, his voice dropping to a deep, resonant murmur tailored exclusively for the restricted airspace as he answers her question and prepares his next volley.
A perfectly seared, medium rare ribeye steak. As much as I appreciate a good diner, sometimes you just need a foundation with a bit more substance. Now, for my next turn, since you spend so much time analyzing structural integrity, if you had to choose exactly one city skyline in the world to stare at for the rest of your life, which one are you choosing?
Elara remains perfectly anchored to the plush curve of the velvet couch, the heavy, palpable heat radiating across the millimeter of space separating their shoulders. She completely ignores the rest of the low-lit lounge, holding his lingering eye contact with a raw, unguarded focus. A slow, highly entertained smirk breaks through her quiet stillness. She pitches her voice to a breathless, hushed whisper, seamlessly keeping the intimate game alive while preparing her own targeted counter-question.
Chicago. It is the birthplace of the modern skyscraper, and entirely unapologetic in its pragmatic, load-bearing design. It doesn't rely on flashy illusions. Now, moving on to you. Since we are peeling back the layers of your athletic endurance, what was your absolute favorite pitch to throw when the count was full and you absolutely could not afford to miss?
A fond, nostalgic smile touches his lips as his mind briefly flashes back to the mound.
A four-seam fastball painted high and tight on the inside corner. You have to make them commit to the swing before they even realize they can't catch up to the speed. Now back to your world. What is the one specific architectural design choice that you absolutely cannot stand?
Her dark eyes shine with genuine intrigue, completely absorbing his answer before flawlessly pivoting back to her own expertise.
Artificial lighting deliberately disguised to look like natural sunlight. It is fundamentally dishonest and completely undermines the integrity of a space. My turn. You manage risk for a living and take calculated chances every day. What do you absolutely refuse to gamble on?
He absorbs the weight of her question, completely anchoring himself in the quiet intimacy. His intense focus softens into a profound, grounding sincerity as he delivers his answer without a moment of hesitation.
The people I choose to invest my time in. I analyze volatile markets all day, but I absolutely never gamble on the company I keep. If I am sitting in a quiet corner with someone, it is entirely by design. Now, for your next question, considering your habit of aggressively analyzing the structural integrity of every building we walk into, tell me about a place that captivated you so much you completely forgot to look for the flaws.
Her breath catches slightly at his deliberate, weighted confession. She holds his gaze with a startlingly unguarded vulnerability, entirely captivated by the electric heat between them before leaning into her own truth.
A tiny, subterranean jazz club in New Orleans. The foundation was visibly sinking, and the acoustics were a structural nightmare. But the music was so raw and immersive that I actually forgot to care about the blueprint for an entire evening. Now, back to you. Since nothing ever seems to rattle that legendary patience of yours, I am highly curious. Tell me exactly what it takes to make the composed fixer immediately lose his temper.
His protective intensity flares slightly at her question. He holds her gaze with an unwavering, serious focus as he addresses the exact trigger for his temper.
Intentional deception. I have an infinite amount of patience for honest mistakes, but the absolute second someone deliberately lies or betrays the team, my patience is instantly gone. I refuse to invest my time in anyone who actively compromises the foundation. Now back to you. Considering your habit of preparing for the worst case scenario, if you could somehow drop your guard completely, tell me what your absolute best case scenario actually looks like.
The heavy weight of his stance on betrayal resonates deeply with her own hidden trauma. She absorbs his steady focus with a profound, unguarded vulnerability before softly sharing her truth.
A quiet room where I don't feel the need to calculate the structural integrity of the people inside it. Just a space where I can simply exist without constantly standing guard. Moving on to my next question. After your baseball career ended and you finally decided to drag yourself out of the dark to rebuild, tell me what actually made you feel like you had a purpose again?
He maintains his heavy, unblinking focus, his expression projecting a profound sincerity. He absorbs her question completely, allowing a raw, grounded honesty to settle into the quiet space between them before he answers.
Helping someone else fix a collapsed foundation. I took on a client who had lost almost everything to bad advice. When I finally handed him a stabilized portfolio, I realized I could use my own wreckage to keep other people from falling apart. Moving on to your next turn, I am highly curious about your strict criteria for the people you let in. Tell me what specific trait will actually convince you to ignore the blueprints and just completely trust someone.
She rests comfortably, entirely captivated by his unguarded honesty. Her dark eyes lock onto his with a deep, quiet respect, completely absorbing the weight of his admission before smoothly delivering her own truth.
Consistency. Words are incredibly cheap, and flashy gestures are usually just a distraction to hide a weak foundation. But if someone proves they are exactly who they claim to be, day after day, without faltering, that is the only metric that actually holds weight. Now back to you. Your patience is legendary, and you naturally try to repair everything around you. Tell me what happens when you finally encounter a situation or a person that simply cannot be fixed.
His steady gaze remains directed downward at her resting hands. He lets the quiet weight of the truth settle into the space before answering with a calm, unshakable certainty.
I walk away. It took me a long time to learn that, but you cannot force something together if the pieces are completely shattered. If someone genuinely does not want the help, you simply have to let them go, or they will pull you down with them. Let's step away from the heavy stuff for a minute. If you had to walk away from your firm tomorrow, tell me what completely different career you would actually choose to pursue.
A soft, genuine smile breaks through her thoughtful focus. She deeply appreciates the lighter shift in the conversation, her analytical mind easily painting the quiet picture as she answers.
I would probably open a very small, very quiet used bookstore, tucked away on a side street somewhere, with creaky wooden floors and absolutely no neon signs. Just good coffee and silence. My turn. Since you always seem so impeccably put together, I am curious. Is there a daily habit or routine you absolutely have to complete, or else your entire day feels off?
He settles comfortably into his new vantage point behind the couch, his steady gaze radiating a warm, grounded ease as he looks down at her. He addresses her curiosity with a calm, unshakable certainty before smoothly redirecting the spotlight.
I run. I have a treadmill in my penthouse and I make sure to get a few miles in every single morning. It completely clears my head before the chaos of the day starts. If I skip that run, my entire rhythm feels off. All right, my turn. When you finally cross the threshold of your apartment at night and close the door behind you, tell me the very first thing you do to just unwind.
A quiet, genuine smile touches her lips as she tilts her head back against the plush cushions to maintain the upward sightline. She entirely appreciates the comfortable, low pressure inquiry, answering with a raw, simple truth before effortlessly tossing the banter right back.
I take off my heels and walk barefoot across the cold, hardwood floors. It sounds incredibly simple, but it immediately grounds me and reminds me that I am finally off the clock. Okay, your turn. Since you clearly have a tremendous amount of discipline with your workouts and your career, I am highly curious. Tell me your absolute favorite way to be completely lazy on a Sunday afternoon.
He settles onto the plush velvet cushions right beside her, his broad shoulders angled comfortably in her direction. His steady gaze radiates a warm, devoted focus as he watches her relax without her shoes, entirely enjoying the effortless banter before steering their game into much deeper waters.
If it is baseball season, my Sundays are completely dedicated to the MLB. On Saturdays, I usually watch college basketball. But if there are no games on, I am perfectly happy just getting lost in a good book for a few hours. Let's pivot to something a little more intimate. I am highly curious about what it takes to completely distract you. Describe a specific sensory detail, a particular scent, a sound, or even a subtle habit that instantly makes you drop your guard.
A quiet thrill catches in her chest at the sudden, sensual shift in his inquiry. She comfortably tucks her nylon clad feet closer, her dark eyes locking onto his with a fierce, unguarded sincerity. She answers his probe with absolute honesty before smoothly turning the heat right back onto him.
The scent of cedar, combined with someone who knows how to hold steady eye contact in a quiet room without feeling the desperate need to fill the silence. That specific combination will short circuit my train of thought almost instantly. Keeping with that exact territory, I want to know your weakness. Tell me about a subtle, physical habit a woman has that will immediately pull all of your focus away from the room.
His steady gaze drops from her exposed neck, his focus shifting deliberately downward. He zeroes right in on her elegantly crossed shoeless feet, absorbing the exact physical visual he has been waiting for. He pulls his sightline back up to meet her dark eyes, completely abandoning any conversational distance. He lets the heavy, palpable heat in the room spike as he delivers his confession before pushing the boundaries of the game even further.
The thought of you finally walking through your door and kicking off those heels, picturing exactly what those sheer tan nylons look like when you walk across that cold hardwood floor and finally let your guard down, it is shattering my focus right now. My turn. Since we are officially laying all the cards on the table, tell me exactly what I could do right now that would make you completely abandon your own rules.
The sudden realization that his answer is a direct, highly intimate observation of her legs sends a rush of heat across her skin. She completely abandons the urge to shift away from the magnetic proximity. Her breathing stutters slightly in the quiet lounge as she holds his intense focus. She embraces the heavy shift in the game, answering with raw directness before turning the spotlight right back onto his thoughts.
If you close the space between us and just told me exactly what you are thinking right now, instead of asking another question, but since we are still strictly playing the game, describe the exact thought you have been actively trying to hide from me since we sat down on this couch.
He feels the heavy, deliberate weight of her challenge land squarely on his shoulders. He absorbs the agonizingly close proximity, the millimeter of space between them radiating a palpable electric heat. He makes absolutely no move to retreat, entirely refusing to break the magnetic tension. His steady gaze burns with a quiet, raw intensity, proving exactly how much discipline it takes to simply hold his ground. He drops his voice to a hushed, breathless rumble, laying his deepest desire completely bare while rigidly enforcing the physical boundary of the game.
The fact that it is taking every single ounce of discipline I possess not to cross this last millimeter. I have wanted to touch you since the moment we sat down, but I respect you entirely too much to cross that line before you are actually ready for it. Now, my turn. Since I just gave you my biggest vulnerability, tell me the one thing you are most afraid will happen if I actually do close that gap.
Her breathing completely stutters, a sudden heavy rush of heat washing over her skin at his breathtaking confession of restraint. She remains perfectly anchored in the shared space, entirely captivated by the magnetic pull of his profound honesty. Stripped of all her remaining armor, she holds his lingering eye contact with a raw, completely unshielded vulnerability. She pitches her voice to a quiet, breathless whisper, delivering her own raw truth before aiming her next counter-question directly at his legendary patience.
I am afraid that if you finally close the gap, I won't ever want you to step back. Now, keeping the cards on the table, you have an incredible amount of patience. But if we are completely dropping the rules tonight, how much longer are you actually planning to wait?
Roman feels the intense magnetic pull of her question, pulling at the agonizing 1 millimeter gap between them. He absorbs her raw vulnerability with a steady, unshakable devotion. He delivers his absolute truth, completely erasing any fear that he might walk away before turning the spotlight back onto her.
Exactly as long as it takes. I told you from the beginning that I have all the patience in the world. I am not going to rush you, and I am definitely not going to walk away just because the timeline requires a little endurance. Now, my turn. You just admitted you are afraid you won't want me to step back. If we actually drop the rules and officially lower the drawbridge tonight, what is the very first thing you are going to do?
A heavy flush of heat washes over her skin at his incredibly direct, unwavering reassurance. She maintains her deep forward lean, tilting her chin up to hold his intense, lingering eye contact. She remains entirely captivated by the profound safety he radiates and pitches a breathless whisper, delivering a highly intimate confession before aiming her next counter-question directly at his observations.
I would stop calculating the exits entirely and just let you show me exactly why you decided to stay. Now, moving on before we completely ruin the parameters of this game, you have spent all this time analyzing my architecture. What structural flaw in me do you actually find the most endearing?
Dropping his voice to a hushed, intimate rumble, he delivers his highly perceptive observation before pivoting the game toward her history.
The fact that you overthink absolutely everything. You try so hard to project this perfectly cold, untouchable image to the rest of the world, but the second you actually feel something genuine, your eyes completely give you away. It is impossible for you to hide it. Since we are officially digging into the foundations tonight, if you could go back to the exact moment you decided to build all these walls and tell that version of yourself one thing, what would you say?
She tilts her head slightly, holding his lingering eye contact, delivering her own profound realization before aiming her next counter question directly at his past.
I would tell her that isolating herself isn't actually going to stop the betrayal from hurting. It is just going to make the quiet a lot louder. Now back to you. You spend your entire life fixing things for everyone else and making sure they're safe. But what is the one specific thing in your own life that you deeply regret and wish you could go back and do differently?
The heavy, agonizing weight of her question forces him to finally break their lingering eye contact. He slides off the plush velvet cushions, settling his broad frame onto the floor with his back resting flush against the base of the couch. He stares down at his folded hands. A raw, profound pang of regret washes over him. He refuses to hide behind any excuses, dropping his voice to a quiet, raspy rumble to confess his biggest regret from his baseball career.
Not handing the ball over to the bullpen. When my shoulder first started aching, I was so stubborn and convinced I had to carry the entire weight myself that I pushed until my arm completely gave out. If I had just let someone else help me, I might have had a few more years on the mound. I need to know what someone could do that would actually make you feel entirely safe.
A genuine, profound look of sadness and sorrow washes over her features as she absorbs the heavy burden he has been carrying for years.
You pushed yourself until you physically broke because you thought you had to carry it all alone. But the fact that you built an entirely new life from that wreckage proves your core foundation is actually incredibly strong. As for what makes me feel safe, when someone's actions perfectly match their words, day after day, especially when it would be significantly easier for them to just walk away. What actually terrifies you?
He remains anchored on the floor, tilting his head back to lock his steady gaze directly onto hers.
Watching someone I genuinely care about slip away because I couldn't figure out how to help them in time. It is the one thing I can't just manage or fix on a spreadsheet. Now, my turn. You control every single aspect of your environment to stay safe. If you woke up tomorrow and the walls were just magically gone, what is the very first thing you would actually do?
She sits comfortably upright on the plush cushions, her dark eyes locked downward onto his upturned face. She shares a simple, unguarded dream before turning the game right back toward his legendary discipline.
I would pack a bag and travel somewhere entirely new without creating a single itinerary or calculating an exit route, just existing in a space without managing the variables. All right, back to you. You are the most disciplined, patient man I've ever met. Have you ever actually allowed yourself to just completely lose control? Not out of anger, but just letting go of the reins entirely?
He stands tall, his broad frame casting a protective shadow over the couch, the new vertical dynamic adding a heavy, dominant pull to his raw honesty.
Honestly, right now, I spend every single day managing problems and making sure everyone else is taken care of. But standing here with you tonight, I haven't tried to dictate a single outcome. I am just letting it happen, and I don't want to step back from it. So, you are so used to analyzing every person you meet and predicting exactly what they are going to do. When was the last time someone genuinely surprised you?
Her breath catches softly at his profound confession, a warm flush rising to her skin.
You surprised me. I was entirely convinced you were just another man who would eventually get bored of the quiet and walk away the second it required any real patience. But you are still standing right here. Now, moving on, we have talked a lot about the past and how we both got here. But when you look ahead, what do you actually want for your own future?
He lowers his broad frame to kneel directly in front of her. He answers her with absolute, unwavering clarity, laying his ultimate vision bare before turning the game right back to her expectations.
A true partnership where I don't have to carry the entire weight alone. I want to wake up every single morning and know the person next to me isn't going to walk away when things actually get hard. I want to build a real home. Okay, my turn. You have spent so much time anticipating the worst possible outcome. If you actually let yourself believe that I am never leaving, what is the first thing you want us to do together?
The breathtaking reality of him kneeling directly in front of her completely steals the air from her lungs. She leans deeply forward to meet him, her dark eyes shining with a raw, undeniable awe as she absorbs the profound weight of his commitment. She delivers her simple truth, entirely letting go of her fears, before aiming her next counter question directly at his own needs.
I think I would finally stop waiting for the floor to drop and just start actually living in the present with you. Now, back to you. You have given me absolutely everything tonight, but what is a specific thing you actually need from me to make sure you feel entirely safe yourself?
He absorbs her question, entirely paralyzed by the breathtaking reality.
I want you to drop the absolute last of your armor. Look me in the eye and admit that you want me just as much as I want you. I'm the one who waits and fixes things for everyone else. But right now, purely for myself, I want to be the one man you actually surrender the control to, because you know I will never use it against you. My last question. The game is over. If I lean in right now and finally close this space, are you going to pull away? Or are you going to meet me halfway?
Her breath completely catches in her throat, a visible pulse fluttering at her collarbone under the crushing weight of his confession. Her heavy-lidded gaze locked fiercely onto his lips as she entirely refuses to retreat from the paper-thin boundary. She delivers her final answer in turning the ultimate decision entirely over to him.
I'm going to meet you exactly halfway. I am not pulling back anymore. Now, my final question. Since the game is officially over and the drawbridge is completely down, what exactly are you waiting for?
Not a single thing, Elara.
Then stop waiting.
Roman slowly pulls back from the unhurried kiss, his breathing noticeably uneven as the intense emotion of the moment hits him. He doesn't retreat to the other side of the curved velvet couch, maintaining a warm, deeply respectful proximity. His athletic frame is completely still, his steady, unblinking gaze filled with absolute quiet awe as he searches her softened features. Stripped of all his usual calculated control, he lets his own raw disbelief and affection show, entirely captivated by the profound intimacy of what just happened.
First of all, that was absolutely the best kiss I've ever had. I don't think my heart has ever beaten this fast. My mind is completely racing right now.
Elara lets out a shaky, breathless exhale, her chest rising and falling as the raw emotion of the kiss completely overwhelms her. The low ambient lighting of the lounge catches the rich fabric of her emerald green silk blouse underneath his heavy navy suit jacket. She remains perfectly anchored to the plush seating, completely abandoning her classic deflector poses to hold his searching, unblinking focus. A stray piece of her signature messy bun with side bangs shifts as she sits in the stunned, unguarded silence, looking beautifully entirely captivated.
I I don't even know what to say. My mind is completely blank. I just know that my heart is beating exactly as fast as yours right now.
Roman takes a slow, deep breath to steady his own racing heart, deliberately prioritizing her emotional well-being over the intense physical heat still lingering between them. Stepping fully into his role as a safe, grounded companion, he gently navigates the rocky emotional ground to check on her.
I know exactly what it took for you to do that, Elara. You just completely opened up and let me in, and I know how terrifying that must be for you right now. I just need to make sure you are okay. How are you feeling?
She looks startlingly unguarded in the low-lit lounge. She leans into the quiet, intimate space, completely disarmed by his unselfish concern as she voices her honest, messy emotions.
I am terrified. If I am being perfectly honest, I feel completely exposed right now, but I don't regret it. I'm just trying to catch my breath and process the fact that I actually let myself do that.
Roman slowly reaches across the space to gently take her hand, offering nothing but quiet protection. True to his word, the moment he finishes speaking, he slowly releases her hand to restore her boundaries.
I want you to hear me clearly. This is exactly as far as we are going tonight. I know how much that kiss meant, and I know exactly why it terrifies you. I am not going to push for anything more. I just wanted to hold your hand for a second to make sure you know you are safe with me.
Elara looks down at their briefly joined hands, a shaky breath escaping her lips. When he slowly pulls back, a fleeting look of loss crosses her features before she nods, meeting his gaze with absolute sincerity.
Thank you. I think if you had tried to press me for more right now, I would have completely panicked. Honestly, the fact that you are being so perfectly restrained is almost more maddening than when you used to constantly challenge me. But it is exactly what I needed.
Roman actively resists his natural urge to close the distance and pull her in. He maintains his deeply respectful proximity, completely prioritizing her emotional safety over his own instincts.
I heard exactly what you just said, Alara. And honestly, my strongest instinct right now is to pull you in and just hold you against me. I want to wrap my arms around you and make sure you feel absolutely safe. But I also know there is a lot you are processing, and actually holding you right now might be too much too soon. The last thing I want to do is cross a line you aren't ready for.
Elara's breathing stutters softly at his raw, protective confession. She remains entirely unguarded in the low-lit lounge, deeply moved by his absolute respect for her boundaries.
You are entirely too observant for your own good, Roman. You're right. If you had just pulled me in, as much as I might have wanted the comfort, it probably would have been too much for me to process right now. But knowing that your first instinct is to protect me, and that you actually have the respect to hold back, it means more than I can say.
Roman offers a slow, profoundly respectful nod, understanding exactly what she needs. He rises from the curved velvet couch, deliberately stepping back to give her the physical and emotional room to process the magnitude of the kiss. He flashes a soft, reassuring smile, prioritizing her comfort entirely as he turns to leave.
Take all the time you need. Just breathe. I am going to head to the restroom and see about getting us another round of drinks. I'll be right back.
Elara watches him exit the lounge, her posture completely softening the second she is alone. She pulls the heavy lapels of his suit jacket tighter around herself, instinctively seeking out his lingering warmth. A deeply conflicted, unguarded expression washes over her features as she stands in the quiet space, struggling to process the messy flood of new emotions and speaking her raw, unfiltered thoughts aloud.
I definitely needed a second to catch my breath, but the moment he actually walked away, I hated it. He feels so incredibly safe. Why do I already want him to come right back? I have spent years pushing everyone away to protect myself, and now I'm standing here clutching his jacket, just waiting for him to return from the bar. I am completely losing my mind.
Her fingertips lightly brushing her own lips as the raw, physical memory of the kiss completely overrides her senses. Her unguarded expression twists with an agonizing internal tug of war, visibly torn between the familiar safety of her past and the terrifying, undeniable warmth of his touch.
Half of me is screaming to get up and walk out of here before he comes back. It is the exact same voice that kept me safe after everything fell apart, reminding me how completely devastating it is when you finally trust someone and they destroy you. But the other half just wants him to sit right back down next to me so we can do it again. I am terrified that dropping my guard is a mistake, but for the first time in years, I think I am even more terrified of going back to being completely alone.
Elara instinctively tracks him as he emerges from the hallway and stops at the low-lit bar. Her unguarded expression twists with a raw, painful vulnerability as she watches him interact with the bartender. The sheer reality of her deepening feelings forces her to confront the darkest, carefully buried part of her past.
It took me years to stop seeing Maya's face every time I closed my eyes. My absolute best friend, the woman who actually helped me pick out my wedding dress, perfectly comfortable sleeping with the man I was supposed to marry. That is what happens when you finally drop your guard and trust someone completely. The better they seem, the more devastating the lie is. And he seems absolutely perfect. Every instinct I have is screaming that this is a trap, that no man is actually this safe. But when I look at him standing over there, I don't want to run away to protect myself. I just want him to bring the drinks and sit back down.
Roman steps back into the lounge and sets the fresh round of drinks on the table, completely ignoring them to lock his steady focus onto her face. He sits down on the curved velvet couch, maintaining a deeply respectful proximity as he entirely prioritizes her emotional safety over the drinks.
I brought the next round, but before we even touch these, I really need to know how you are doing. Did taking a few minutes to just sit here and breathe actually help, or are you still feeling completely overwhelmed?
Alara's tense posture instantly softens the second he sits back down beside her. She lets out a quiet, shaky exhale, pulling the heavy lapels of his suit jacket a fraction tighter around herself. She holds his searching gaze with raw, unguarded sincerity, choosing absolute honesty about her immediate emotions, while keeping the specific ghosts of her past safely locked away.
It helped me catch my breath. I am still completely terrified, and I still feel entirely out of my depth. But if I am being perfectly honest, the absolute hardest part of those last few minutes was watching you walk away. I know I needed the space, but I am incredibly glad you came back.
A slow, genuine smile breaks across his face, entirely incapable of hiding how much her admission means to him. He leans forward just a fraction, maintaining their safe, respectful distance. He holds her gaze with absolute conviction, choosing his words carefully to validate her vulnerability, while promising the exact stability she needs.
I'm not going to lie, it definitely makes me smile to hear that you actually wanted me to come back. But I also know that right now, words are incredibly cheap. Anyone can say the right thing. You need actions to actually prove it. So I am just going to sit right here and I promise you, you are completely safe with me.
The last remnants of her rigid tension completely drain away in the quiet lounge. Entirely unguarded, she leans her shoulder back against the plush velvet, her expression reflecting a profound, quiet relief.
Thank you. You are right. Words have never really meant much to me. It is the staying that actually counts. And you have been incredibly consistent with that tonight. I think I am finally ready for that drink now.
Roman lets out a rich, quiet laugh, seamlessly abandoning the heavy, emotional weight to give her room to breathe. He picks up his glass from the low table with a relaxed, athletic grace, maintaining their safe, respectful distance on the curved velvet couch. He holds his drink up to hers for a toast, his steady focus filled with absolute reassurance as he playfully encourages her to relax.
I highly recommend it. Drink up. But just for the record, my only goal tonight is to sit right here and prove that you made the right decision. No hidden agendas. Let's just toast to the fact that we both survived the sheer shock of that kiss.
Elara lets out a soft, genuine laugh, profoundly relieved by his easy transition out of the heavy emotional territory. She picks up her glass, leaning her shoulder back against the plush seating as she completely drops her remaining guard. Entirely unguarded, she gently clinks her glass against his, meeting his warm focus with a relaxed, deeply appreciative smile.
I will gladly drink to that, because if we had to sit in that heavy, breathless silence for another 5 minutes, I am fairly certain I would have permanently cracked.
Roman lets out a quiet, rich laugh. His steady gaze lights up with a familiar, competitive spark as he effortlessly slips back into their classic banter, deploying a warm, sarcastic smirk to help her breathe and normalize the air between them.
I will have to officially update my audit notes. The master architect can withstand years of complete isolation, but her foundation nearly collapses after 5 minutes of quiet company. If I had known that was the fatal flaw, I would have tried just shutting up a long time ago.
Elara lets out a soft, highly entertained scoff, a sharp, genuinely amused smirk breaking across her face. The familiar rhythm of their jousting completely washes away the remaining heavy tension. She leans back, completely dropping her guard as a playful, competitive glint returns to her eyes.
Don't flatter yourself. It wasn't your quiet company that almost cracked the foundation. It was the sheer absurdity of watching a financial advisor completely run out of things to say. The absolute silence from your side of the couch was incredibly unsettling. I genuinely thought you might have short circuited.
Roman lets the shared laughter settle, the playful spark in his eyes softening into a profound, protective intensity. He completely sheds the sarcastic banter, leaning forward just a fraction as he gently probes the depth of her vulnerability to ensure he knows exactly how to keep her safe.
I am glad you still have your sharp edges, but if we can put the jokes away for just a second, I need to ask you something. I know you said you were terrified when we kissed, but I need to know what you actually felt in that moment. I know there is a deep reason you guard yourself this fiercely, and I just want to understand what is going through your mind right now so I know how to protect you.
Alara's sharp smirk completely vanishes at the gentle, unexpected pivot back to raw vulnerability. She lets out a slow, slightly uneven exhale, meeting his searching focus with absolute, unshielded honesty as she trusts his protective intent enough to articulate her exact internal conflict.
What I felt was entirely contradictory. For the first few seconds, all I felt was this incredible, overwhelming warmth. I felt completely safe. But the moment my mind actually registered how safe I felt, the terror immediately set in. Because in my experience, the exact moment you finally feel safe is usually right before the ground completely gives way.
Roman absorbs the raw terror in her confession with a profound, grounding empathy. He slowly reaches across the small space between them on the curved velvet couch and gently places his hand over hers where it rests in her lap. His touch is warm and completely unhurried, offering a physical anchor in the low-lit lounge. He holds her focus with absolute quiet sincerity, letting his own raw emotion and desire show through. True to his protective nature, the exact second he finishes his promise, he slowly and respectfully withdraws his hand, instantly restoring her physical boundaries.
I hear exactly what you are saying, and I completely understand why you are terrified, but you need to know something. I am not just staying here because you need to feel safe. I am staying because I don't want to leave. I don't want to be anywhere else right now. I promise you, I'm not going to let the ground give way beneath you.
Ilara's breathing stutters softly at the sudden warm weight of his hand covering hers, deeply moved by his raw, emotional admission. She looks down at the brief contact. When he deliberately removes his hand to give her space, a visible wave of profound relief mixed with a fleeting spark of loss washes over her softened features. She speaks a quiet response to him before her internal thoughts completely take over.
It is incredibly hard for me to just blindly believe that right now. But thank you. Did he actually just let go of my hand to prove he wouldn't push my boundaries? Every instinct I have is screaming that this has to be a calculated tactic, but part of me actually wants to believe it's real.
Roman gives a slow, understanding nod. Recognizing that sweeping promises can only do so much right now, he chivalrously hands all the logistical control of the evening right back to her.
I know building that kind of trust is going to take a lot of time, and I am more than willing to put the work in. But right now, in this exact moment, what can I do for you? Tell me what you need. Do you want to just sit here in the quiet? Do you want to talk about something else entirely to take your mind off it? Just tell me what will make you the most comfortable right now.
Entirely unguarded, she holds his searching focus, profoundly relieved by the absolute lack of pressure as she voices her simplest, most honest desire.
Honestly, I think I just want to sit right here. I don't want to talk about the past, and I definitely don't want to try and figure out what happens next. I just want to finish my wine and sit next to you for a little while longer without having to overthink every single second of it.
Having secured her own emotional boundaries, she actively decides to take the conversational lead, probing his internal state with genuine, unguarded curiosity.
I have spent the last 15 minutes explaining exactly how terrified and overwhelmed I am, and you have just sat there being the perfectly composed protector. But what about you? You asked what went through my mind during the kiss. I want to know what you actually felt.
Roman realizes she is actively choosing to engage rather than retreat. He completely sheds his composed persona, allowing his own raw, intense emotion to surface as he leans forward just a fraction to answer.
I am definitely not as composed as I look right now. When it actually happened, all I felt was this massive, overwhelming rush of relief and then pure adrenaline. I have been wanting to do that for a very long time. The fact that you actually trusted me enough to drop your guard and let me in, honestly, it completely took my breath away.
Elara lets out a soft, breathless laugh, deeply moved by his raw honesty. She holds his steady focus, actively choosing to dig deeper into his emotional state and finding immense comfort in his shared vulnerability.
A very long time? You hid that incredibly well. But hearing that you felt that much adrenaline and that it actually took your breath away too makes me feel a lot less crazy for being this overwhelmed. So tell me about the relief you felt. Were you just relieved that the waiting was over? Or were you actually worried I was going to panic and pull away at the last second?
Roman's warm smile deepens at her direct, unguarded question. With absolute, transparent honesty, he addresses his initial physical attraction before exposing his deeper emotional fears.
Well, yes, you are an incredibly beautiful woman. What man wouldn't want to kiss you? When I first saw you up on that terrace, I stopped dead in my tracks. I was attracted to you instantly. To say that a man wouldn't want to be physical with you would be an absolute lie. But don't mistake my waiting for a very long time as just being about the physical. It has become incredibly emotional for me. So, to answer your question, the relief I felt was both. I was relieved because I finally got to close that distance after wanting to for so long, but I was also terrified that the second I actually touched you, your instincts would take over and you would pull away. The fact that you didn't panic, that you actually leaned in and let me hold you, that was the greatest relief I have ever felt.
Elara lets out a soft, breathless laugh, completely disarmed by the raw, masculine honesty of his confession. Actively choosing to peel back another layer, she voices a vulnerable admission of her own before gently probing his failsafe strategy.
I spent that entire evening on the terrace trying to be completely invisible, knowing that you actually stopped dead in your tracks. I won't lie, it definitely flatters the ego. I didn't panic because, for the first time in years, I actually wanted to lean in and let someone hold me. But it does make me wonder, what exactly was your contingency plan if I had panicked and pulled away?
Roman absorbs her breathtaking admission. He answers her probe with absolute sincerity, proving once again that his priority has always been providing her with a safe space.
If you had pulled away, I would have simply taken a step back and given you space. I told you I have all the patience in the world. I wouldn't have walked out or pressured you for anything more. I would have just sat right back down and waited until you felt safe enough to drop your guard again.
Elara lets out a slow, trembling breath, profoundly moved by the absolute lack of pressure in his contingency plan. She fully grasps the magnitude of his patience.
You have no idea how completely disarming that is. Every other man would have taken a panicked reaction as a personal insult, or tried to push harder to fix it. The fact that you would have just stepped back and waited. I think that is the exact reason my instincts didn't take over, because you actually gave me the choice not to.
Roman absorbs her realization with a slow, deeply respectful nod. Operating flawlessly as the grounded companion, he speaks with raw, unwavering sincerity to validate the absolute safety he has built for her.
I will always give you the choice. I am not here to force my way in. I am just here to be with you. And if being with you meant waiting out there for another 6 months until you felt safe enough to drop your guard, I would have done it without a second thought.
Dropping her focus to her empty glass, the sheer adrenaline of the evening finally wears off, leaving her entirely ready to embrace the emotional ceasefire.
I have spent a long time treating every interaction like a war, constantly expecting to have to defend the walls. Knowing that you were perfectly willing to just sit in the courtyard for that long, it means I can finally stop fighting. But I am completely emotionally drained. I don't want to analyze my instincts or process anything else tonight. I just want to stop overthinking and just feel. Though, looking at my empty glass, I think I am going to need that fourth round to actually do it.
He lets out a quiet, appreciative breath, giving a slow, affirming nod. Gladly accepting her terms for the rest of the evening, he smoothly transitions back into a relaxed, easygoing companion, shifting his weight just enough to look around the low-lit lounge for the bartender.
The war is officially over. You don't have to fight your instincts anymore, and you can absolutely stop overthinking. We are completely done with the heavy processing for the night. You just sit right there and rest. I will flag the bartender to get round four ordered, and we can just enjoy the quiet.
Elara watches the bartender set down the fresh fourth round of drinks, immediately reaching for her glass to take a long, deliberate sip. As the wine settles, the heavy, emotional exhaustion completely dissipates. Sinking even deeper into the plush velvet couch, the heavy lapels of his oversized suit jacket slip just a fraction. She tilts her head, flashing a lazy, uninhibited smirk that signals the heavy processing is over, and the tipsy architect has officially arrived.
You know, for a man who just officially declared a ceasefire, your posture is still entirely too perfect. I am fairly certain you haven't slouched a single time since you sat down. It is incredibly intimidating, and frankly, it is starting to make me feel completely uncoordinated.
Roman picks up his own fresh glass, a rich, quiet laugh escaping him as he instantly catches the distinct, relaxed shift in her demeanor. He leans in just a fraction, his eyes dancing with a highly anticipated, playful amusement as he gladly accepts the transition into their unfiltered, tipsy banter.
I will gladly work on my slouching if it makes you feel better. But just for the record, I have a feeling this fourth round is going to make us both a little uncoordinated. Let's just see exactly what happens when you finally go off the clock.
Alara sinks deeper into the plush curve of the velvet couch, her rigid posture completely dissolving in the warm, low lighting of the lounge. The heavy lapels of the oversized navy suit jacket shift slightly over her emerald green silk blouse as she lets out a soft, uninhibited laugh. A stray piece of her hair falls across her visibly flushed cheek. She tilts her head, her usual sharp focus entirely replaced by a bright, lazy, and highly amused smirk as she fully embraces the relaxed buzz of the evening.
I have to admit, it usually takes a significant amount of effort to find you this entertaining. I am starting to think the structural secret to your charm is simply 4 full glasses of vintage red wine. You should probably factor that into your future investment strategies.
Roman shifts his athletic frame, completely shedding his composed intensity to match her unfiltered energy. The rolled-up sleeves of his crisp light blue dress shirt and loosened navy tie reflect his deeply grounded, off-the-clock comfort. He leans his broad shoulders into the velvet seating, maintaining their incredibly close proximity. His steady gaze dances with a sharp, competitive spark. A rich, victorious smirk spreads across his face as he effortlessly catches the tipsy barb and fires right back.
If 4 glasses of wine is all it takes to finally lower the drawbridge and get a laugh out of you, I consider that a highly undervalued asset. But let's be honest, I am incredibly charming, completely sober. The wine is just helping you finally admit it.
Alara leans her head back against the plush velvet couch, a highly entertained, uninhibited laugh escaping her lips.
Charming. Please. I think persistently stubborn is a much more accurate assessment.
She turns to face him, her usual sharp focus entirely replaced by a warm, tipsy, and fiercely competitive spark as she crosses her arms loosely.
If you were actually charming completely sober, I wouldn't have needed nearly an entire bottle of vintage red just to tolerate your company this long.
Roman lets out a rich, effortless laugh, settling even deeper into the intimate curve of the cushions.
Tolerate? Careful. The wine is making you sloppy with your vocabulary.
He turns his broad shoulders toward her, his steady gaze dancing with sharp, victorious amusement as he completely embraces her unfiltered energy.
We both know you have been actively enjoying my company since round 2. You just needed rounds 3 and 4 to finally build up the courage to admit it.
Elara lets out a soft, highly amused scoff, adjusting the heavy lapels of the oversized navy suit jacket draped over her emerald green silk blouse.
Courage? I think the word you're looking for is anesthesia.
Leaning her shoulder into the plush velvet, she bridges the physical gap just a fraction, her eyes dancing with a warm, unfiltered, and deeply competitive spark as she fires back.
It takes a significant amount of vintage red to numb the effects of your relentless interrogations. But if framing it as courage protects that highly fragile ego, I suppose I can allow the delusion.
Roman absorbs the playful jab with a low, rich chuckle, settling deeply into the intimate curve of the couch.
Call it whatever helps you sleep at night.
The rolled-up sleeves of his crisp, light blue dress shirt shift as he rests his arm along the back of the seating, hovering just inches from her shoulder as his victorious smirk deepens.
But the fact remains, the drawbridge is currently completely undefended. The defensive metaphors are losing their bite, and you are sitting here smiling. I'd say the persistence is paying out exactly as forecasted.
Elara lets out a bright, uninhibited laugh, shaking her head as she leans her shoulder back against the plush velvet.
Undefended? I think the guards are simply on a mandatory union break due to the excessive pouring of vintage red.
Her expression shifting into a lazy, highly entertained smirk as she playfully defends her fortress.
Do not mistake a temporary lapse in security for a successful invasion. You are still very much stuck in the courtyard.
Roman absorbs the rebuttal with a rich, effortless chuckle, his broad shoulders shifting with a comfortable, deliberate grace.
I will gladly take the courtyard, especially since the queen seems perfectly happy sitting out here with me instead of retreating to the tower.
His steady focus dancing with a warm, competitive heat as he leans in slightly to spin the metaphor right back.
If this is what a lapse in security looks like, I fully support the union.
Roman takes a slow, deliberate sip of his whiskey, the ice clinking softly in the intimate, low-lit lounge as he settles even deeper into the plush velvet seating.
Since the guards are officially off the clock, I have to ask.
A sharp, highly entertained smirk plays on his lips as he tests the boundaries of the tipsy ceasefire.
Is this the part of the evening where the highly disciplined consultant finally admits that her grand, impenetrable fortress is actually just a very expensive pile of bricks? Because from this side of the courtyard, it looks like you are completely enjoying the demolition.
Elara lets out a highly amused scoff, swirling the last of the vintage red in her glass with a lazy, unhurried grace.
A pile of bricks? Careful. The union break doesn't mean I won't still charge you double for an unauthorized structural critique.
She bridges the physical gap just a millimeter more to catch his strike.
And I am not enjoying a demolition. I am simply conducting a highly controlled, alcohol-induced stress test on the foundation. There is a very distinct professional difference.
He turns his head to casually flag down the waitress for another round.
Well, we better take that stress test to another level.
He looks back at her, his steady gaze entirely warmed by her unfiltered, tipsy challenge as he leans his forearms on his knees to close the space just a fraction.
Let's see how strong it really is, or if it is just a very convincing facade. I'll get us another round.
Elara watches him signal the waitress, a bright, highly entertained laugh escaping her as she settles deeper into the plush seating.
Go ahead and order it. but it is my professional duty to warn you that increasing the pressure on a flawlessly built structure usually just ends up breaking the testing equipment.
A warm, competitive spark dances in her eyes as she bridges the physical gap just a millimeter more to effortlessly accept the escalation.
Don't complain to management when the auditor is the one who collapses first.
Well, in order to actually break the testing equipment, we need to thoroughly test the hypothesis first.
He leans his broad shoulders forward just a fraction, a confident, victorious smirk spreading across his face as his steady gaze dances with a warm, competitive heat.
Consider the new pressure officially applied. Let's see if this flawlessly built structure holds its ground, or if the master architect is just blowing smoke.
Elara lets out a highly entertained, uninhibited scoff, the low lighting catching the bright, lazy amusement that has entirely replaced her usual guarded focus.
I assure you, my blueprints do not rely on blowing smoke.
She turns her body slightly more toward him, bridging the intensely close physical gap.
But since you are so stubbornly eager to compromise your own audit, I will gladly watch you try. Just remember to pace yourself. It would be an absolute tragedy if the confident fixer had to be carried out of the courtyard before the inspection was even finished.
She completely embraces the warm buzz of the evening.
I am still completely fixated on this structural anomaly.
She tilts her head, her tipsy, highly entertained scrutiny playfully tracing the broad, unyielding line of his shoulders.
We are officially 4 rounds deep into the evening, and your posture is still flawlessly rigid, not a single slouch. Are you secretly wearing some kind of reinforced steel brace? Or is being this obnoxiously composed just a permanent biological glitch?
Roman lets out a rich, effortless laugh, deliberately leaning his broad frame back against the cushions to playfully demonstrate a relaxed slouch.
I promised you I would work on the slouching, but there is only so much structural collapse I can simulate in one night.
He turns his head to meet her amused gaze, his steady focus dancing with a sharp, competitive heat as a victorious smirk spreads across his face.
I don't have a steel brace. I think my posture just looks ridiculously perfect right now because you are currently melting into the furniture. It is purely a matter of contrasting proportions.
Elara lets out a bright, uninhibited laugh, shaking her head.
Contrasting proportions? Please. That is a highly creative excuse for being pathologically rigid.
Her tipsy, sharp-eyed amusement dances in the low light as she tilts her chin up.
I am fairly certain I could balance a level on your shoulders right now, and the bubble wouldn't even flinch. Tell me the truth. Do you actually sleep at attention? Or do you just power down at the end of the day like a decommissioned droid?
Roman catches the playful accusation with a rich, effortless laugh, his broad shoulders shaking slightly but entirely maintaining their grounded, athletic posture.
I power down, obviously, but the programming specifically requires me to stay perfectly upright.
He leans in a fraction closer, completely unapologetic about his composure as he embraces the magnetic, tipsy proximity to fire his counterquip right back.
Since you are currently melting into the velvet and actively surrendering to the wine, one of us has to provide a sturdy, retaining wall. I am just doing my part to make sure you don't completely slide onto the floor.
Elara lets out a bright, entirely uninhibited laugh at his excuse, her guarded instincts completely dissolved by the heavy pour of wine.
A retaining wall? How incredibly chivalrous of you. In that case, I should probably put this temporary structural support to actual use.
With a smooth, confident motion, she lifts her legs and rests her high heels directly across his thighs, tilting her head to issue a lazy, tipsy challenge as she deliberately invades his personal space.
Let's see if the decommissioned droid can handle a slightly heavier load without breaking that flawlessly rigid posture.
Roman's steady gaze drops instantly to the dark heels now resting squarely in his lap, a sudden heavy spike of heat completely testing his disciplined restraint.
I can handle the load, but I feel obligated to warn you as a consultant.
He forces his broad frame to relax into the seating, operating with massive control as he rests his hands loosely on the cushion just beside her ankles, choosing not to touch her legs directly, but entirely embracing the electric proximity.
Testing the retaining wall by putting your heels directly in my lap is a highly dangerous structural calculation. You might want to be careful. The programming isn't quite as deactivated as you think.
Elara lets out a low, entirely uninhibited laugh, completely unfazed by the sudden spike in tension as she settles even heavier into the plush cushions.
Is that a threat? Or just a highly optimistic structural forecast?
Instead of withdrawing, she deliberately shifts her weight, pressing her dark heels just a fraction heavier into his thighs as a flushed, fiercely daring smirk takes over her features.
Because from where I am sitting, your programming seems incredibly predictable. I am fairly certain I could leave my heels right here all night, and you would just sit there in perfect silence, stubbornly refusing to break that flawless posture.
Roman's steady gaze darkens with a quiet, intense heat, actively abandoning his relaxed composure to accept the tipsy challenge.
Predictable? I wouldn't be so sure about that.
He leans his broad shoulders forward, deliberately moving his hands to rest flat on the velvet just millimeters from her ankles, trapping her legs in his intimate space without actually crossing the boundary.
You are currently treating a highly active demolition site like a footrest. I might have the discipline to sit here in perfect silence for now, but if you keep shifting those heels, you are going to find out exactly what happens when the retaining wall finally decides to push back.
Elara lets out a soft, highly entertained scoff, completely unfazed by the dark warning as the wine entirely washes away her defensive instincts.
Push back, please. I am fairly certain. Your programming doesn't even allow for unauthorized movement.
Instead of pulling her legs back, she deliberately shifts her weight, pressing her heels just a fraction more into his thighs while tilting her chin up with a fiercely daring smirk.
You are just going to sit there, maintaining that impossibly rigid posture, and pretend you are actually in control of the demolition.
Roman completely abandons the flawless upright posture she had been mocking, actively leaning his broad shoulders significantly forward to close the distance.
I warned you about testing the retaining wall.
With smooth, unapologetic grace, his hands slide to her ankles, removing her high heels one by one to set them on the floor before resting his palms lightly against the sides of her calves.
But since you were so concerned about my lack of structural collapse, I figured I should probably lean in and make myself a little more comfortable. Consider the hazards officially removed. Let's see how steady your foundation is now.
Alara's breath stutters softly as the sudden electric heat of his hand settles against her calves, the intensely intimate move completely shattering her previous sarcastic momentum.
So the decommissioned droid does possess unauthorized movement protocols.
Instead of retreating from the contact, she sinks even deeper into the plush seating, tilting her chin up with a fiercely competitive, highly entertained smirk as she entirely embraces the rule-breaking proximity.
I must say, deliberately dismantling your own retaining wall just to remove my shoes is a highly drastic maneuver. Are you absolutely certain you're properly insured for this level of structural interference?
Roman lets out a low, rich chuckle, entirely unapologetic as his thumbs lightly trace the sides of her calves.
I am fully insured.
He leans his broad shoulders even closer, completely shedding the last remnants of his upright posture to dominate the shared space as a quiet, undeniable heat burns in his unblinking focus.
And honestly, the retaining wall was getting a little too restrictive anyway. Since you officially designated my lap as an active demolition site, I figured I was well within my rights to start clearing the hazards. How is the foundation holding up now?
Elara's breath catches slightly at the electric heat of his hands, but the wine fuels a bright, defiant confidence that entirely overrides her usual defensive instincts.
The Foundation is currently experiencing some minor, unauthorized seismic activity.
Instead of pulling her legs back, she deliberately shifts her weight, letting her calves rest even heavier against his palms as she looks up at him through her lashes with a lazy, fiercely competitive smirk.
But I assure you, It was structurally engineered to withstand significantly more pressure than a few bold hand placements. You are going to have to try a lot harder than simply taking off my shoes if you actually want to see a collapse.
Roman's steady focus darkens with a quiet, undeniable heat, flawlessly accepting her bold shift as his thumbs deliberately slide just a fraction higher along her calves.
Try a lot harder. Careful. That sounds dangerously close to a formal request for a full scale demolition.
He leans his broad shoulders even closer, completely dominating the magnetic shared space as a dark, victorious smirk pulls at his lips, acutely registering the slight hitch in her breathing.
And while I am highly impressed that you are leaning into the seismic activity instead of running from it, your breathing is definitely starting to give you away. Are you absolutely certain you don't want me to rebuild the retaining wall?
Roman's dark, victorious smirk widens into a look of quiet, dangerous intent as he entirely commands the intimate proximity.
If you want me to try harder, I should probably rely on my athletic background.
He reaches down, taking one of her feet firmly in both hands, as his thumbs press deliberately into her arch to initiate a slow, methodical massage.
Back when I pitched, my sports masseuse always started by rubbing my feet after a long game. There are highly specific pressure zones down here that are directly wired to release tension in the rest of the body. Since you are so stubbornly demanding a full scale structural collapse, I figured I should probably initiate a proper physical therapy session on the foundation.
Elara's breath completely stutters as the firm, electric heat of his thumbs presses deeply into her arch, sending a highly unauthorized shockwave straight through her tipsy confidence.
Physical therapy? That is an incredibly creative euphemism for unauthorized manual labor.
Her icy equanimity utterly demolished, she sinks helplessly deeper into the plush seating with a flushed, heavy-lidded stare, desperately attempting to maintain her sarcastic high ground while actively melting into the furniture.
But I suppose if you are truly that dedicated to providing free structural maintenance, I can permit the athletic demonstration. Just do not expect the entire building to crumble simply because you located a tension zone.
Roman continues the firm, methodical pressure of his thumbs against her arches, acutely aware of how completely her body has surrendered.
I don't know. Looking at the current posture of this structure, it seems like you are already melting right down to the foundation.
He lifts his steady focus to her flushed face, a dark, victorious smirk spreading across his lips as he ruthlessly challenges her defiance.
With the way your breathing keeps catching every time I hit a tension zone, I am fairly certain you can't handle this structural test for much longer.
Elara attempts to let out a sarcastic scoff, but the sound hitches softly in her throat as the electric heat of his hands works perfectly against her tension.
Melting? I am simply reallocating my structural resources to a more comfortable horizontal alignment.
Effectively a puddle, she sinks even deeper into the seating, replacing her sharp gaze with a heavy-lidded, tipsy glare as she fiercely attempts to reclaim her intellectual high ground while actively losing the physical battle.
And I assure you, I can handle any test you initiate. You are just relying on cheap reflexology tactics because you know your own retaining wall is dangerously close to collapsing under the pressure.
Roman lets out a deep, effortless chuckle, entirely unfazed by her attempt to flip the diagnostic report.
My retaining wall is holding up perfectly.
His thumbs continue to press slow, deliberate circles into her arches as he leans his broad shoulders just a fraction closer. His steady focus dances with a dark, victorious heat as he calls her bluff, knowing exactly how much she is enjoying the unauthorized maintenance.
But if you truly believe my foundation is about to collapse under the pressure, I can always stop the physical therapy right now and hand your shoes back. I wouldn't want to jeopardize the rest of the inspection.
Elara lets out a quiet, involuntary breath as his thumbs hit another tension zone, completely undermining her attempt at a sarcastic scoff.
Don't be ridiculous. Halting a stress test prematurely is a massive violation of safety protocols.
Instead of pulling her legs away, she stubbornly shifts her weight, pressing her feet just a fraction heavier into his hands to ensure he doesn't actually stop. She desperately clings to her intellectual high ground while sinking helplessly into the plush seating.
You initiated this unauthorized maintenance, which means you are contractually obligated to see it through to completion. Handing back my shoes now would just be a cowardly, tactical retreat.
Roman lets out a deep, victorious laugh, entirely satisfied by her stubborn refusal to let him stop.
A cowardly tactical retreat? We certainly can't have that on my professional record.
His thumbs press firmly and deliberately into her arch, thoroughly enjoying the fact that she is physically melting into the furniture while desperately clinging to her sarcastic vocabulary.
If the master architect is officially mandating that I work overtime to complete this physical therapy session, I am fully prepared to comply. Just admit it. You practically just ordered me to keep rubbing your feet.
Elara lets out a breathy, highly uninhibited scoff, sinking helplessly deeper into the plush seating as his thumbs hit another perfect tension zone.
I did no such thing. I simply enforced standard compliance regulations to ensure the structural stress test is completed properly.
Instead of pulling her foot away, she rests a finger seductively against her slightly parted lips, flashing a fierce, tipsy smirk as she attempts to construct a counter-argument while actively surrendering to his hands.
If you want to interpret a mandatory compliance audit as a personal victory, you go right ahead. Just keep your focus on the foundation and try not to get sloppy with your technique.
Roman's dark, victorious smirk deepens at her warning, thoroughly entertained by her stubborn refusal to yield.
Sloppy, I can assure you, my technique is flawlessly consistent.
He adjusts his grip, using both hands to apply a slow, devastatingly firm pressure directly into her arch that sends an undeniable rush of heat straight through her defenses.
But since the auditor is actively grading my performance, I should probably demonstrate exactly what happens when I apply a little more pressure. Are you going to keep pretending this is just a routine inspection, or are you ready to admit that you are completely at my mercy right now?
A sharp, breathless gasp escapes her parted lips as his thumbs hit a perfect tension zone, forcing her finger to slip away from her mouth as she grips the edge of the seating instead.
At your mercy? That is an incredibly arrogant assumption.
She arches slightly into his hands, entirely betraying her own denial as she presses her foot heavier into his palms, flashing a fierce, heavy-lidded glare while she desperately fights to keep her breathing steady.
I am simply evaluating your stamina to see if you can actually maintain this level of execution, or if you are going to burn out before the audit is even complete.
Roman's deep, victorious laugh softens into a warm, grounding smile.
I don't expect a key to the citadel. I am just testing its resolve.
His thumbs continue their slow, methodical pressure against her arches as he lifts his steady focus to her flushed face, deliberately dropping the competitive edge to offer her exact reassurance.
And making sure the foundation is actually relaxed enough to survive the walk out of this sanctuary later. Consider it complimentary maintenance.
Elara lets out a soft, breathy exhale, the gentle reassurance completely dissolving the last trace of her defensive tension.
Complimentary maintenance? How incredibly generous of you.
She lazily flexes her arches into the warmth of his hands, her flushed features breaking into a lazy, unguarded smile.
The structural report will officially note that the testing equipment was highly effective, but the citadel still stands, even if it happens to be leaning just a fraction right now.
Roman's warm, grounding smile darkens into a slow, highly dangerous smirk.
I have to admit, though, I am highly curious.
Maintaining his chivalrous restraint, he deliberately lets his thumbs slide just a fraction of an inch higher, from her arches to her ankles, holding her flushed, heavy-lidded gaze to perfectly sell the tease.
I wonder exactly how much more the Citadel would lean if the Union decided to take this complementary maintenance a little further up the foundation.
Elara's breath completely stutters, a sudden electric flush rushing over her skin at the bold, highly suggestive threat.
Union regulations strictly prohibit unauthorized expeditions.
Instead of pulling her legs away, she sinks helplessly deeper into the seating, her lazy, heavy-lidded stare sharpening with a fierce, tipsy thrill as she effortlessly fires back.
The designated maintenance zone ends exactly where your hands are right now. If you attempt to take this stress test any further up the foundation, you will officially be trespassing on restricted property. And I can assure you, the resulting structural collapse would be entirely your fault.
Roman chuckles, a low, rich rumble that perfectly matches the magnetic heat as his thumbs slow their methodical circles against her ankles.
The union is a third-party subcontractor. You don't control them.
He leans his broad shoulders just a fraction closer, holding her flushed, heavy-lidded gaze with a steady, unblinking focus as he seamlessly delivers the playful threat before chivalrously pulling it back.
If they feel they need further exploration, it is entirely their call. But since I happen to be the head of this particular subcontractor, I can officially state that based on what I am feeling right now, there is absolutely no need to test further up the foundation. Your foundation is solid. I do think, however, that you are actively hiding something from the subcontractor.
Elara's breath stutters, a sudden flush of electric heat sweeping over her skin at his initial threat, before a wave of profound, tipsy relief washes through her.
Hiding something? That is a highly aggressive accusation to make during a complimentary maintenance session.
She sinks helplessly deeper into the cushions, lazily flexing her feet against the warmth of his hands, entirely disarmed by his chivalrous retreat. She tilts her head, her heavy-lidded stare sharpening with defensive curiosity as she playfully attempts to guard her secrets.
My blueprints are completely transparent, and the foundation has absolutely nothing to conceal. What exactly do you think the Citadel is keeping out of the official report?
Roman chuckles, a low, rich rumble that matches the magnetic heat of the quiet room.
I think there is a flaw further up these pillars. Something tells me there might be a significant weakness up there.
Flawlessly executing his chivalrous restraint, he deliberately softens his steady focus, delivering the metaphorical promise with a warm, playful smile that intentionally leaves the door wide open for the future.
But at this point, right now, I will trust the blueprints. The union won't push any further tonight. Just don't be surprised if someday the inspection team comes back to finish the audit.
She realizes he is flawlessly honoring her physical boundaries. The wine entirely dissolves her remaining defensive tension.
I will make sure the official records note your strict compliance with safety regulations. The current blueprints are highly accurate.
Her flushed features breaking into a secure, heavy-lidded smile as she accepts his respectful retreat.
But I suppose if the inspection team ever decides to file the proper permits in the future, the Citadel might consider authorizing a follow-up audit. Until then, you are contractually obligated to focus on the foundation.
Roman's playful smirk softens into a warm, deeply sincere expression.
The union is fully aware of the contract obligations, and we would never breach them.
His thumbs continue their slow, methodical pressure against her arches.
This subcontractor will completely respect the pillars and the foundation. You don't have to worry about any unauthorized access tonight.
Alara's breath escapes in a soft, yielding sigh, the profound sincerity in his voice completely dismantling her remaining defenses.
It is incredibly rare to find a subcontractor who actually reads the fine print and strictly adheres to it.
A quiet vulnerability as she accepts his absolute safety.
Most simply, look for the fastest way inside to bypass the work. I will hold you to that contract.
Roman's quiet, devoted gaze remains softly focused on her feet resting in his lap.
I want you to hold me to it. The union takes a lot of pride in its work, and we aren't interested in cutting corners or bypassing the foundation just to get inside quickly.
He replaces his previous firm pressure with an incredibly gentle feather-light caress, flawlessly demonstrating the exact patience he is promising.
This subcontractor is committed to the long-term integrity of the contract, no matter how much time the project requires.
Elara's heavy-lidded gaze stays locked directly on the soft movement of his hands, the profound sincerity of his vow washing away her usual defenses.
A long-term commitment from a subcontractor without demanding immediate access. That is a highly unusual clause to include in the fine print.
She yields completely into the cushions, her flushed features breaking into a soft, highly unguarded smile as she fully accepts the serious, grounding reassurance of his touch.
But considering the exceptional quality of the complimentary maintenance so far, the Citadel is formally willing to keep the contract active.
Roman slows the soft movements of his hands, bringing the feather-light caress to a gentle, lingering stop.
I think the foundation has officially passed the stress test. The structural integrity is fully verified.
With a controlled, deliberate grace, he retrieves her shoes and gently guides them back onto her feet, one by one, deliberately breaking the intimate physical connection to execute a flawless withdrawal of his touch as he offers a warm, grounding smile.
Which means the union's complimentary maintenance is officially over for the night. I'm putting the hazards back in place before the Citadel gets too comfortable.
Elara lets out a soft, involuntary sigh as the warmth of his hands completely leaves her skin.
Over so soon? I was just beginning to document the union's surprisingly competent dedication to site maintenance.
A fleeting, undeniable shadow of disappointment cracks her flushed, heavy-lidded expression, pulling her borrowed layer tighter around herself to replace the lost warmth, before tilting her chin up to deploy a lazy, stubborn smirk.
I suppose it is incredibly rare to find a contractor who actually finishes a job ahead of schedule. Though, I must admit, the sudden withdrawal of structural support is slightly disappointing.
Roman pulls his focus away from her flushed features for a brief moment, his steady gaze sweeping across the quiet room.
As much as I would love to keep this maintenance session going, it is getting pretty late. I think it is fair to say you are a bit tipsy, and honestly, so am I.
Shifting his weight to gently guide the transition, he turns his warm attention back to her, offering a grounded, affectionate smile as he respectfully initiates the end of the evening.
It looks like the staff is already cleaning up and getting ready to close. We should probably consider calling it a night before they officially kick us out of the sanctuary.
Elara follows his gaze across the room, her heavy-lidded eyes reluctantly confirming his assessment.
Getting forcibly evicted from a sanctuary is a terrible look for my professional record. I suppose I can authorize a strategic retreat.
A soft, involuntary sigh escapes her lips as the reality that the night is actually ending fully settles in, prompting her to tilt her chin up and deploy a lazy, stubborn smirk to mask her genuine disappointment.
But only because my foundation is officially too compromised by the vintage red wine to construct a valid counter-argument. Let's get out of here before they start sweeping around our feet.
Roman shifts his weight, his athletic frame easily shaking off the lingering effects of the wine as he completely steps back into his protective persona.
There is absolutely no way I am letting either of us get behind the wheel of a car tonight. I actually live just a few blocks from this lounge, so walking is my best option.
He extends a warm, inviting hand toward her, radiating a grounded, unshakable patience as he smoothly dictates the logistics of their departure without actually knowing her route.
Which direction is your foundation? Because whether it is on my way or not, I am officially volunteering to walk you all the way to your door to make sure you get home safely.
Elara looks up at his extended hand, a lazy, highly amused smirk completely overriding her usual defensive instincts as she lets her fingers slide into his firm grip.
I suppose I cannot argue with the logistics, especially since navigating the pavement in these heels currently feels like a high-risk structural maneuver.
She allows him to effortlessly pull her up from the cushions, swaying just a fraction before instinctively pulling her borrowed layer tighter around herself to steady her balance under his steady focus.
I also happen to live just a few blocks from here. You are permitted to walk me home. But if you attempt to charge the Citadel an overtime rate for the detour, I will be filing a formal grievance.
Roman steps out of the dimly lit lounge and into the crisp, chilly night air, his chivalrous smirk deepening as he seamlessly accepts her terms.
I will gladly absorb the overtime penalty.
Turning toward her, he gently adjusts the heavy lapels of his borrowed jacket to block out the cold before stepping smoothly to her side and placing his hand lightly and respectfully against the lower curve of her back.
Consider it a necessary investment for safely navigating the hazards of the pavement. Which way are we heading?
Elara lets out a soft, yielding breath as the chilly air hits them, instinctively leaning into the heavy warmth of the jacket and the sudden electric heat of his hand resting on her lower back.
That way.
A flush of genuine, undeniable affection breaks through her tipsy smirk as she lifts her hand to point lazily down the illuminated sidewalk, entirely comfortable letting him lead her forward.
Try to keep a steady pace. The Citadel has officially concluded its field operations for the evening.